And we are live, ninjas. Welcome to the goddamn show. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, guys. We are lit, but yo, man, as usual when I get in here, the hype level isn't high enough. We're going to be talking about the war restarting, Jeremy Boring being a weirdo, and other news, okay? I want to see the fucking chat start flying, okay? I want to see O-slashes all over the place, okay? I want that chat cooking just like when we were roasting doo-doo garbage yesterday, a.k.a. Duck Duck Goose, a.k.a. Dum Dum Gnome, DDG. I need this shit going crazy. Let's fucking go, man, all right? The beaters will continue until morale improves. Let's fucking go, bro. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on a goddamn Tuesday, all right? You guys know we about to cook. We don't got to do first reveal later, so guess what? We going to be cooking tonight. Let's go, man. Girls, DDG's girl still looks like shit, too. Let's fucking go, baby. It's like Sid from Ice Age, man. She looked crazy. Bro really smashed that girl and put a baby in it, then has the nerve to say Angie is mid. Get the fuck out of here, doo-doo garbage. You're fucking retarded for thinking that, man. You got cooked yesterday, boy. And then Fred's gonna do a second part and roast your dumb ass once again, because you lying all over the place, man. Dude is fucking garbage. Oh, you ain't relevant. Nigga got 4 million subs, barely getting over 120, 130,000 views, man. Get the fuck up out of here. And you only post on YouTube. You stream on Twitch, take it down, then put the shit on YouTube. You still fucking suck. O/Squad, let's go, baby. Well, we also know that his IQ is fucking... Nigga said he was valedictorian, but 50% of his city is what? Bro had a graduating class of like 10. 300 kids go to his high school. I got valedictorian. You want to know who else got valedictorian at their school? Preach. And Abba. And guess what? That nigga's retarded. Took the short bus to school every day. The fuck out of here, man. You motherfuckers don't want me to make fun of you, bro. I'm telling you, man. If I was to do a hit piece on some of you guys, I'll literally end your careers, man. I'll literally end your careers. But you bitch ass, I fucking shit on him so hard, he had to get his fans to report the video, bro. Get that shit taken down. We cooked that nigga so bad. Fucking sodomite. Nigga talking about integrity. Integrity. Bro, you get it in the ass. Talking about integrity. The N you know is in the ass. The fuck out of here. That's about as far as you come with integrity. With plastic forks to avoid stabbing himself when he's eating. See, nigga, you was scary with Frank. Fuck out of here, man. Dog, bro. The dog, fucking number one, he'd probably eat it. And then number two, dog be fucking terrified, bro. I pulled the preacher, nigga, Frank, look at me like. All right. So, anyway, welcome to the stream, ninjas. Welcome to the stream. We are live. We absolutely roasted this idiot yesterday. DDG, a.k.a. Doodoo G, a.k.a. Dum Dum Gnome, a.k.a. The big gooner, Dum Dum Gooner. What else do we got here? So we're going to be talking about a couple of things, guys. Let me go ahead and pull up this other stuff because I just saw this stuff with Jeremy Boring. Oh, and then look, breaking. JFK Files have been delayed. So no JFK Files. So Nick just tweeted that 5 minutes ago. Yep. Damn, bro. Not surprised, bro, at this point. What's this chick's name? Her name is Anna Pauline, I think. Bro, this is what happens when you put like a thought in charge of something so important. It's, yeah, Anna Paul. Oh, no, it's two N's, I think. Yeah, there we go. Because she is a MAGA thought. And then what I'll do is... Bro, this shit crazy. They were supposed to release them today, guys, as you guys know. Crazy shit. All right, so welcome to the stream, guys. Let me go ahead and look at some of these chats from you guys. Let's see. All right, we got Comfort Zone. Hey, Myron, Piers Morgan just dropped a new interview. A recent interview with himself and Candace Owens. Candace had to check him after he told his staff not to mention anything to her about Kanye. Interesting. Piers Morgan really knows how to push buttons. Super unethical of him. Really? Let me pull this shit up because I did see something on my timeline about this. Let me see here. So this came out an hour ago.
Somebody rant to promote.
All right, so yeah, so America dropped the recent interview. Okay, Candace had to check him after she told his staff not to mention anything to her about Kanye. Okay, so they try to backdoor it, huh? Okay, Comfort Zone. Also, I was listening to yesterday news podcast, and I was hoping if you could explain the situation with Houthi. I was confused yesterday because of my understanding that I thought U.S. government and the Yemen government was on good terms. I was confused on why Trump did the airstrike. No, bro, they are not on good terms at all. No, they are not on good terms with the Yemeni government. You might be thinking of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is directly north of Yemen, and they're our allies, and we've assisted them with bombing the Yemen as well. So, but as far as being allies, bro, hell no, bro. Like their motto is literally death to America, bro. Them niggas don't like us. Let's see here. Ghostwalker says, imagine if Myron got the 5 p.m. slot on the Rumble lineup. You know, honestly, guys, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I did think about it. Like, just live streaming this on Rumble only. I have thought about it. And, you know, honestly, at some point, guys, it's going to get to a point where we only stream on Rumble. Because I'll be honest with y'all, I dislike the inconsistency of YouTube. They just simply don't respect their creators, especially on the conservative side. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I got to grow this channel a little bit more. And then, yeah, we might just have to be on Rumble Ninjas. All right, look at this, Myron, with the Daily Wire. All right, I'll pull this up right now. Also, guys, you know, I like to interact with y'all ninjas, so if you guys get like good breaking news or some shit like that and you send it to me, I'll always like pull it up on screen if it's good. Because that's the point of this show is, you know, to give political and cultural commentary, but we also break news on here too, you know? Let's see. Trying to find this thing for you. Oh yeah, Roger Stone made a pretty based comment.
To have nuclear weapons. Kennedy was opposed to their having nuclear weapons. After the murder of John F. Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson agreed to Israel's having the nuclear bomb. Another factor.
That's crazy that Roger Stone said that, bro. That's crazy. That's pretty based. I give him a W for that one, though, man. That's pretty fucking based. Let me find this shit, this Jeremy Boring shit, and then we'll go into the other stuff. Damn, this nigga Stephen A. Smith. Where the hell did it go? Give me 1 sec, chat. Okay, here we go. Jeremy Boring stepping down as CEO of the Daily Wire. So, interesting. I'm not surprised, honestly, guys. So I'll have this article ready. We'll read about this later as well, chat. I am not surprised, though. At all. The Daily Wire is they have fallen off so fucking bad, bro. And for a couple of reasons. We know we might as well attack it first. Okay, let's read this article first. We'll start off with this story. Fuck it. All right, Jeremy Boring, co-founder of the Daily Wire, stepping down from his role as co-CEO to focus on creative projects for the company. He told staff in a memo obtained by Axios on Tuesday. Why it matters. Boring has been with the Daily Wire since its inception in 2015. He helped grow the outlet from a tiny news startup with $4.7 million in seed funding to a media giant valued north of $1 billion last year. No way it's worth $1 billion. What? All right. State of play. Caleb Robinson, the company's founding CEO, will become the company's full-time CEO effective immediately. Robinson and Boring have been co-CEOs since 2019. Robinson co-founded the company alongside Boring and the outlet's editor emeritus, Ben Shapiro. In a note to staff, Boring said he will remain with the company in an advisory role. He will continue to host Daily Wire Backstage, the company's monthly show featuring Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, and Andrew Klavan. He will focus full-time on creative projects, including the completion of the Daily Wire's TV series, The Pendragon Cycle, in which he serves as director and executive producer. Zoom out. Boring has led the Daily Wire's commercial expansion over the past decade, growing the outlet from a social media publishing brand to a streamer and e-commerce giant. Most notably, he has overseen the creation of the Daily Wire Plus subscription streaming service, and Ben Bensky, the subscription streamer for kids. He also helped build the company's e-commerce business into a multi-million-dollar revenue line. So, honestly, I'm not surprised, guys. So let's kind of go through this real quick, right? Let's go through the timeline. And Jay Bro, thanks for bringing up this story. So let's go through this real fast because I think this does warrant a little bit of attention. So as you guys know, right, the Daily Wire is, I would say one of the top three when it comes to conservative media, right? Because they have so many big names under their umbrella, right? You got literally Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles. Klavan isn't really big like that, but they got, and then they had Candace Owens as well, right? So they had some of the biggest creators in the conservative space all sitting there under one house, right? Because obviously, all the other mainstream conservative outlets, it's based around one guy, right? Bongino, one guy. Crowder, one guy. So for them to have kind of like a conglomerate of a bunch of powerhouses in one house, and they got Jordan Peterson now too. So they used to be I would say they were like the biggest, right? But what ended up happening was October 7th happened, right? We saw kids getting bombed. We saw the dead bodies. And Candace Owens started to really, get red-pilled on them boys, right? We watched her get red-pilled on them boys, like in front of our own eyes. And as she became more and more critical of Israel, Ben Shapiro, and I think everything started going downhill when he mentioned her at like a Christmas party, I remember, back like a year or two ago. Someone caught him on camera, and someone asked him about Candace Owens, and he basically denounced her, right? He basically denounced her. And that video ended up going viral, chat, right? Of him, I'm sure some of you guys know what I'm talking about. He was literally like standing on the stage, and they asked him about Candace Owens. Let me see if I can find it for y'all ninjas.
Kanye West launches.
Right, let me see if I could. Ben Shapiro, respond, Candace. Because I look at this as a critical moment. See if I can find it for you guys. I know it went viral on Twitter. I don't know if I saw it on YouTube like that. Bear with me, ninjas. Because I was like, he kind of answered the question off the cuff. So he was able to be a lot more real about it. You know what I mean? When they asked him. Doesn't seem like I could find it. Oh, is this it? There we go.
The internet was dominated yesterday by video of Ben Shapiro, who you work with at the Daily Wire, I think it's fair to say, attacking you. Here's the video. I just want to get your reaction to it.
Yes. The question is about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this is disgraceful. Without attack.
Can we go back?
I want to get your reaction to it.
Yes. The question is about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this is disgraceful. Without attack. was that? Yeah, and she still works for my company. Yeah.
Notice how he said she still works for my company, chat. Y'all caught that? She still works for my company. Right? And this refutes claims that Ben Shapiro's been making, saying that, oh, I don't make hiring and firing decisions. I'm not a CEO. Because he was actually criticized for this. When Candace Owens left, they said that he fired her. And he was like, no, I don't make decisions like that. But literally, let's play that back, ninjas. Look.
I can't, what was that? Yeah, and she still works for my company.
She still works for my company.
Yeah, I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
So maybe there's a point in the video where he explains what exactly you did wrong and how you were wrong.
So I would say that point right there, that after Ben Shapiro made that comment, you couldn't take the genie out you let the genie out the bottle, right? Once he did that, pretty much the gloves were off because he publicly denounced her. Because what had happened, guys, Candace started to become more and more critical of Israel and the kids dying and what's going on in Gaza. And as you guys know, Ben Shapiro, I would say, is probably the #1 Zionist in America, okay? At least in the conservative space, by far. So for Candace to be a part of Daily Wire and to criticize Israel the way that she does, right, knowing that Ben Shapiro is a huge advocate of Israel, not only is he a huge advocate, he's actual personal friends with Benjamin Netanyahu, chat, okay? Like, he talks to the Prime Minister of Israel. They are friends. So any criticism of Israel is always going to be met with contempt from Ben, okay? He's probably one of the biggest pro-Israel voices in America today, I would say. Honestly. I think he's #1. I don't think anyone else comes close, right? So when she started being critical of Israel, he made this comment because someone asked him, and this is the first time he finally addressed his thoughts on Candace Owens and her criticism of Israel. Shortly thereafter, and I don't know if you guys remember this, Candace came on our podcast, right? She came on our podcast March of last year. She was still with the Daily Wire at this point. But after she appeared on our podcast, TMZ wrote an article, right? Let me show you guys this. And they try to blame us for the split, by the way. TMZ, Fresh and Fit, Candace Owens. Look at this. Look at this fucking news article. Candace Owens' anti-Semitic appearance on Fresh and Fit. This was on fucking TMZ. Right? There's a fucking ad. Bro, this is so stupid. Like, we want to see this shit. Anyway, while we wait for that stupid shit to load. So she appears on our podcast, and this article comes out, right? And after this article came out, shortly thereafter, she split ways with Daily Wire. Now, am I going to sit here and say that we're the reason?
True.
Speaking of Daily Wire, how's it over there? I know obviously there's a little bit of rift between you and Ben. What's going on there? Let the people know.
I mean, what I said on Tucker following that is the truth. Like, the thing that I regretted about that situation is that people...
Oh, and Candace is so awesome in person, by the way. She's so great in person. Really nice, really humble, down to earth. As you guys know, a bunch of the girls on her team are big fans of hers, including my girlfriend Angie. And you know, she took time to take pictures and talk to them and everything. So she's great in person, guys. I have an enormous amount of respect for Candace Owens, one of the few.
Then assume that there was like all of this tension and horrible things that were happening at Daily Wire, and like me and Ben lives in Florida. He lives down here. The rest of us live in Nashville on a day-to-day basis. I don't see Ben. There's no like toxicity in the office or anything like that. People are emotional. He is very passionate about Israel. He's married to an Israeli. I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no,
Wow.
of course. And you don't have to agree on everything, you know. I mean, obviously, foreign policy is its own. Ironically enough, I think Mo hit that sound effect, bro. I don't even think I hit it, chat. I think Mo hit that shit.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
And I am very much on foreign policy. I am consistent. I don't.
So, after this, she split from Daily Wire not long after this, right? So, yeah, dudes didn't really like, they didn't really like that appearance. So after Candace Owens leaves, right? After Candace Owens leaves, the Daily Wire starts to take a hit. And the reason why they started to take a hit, guys, was because conservatives, right, had been censored for so long, right? And for this to really make sense, because I'm explaining to you guys what Jeremy Boring stepping down from Daily Wire and building up for this, right? But to really understand the gravity of Candace Owens leaving, let me explain this to you guys. So after Trump lost, right, the 2020 election, there was mass censorship, right, with the Biden administration coming in. People got banned that were associated to January 6th. Conservatives were getting put in jail. Like, it was a very bad time to be a conservative. Also, keep in mind, a lot of the conservative viewpoints, right, thinking that the election was rigged, thinking that the vaccine was bad, saying COVID was a scam. This was all still territory that could get your channel removed, okay? If you question the vaccine or the COVID lockdown mandates, or you question the integrity of the election, you could get banned for that. This is why Steven Crowder got multiple strikes on his channel, almost lost his channel for this, right? So, in other words, the Biden administration ushered in a new era of censorship that specifically targeted conservative viewpoints and worldviews, okay? So, fast forward, when Candace starts to become critical of Israel, right, at the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro denouncing her and then them firing her actually was completely antithetical to the free speech that the conservative movement was fighting for. Okay, and I want to be very explicit about this. I want to be very, very clear about this because I don't think people really understand this. Conservatives fought for the very free speech that Candace Owens was utilizing that Daily Wire fired her for, okay? So it's not that they dislike the Daily Wire for being pro-Israel as much as they dislike the Daily Wire for getting rid of Candace for not being pro-Israel. Does that make sense, guys? This is very important. There's a distinction here. The censorship of Candace Owens by a conservative media company during an era where censorship was already annoying to conservatives was extremely hypocritical, antithetical to the movement, and had terrible optics, okay? Because I would say most Americans nowadays are not pro-Israel like that. But for them to fire someone on their platform that has a huge name in an audience because they're not pro-Israel made it seem as though you guys don't stand in what you guys don't stand for what you believe in when it comes to free speech. You only want free speech that benefits what you like, which is the very problem that conservatives are dealing with. And this is why the Daily Wire got looked at as so hypocritical and lost so much revenue and viewership, right? So Candace Owens goes out on her own. She makes her own channel. Drama unfolds. But she stays true to who she is and she keeps making content. Now, at this point, she gets more viewers than the Daily Wire. She's eclipsed Ben Shapiro and the entire Daily Wire, right? Then, Brett Cooper uses her advantage. Brett Cooper leaves the Daily Wire mysteriously, right? Also, one of their bigger creators, because Brett Cooper is able to bring in young women in their 20s to the conservative movement. She's like the avatar for them, right? A lot of people say she's mid or whatever. That's not what matters. The point that matters is she's a young 20-year-old woman that has the girl next door look, that has conservative values, right? So she's like the perfect poster child to bring more women into the conservative movement. So Brett Cooper, right, joins the Daily Wire a year or two before Candace Owens left, builds up a sizable audience, and you know, I guess I'm assuming, now we know this, but like back then we didn't know. She built up an audience, and all of a sudden she's removed from the Daily Wire. They split, right? Nobody knows why. She signed an NDA. She couldn't talk about it. The Daily Wire stayed tight-lipped about it, right? Obviously, Candace Owens leaving for her thoughts, views on Israel, left a black eye with the Daily Wire. So, understandably so, they wanted to make this separation far less public. They learned their lesson with Candace. Big mistake, though. Whenever there's not an official story, people are going to create their own stories. So what people thought was, oh, she probably might have a different viewpoint and they're getting rid of her too. Right? Because that's the only thing they could think of. Why else would someone like a Brett Cooper leave the Daily Wire unless it was they're trying to censor her? Now, right? Because I remember when this story first broke out, I said it's one of two things. Either she wanted more creative control and more money, or she might have had a viewpoint that wasn't consistent with their belief system, and they said no. Now we know it wasn't that she was, critical of Israel or had any real base takes. More than likely, it was creative control and money that made her leave, right? Because now if you watch her show, she gives normie conservative talking points. Fine. But the beauty is, for Brett Cooper at least, she was able to use that air of mystery and nobody knowing why she got separated from Daily Wire to her advantage. She did a great job of marketing her channel, going solo, making the channel waiting a few weeks to go live, right? Building up anticipation. And no one knows to this day why she left the Daily Wire. No one knows. But we know it isn't because of any base takes. I'm assuming that it's either money or she wanted more creative control and they told her no. That's what I think, more than likely, right? But she was able to benefit from the path that Candace Owens created. Does that make sense, guys? Candace Owens leaving that way created the road for Brett Cooper to leave that way with an air of mystery and get everyone to rally behind her. Because at this point, the Daily Wire was the bad guy because they silenced one of their own. And Brett Cooper was able to benefit off of that. Now that we've established the Brett Cooper and Candace Owens sagas with Daily Wire, this brings us to Jeremy Boring, right? Now, for those of you guys that don't know, right, Jeremy Boring isn't really a creator. Though he puts makeup on and prepares himself as if he's going to go on camera, he never does. He's a more behind-the-scenes guy, okay? And Jeremy Boring's goal is always to be in Hollywood, and I think he looked at the Daily Wire as a stepping stone to get into mainstream filmmaking and mainstream media. But, for whatever reason, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. It is what it is. That's why he was trying to shoot a movie with Brett Cooper, by the way, guys. I don't know if you guys know this. They were trying to shoot like Snow White or some shit like that. I don't know if they ended up stopping the project altogether or what the deal is with that, but this guy has aspirations to hit Hollywood, mainstream media. And I think between the Daily Wire losing support and him having these ambitions to hit Hollywood, he probably was like, you know what, dude, at this point, I might as well just go. Right? This is a sinking ship. I'm going to dip out. I'm going to go pursue my dreams. I'm still going to be with you guys in an advisory position, but I'm no longer going to be, day-to-day behind the scenes. And honestly, I don't think he's going to be missed at all. Right? If I'm going to be 1,000 with y'all, like, unless you're a YouTuber in the conservative space, like, you're not going to know who this guy is most of the time. You're just not, right? And I truly think that Ben Shapiro really runs the Daily Wire. He might not admit this, right, overtly. He's tried to say multiple times when asked about Candace Owens, like, I didn't fire her. Her talking points went beyond the Overton window, and, we're a private company, and we refuse, we have the right to, not work with people that have differing views. Well, he gives this like bullshit answer every time people ask him about Candace Owens. But the reality is that his say has a lot of say, because I would argue Ben Shapiro is the face of the Daily Wire. Love him or hate him, he is the face of the Daily Wire. I don't think of Matt Walsh. I don't think of Michael Knowles. I don't think of Jordan Peterson. When I hear Daily Wire in my mind, I think of Ben Shapiro. Right? So that is kind of an explanation, guys, of how you saw the Daily Wire go from a conservative media powerhouse to where it's at now, where Candace Owens is single-handedly smacking them in every way, right? And Brett Cooper surpassing them in many ways as well. Give me ones in the chat if that makes sense, chat. Give me ones. I hope that made sense. I really try to condense this stuff and bring the storyline so you guys truly understand the backstory of how we got here. And I think for Jeremy Boring, he's kind of realizing like, yo, it's time to move on. Awesome. Somebody said the Mossad wire. Yo, y'all fucking funny, bro. The chief here. Myron, any way we get Bills to put O/ meter for the debrief show? Yeah, I guess. But what would we Chief, tell me like what would we do with it though? Imagine if Myron got the 5 p.m. spot. Oh yeah, we read that. Also, I was listening to yesterday news podcast, hoping you could explain. Okay, we got that one. Let's see here. Myron Jr.'s back. Yo, Myron, I have narrow shoulders and waist isn't that small. I'm an ectomorph. Do you think I can get that V shape like Yazid's? And if so, what do I need to do? Absolutely you can, bro. Matter of fact, if you're an ectomorph, you're going to look even better when you get in good shape. It's going to be hard to build the muscle mass, but you're going to have a very good frame. I'm an ectomorph too, bro. So just make sure that you prioritize your shoulders. That's how you create the illusion. Night Train Forever. Appreciate that, Q Animals. All right, and then let me go ahead and look here. Xander Legal says, hold on. Hey, guys, if you guys want to get involved in the show, donate right here. MyronGainsX.com. You guys can see right there on the screen. Nice and big and bold. Pause. Okay, get involved in the show. As you guys know, this is an interactive show, interactive talk show. So I always enjoy getting your guys' takes on certain things. And if you guys give breaking news, like go right to it right then and there, which I think is one of the unique things. Yeah, MyronGainsX.com, guys. Okay, so we covered that. Now let's get into this ceasefire stuff. Let's see. Okay. So let's go ahead and go into like what's going on, and then I'll kind of give you guys updates here. How we even got here.
At this hour, the Israeli military says they are currently conducting. We have breaking news at this hour. The Israeli military says they are currently conducting extensive strikes in Gaza. The Israeli Defense Forces and Israeli Securities Agency say they are targeting terror targets belonging to Hamas. The strikes throw into doubt the fragile ceasefire that has held for nearly 2 months. The attacks come after President Trump issued what he called a last warning to Hamas last week to release all the remaining hostages being held in Gaza. The president said the U.S. was giving its full support to Israel to, quote, finish the job if the hostages were not freed. And just a short while ago, President Netanyahu said Israel will increase its use of force against Hamas going forward, accusing Hamas of repeatedly refusing to release the hostages and rejecting mediation offers. Here to discuss how this ceasefire agreement could fall apart and Israel's next steps is ABC News.
Oh yeah, it's already cooked.
News correspondent Matt Gutman, who joins us by phone right now. Matt, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just told the public why the ceasefire agreement broke down. Can you share that with us?
He basically said that Hamas, Stephanie, did not accept this Witkoff proposal. They've been talking about this.
And as you guys know, that he saw Steve Witkoff, who is Trump's guy, who's basically his Middle Eastern guy, his Middle Eastern negotiator that's been talking to the. So the way these negotiations are working, guys, is basically Hamas and Israel are talking to each other through Qatar. Qatar is the intermediary in the Middle East that's brokering these conversations. Steve Witkoff is talking on behalf of the Trump administration, which, let me show you guys who Steve Witkoff is. I want you guys to start getting familiarized with some of these names. Steve Witkoff, you know, obviously he's one of, this is him right here, one of Trump's golfing buddies. He has connections to the Saudi royal family, and, you know, he's basically the envoy to the Middle East. He's pretty much the one of the diplomats that represents the Trump administration over there. Okay, so he's been kind of handling that and offering the deals for them. Let's go back here.
for a couple of weeks now.
And that's who he is, Steve Witkoff.
It seemed that they got close at some point. It also seemed that the U.S. had been engaged in direct talks with Hamas for the first time separately from Israel. It's the first time that any U.S. administration had ever reached out and spoke directly to Hamas. Those apparently also broke down. And so at this point, the Israeli prime minister alerting the military, but also obviously the public, that the ceasefire has broken down. In fact, I spoke to a military official about 30 seconds before we got on air, who said that we've been in negotiations with Hamas. That wasn't working. The question now, Stephanie, is how extensive is this attack going to be? Is this just like a shot across the bow? Is this airstrikes that we're going to see tonight going into tomorrow? Or are we going to see tanks roll across the border into Gaza again, and at what strength? So I just got back from Israel on Saturday night, and multiple military sources there had been talking about another massive invasion of the Gaza Strip to rid Gaza of Hamas once and for all. And they said, instead of sort of the whack-a-mole that Israel had been playing with Hamas, where it would strike one area and then Hamas would pop up somewhere else, because Israel was engaged in
Chris says, I know off top, but I have an interview this week with an 1801 agency. I was told I can grow my beard, but should I just show up clean shaven? I saw your job interview video. Thanks, brother. Yeah, just go clean shaven, bro. Go clean shaven. Go clean shaven, Chris, for your interview with the 1801.
Multiple fronts at one time, fighting in Gaza, but also in Lebanon. This time they're going to focus all the forces inside Gaza.
Go with the fucking high and tight and clean shaven, bro. Go in there with the fucking standard Fed look.
At once and try to truly decimate the terrorist organization.
Yeah, and make sure you don't have any visible tattoos. Like, like, if you got any visible tattoos, put makeup on that bitch. Don't go in there with visible tattoos either.
However, obviously, they've proven very elusive, and we've seen in these ceremonies that Hamas has come out in these crisp uniforms, AK-47s oiled up. They have new vehicles that appear.
Yeah, because, guys, keep in mind, there was a ceasefire for a few months. So both militaries, both Hamas and the IDF, were able to kind of get some rest and restock and be able to re-engage in this manner.
Unblemished from 18 months of war. So the question is, how extensive this is this, and how long does it last? At this point, we simply don't know. But this is certainly the biggest military operation that we've seen in 2 months in the Gaza Strip.
And Matt, those are certainly some really strong and solid questions. How?
Frequent Flyer says, only one person used to stand against Israel and Iran in the Middle East, which they took out in 2003 for false claims. Saddam Hussein, if he was alive, he would be booming the fuck out of Israel. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they prioritized getting rid of Saddam Hussein, bro. He was the biggest threat to them in the Middle East, by far.
How extensive will these strikes be? We know that the IDF says they are conducting extensive strikes right now on Gaza as we speak, but what are their goals militarily speaking?
Not just that. They said that they're going to rain hell on Gaza, chat.
It sounds very easy to say, Stephanie, and we've heard this from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu so many times, right? It's to destroy Hamas. The question is, what does that look like? And the biggest...
Now, the other thing you guys got to understand as well is that the second part of the ceasefire was to kind of get to phase 3, right? There was 3 parts of the ceasefire, right? And part 2 would be basically begin the negotiations where more hostages are released, and there would be negotiations to end the ceasefire, to make the ceasefire permanent, right? The Israelis would withdraw 100% from the Gaza Strip, and there'd be permanent ceasefire talks. But here's the thing. Here's the kicker. That can't happen because according to Israel, their mission objective is to destroy Hamas. So since their mission objective is to destroy Hamas, they cannot, I guess, agree to a permanent ceasefire with them because then they would still exist. So for Israel to achieve its mission, as they claim, Hamas needs to be completely gone. So in other words, they can't negotiate with someone they're trying to destroy. So yes, they do temporary ceasefires here and there to facilitate the transfer of prisoners and these swaps. But at the end of the day, one party cannot exist to even do the agreement in the first place. And that is the situation that we find ourselves now.
This question that Israelis are asking his public, what happens to the hostages? You fought this war to repatriate the hostages. You entered those negotiations to repatriate those hostages, but where are they? So there are 59 hostages, living and dead. A very senior source told me that Israel believes at this point that there are only 21 living hostages. And it seems that Israel may be willing to roll the dice here. Unclear how far they're willing to go and risk the lives of the remaining hostages in order to try to hit areas that they hadn't hit before, like the center of Gaza, which is largely still intact because that's where it was believed that the Israeli hostages were being held. But remember, there are American hostages, there are Argentine hostages from various nations who have dual Israeli and other citizenship. So it's very complicated, and many Israeli rank and file folks are just wondering, well, what's going to happen? Are these other people going to get killed? That's a very major fear, and that's going to be very hard for Netanyahu to play. He's got a lot of pressure coming from his base to keep fighting, but a lot of the rest of Israel says, no, we need to get those hostages home any way we can, Stephanie.
Absolutely, and the families of those 59 hostages also awaiting news and wanting to see their loved ones. Matt, thank you so much for your time. We want to turn now to retired General Doug Lute, a former U.S. ambassador to NATO. Sir, thanks so much for joining us. Days ago, President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, proposed a new agreement that would last until April 20th, which detailed the release of these hostages. What could these latest strikes possibly mean for the fate of those hostages? I know Matt just touched on it a few moments ago. But what could this mean for those individuals, dead or alive?
Well, I think what we've seen, if these reports are right, and if the early reports that Israel is going to resume full-scale military operations prove accurate, it proves that these sorts of ceasefire deals, like this one, which is now 2 months old, are exceptionally fragile. And they're fragile because neither party, in this case, neither the Israelis nor Hamas, have any reason to trust one another. So there's no trust, and the slightest wrinkle.
And also, keep in mind, for Israel to achieve its mission, the people they're negotiating with have to be completely eradicated.
In the pattern, the phased approach to the ceasefire, the slightest wrinkle, the slightest dismissal can lead to a renewed conflict. And I think that may be what we're seeing. We should remember that this phase one of the ceasefire was supposed to have been completed 2 weeks ago on March 1st. So we may see a return to full-scale violence. And of course, that spells also a disaster.
Yeah, 2 weeks without any type of aid is wild.
For the remaining hostages and for the prospect that eventually a peace could be brought to bear.
And, you know, the other thing, too, I think that's very interesting for people to understand. So Israel, right, has this blockade where they don't let supplies or food or anything else, and they're bombing them. A lot of these people that are being killed while under Hamas's custody or dying, like, okay, let's use common sense for a second, right? You undergo an enormous amount of risk and pressure to invade a land to take 200 hostages, right? Why would you go through the trouble of kidnapping the hostages, bringing them back to Gaza, and then killing them, right? They're your leverage to be able to get Palestinians back. Because the way they do this happens all the time. These these Palestinian militia groups will kidnap Israelis, bring them back to Gaza, and then they use that to trade, right? Where the Israelis give some Palestinians over, and then the Palestinians give over some Israelis, and it's typically in a ridiculous ratio, like one Israeli for like 100 Palestinians, right, that are being unjustly imprisoned over there in Israel, right? Without trial or whatever. So just speaking from a common sense standpoint, and I'm not condoning this. I'm not telling you guys like, oh yeah, kidnapping citizens is great. No, that's completely unacceptable. But we do have to have an era of critical thinking skills here. Why would they go through this trouble, kidnap these individuals, and then kill them once they get them in Gaza? That makes no sense. That is their bargaining chip to get their people back and end the conflict. So when Israel says, oh, they killed these Israelis over in Gaza, more than likely what happened, chat, was they either starved from not getting food for months because there was a blockade, or they died during all the airstrikes, right? And also on top of that, we know that Israel exercises something called the Hannibal Directive. And the Hannibal Directive, chat, is where Israeli military will basically unalive their own for fear of them being taken hostage. Why? Well, the reason why they use the Hannibal Directive is because what ends up happening is they get into these hostage negotiations and deals where they're trading hundreds of Palestinians for maybe one or two Israelis, as we've seen right now. Now, it gets more interesting. Yoav Gallant admitted on Israeli television that the Hannibal Directive was indeed implemented on October 7th. So if you look at some of the footage, you're going to see tanks shooting into the kibbutzes, right, in Israel. You're going to see Apache helicopters shooting people where the music festival was, right? We see all these cars that are burned down and literally with charred individuals inside. Hamas doesn't have that capability, right? So when they say, oh, they're killing the hostages in Gaza, that's kind of counterproductive to why they took the hostages in the first place. Again, kidnapping anybody is completely unacceptable. But we do have to have an air of common sense here and realize that it's not in their best interest to murder hostages in Gaza when the hostages are the only leverage they have to get their prisoners back, as well as potentially end the war. So I would argue that the blockade and the constant bombing probably contributed more to any of the innocent Israelis that were kidnapped deaths versus Hamas themselves. Because why would they go through all that trouble of kidnapping them to then kill them in Gaza when that's literally the only leverage they have? Just doesn't make sense, chat. But the Israeli media has been saying, oh yeah, they're killing the hostages in Gaza. It's not true. It's simply not true. They're dying from other situations, unfortunately, which is always a travesty when anyone dies, whether Israeli, Palestinian. But for the Israeli government to try to sit here and say that we're stupid and say, oh no, they're killing these hostages is simply not true. It makes no sense.
On this conflict.
And Israelis have always wanted eradication of Hamas, but they're still in Gaza. Could this war continue until Hamas is completely out of the picture?
Well, I think...
And just so you guys know, they denied the Hannibal Directive multiple times. You know what? Bro, I'm tired of just talking. Let me show you guys this shit because...
Breaking news at this hour, the Israeli military says...
Watch this. Hold on. I'm trying to find the actual interview for you guys. It was on Israeli television. Nope. Oh, here we go. Boom. Was the order given to use Hannibal Directive? I think tactically in some places it was. Guys, there's no cap in my rap, man. Play that again for you guys. Let me move my mug out the way.
אני חושב שבאופן טקטי במקומות שונים ניתנה, במקומות אחרים לא ניתנה, וזו בעיה.
No cap in my raps, chat. And it took them a while. He admitted this a couple of weeks ago, like a month ago. And he's not the defense minister anymore, but he was at the time on October 7th.
I think that what we're coming to grips with is that the complete destruction of Hamas is likely beyond the military capability of the state of Israel. Unless Israel is going to fully occupy Gaza indefinitely and rule it, it is almost impossible to eradicate completely Hamas. And we've seen reminders of this. As your report indicated just a few minutes ago, we've seen reminder that Hamas persists. Hamas has survived, and Hamas has made a very public display of this over the last several weeks as hostages have been step by step released and so forth. There have been Hamas fighters there brandishing weapons and so forth, and demonstrating to Israel, but also to the people of Gaza, that Hamas is not destroyed. So this is really the rub of the problem.
And we know that.
All right, guys in Castle Club, they need mods on YouTube, so I'm gonna give some of you guys a wrench. Castle Club Ninjas, can you guys tell me your YouTube username so I can just like give you guys so I could just get you guys what's it called, wrenches?
Prime Minister Netanyahu says that for now they will increase, of course.
We need some mods on the YouTube chat, well, this is a blessing, I guess. That means the audience is growing. It's good.
These forces against Hamas because Hamas has not released the remaining hostages and refused mediation offers. Do you see any path forward for mediation at this point to ensure that a ceasefire holds?
Well, look, mediation with the good offices of nearby states, so Qatar and.
All right, so guys, if you're a Castle Club member, put your username. I see a couple of the usernames here right now. Put those names in the YouTube. Put your username in the YouTube chat. Because I got the names here on Castle Club. I want to get this handled as fast as possible. I'm only going to give mods to Castle Club guys. Come on, guys. I'm waiting. I do not see. Okay, so I know you're. All right. So I got here.
Egypt.
I got one guy. Ed Stalin, I think I gave you a wrench. Because you're a Council Club member. Yeah, Jabril, don't just ban people, bro. Biz 504. Yep, I think you are. Just give me one sec, chat. I am making sure that I get this shit just done. And all right, this is a pain in the ass. What the fuck?
With the U.S. participating, got us to phase one and brought us the promise, or at least the prospect that we could go from phase one to phase two and eventually phase three, a long-lasting peaceful arrangement in post-war Gaza. But again, I think if the ceasefire breaks down, it is a vivid reminder of just how delicate these ceasefires are, and not only the ceasefire here, but the ceasefire that might be in the works elsewhere, for example, in Ukraine.
Retired General Doug Lute, a former U.S. ambassador to NATO. Thank you so much, Doug, and thanks to Matt Gutman for calling in tonight and giving us his insights. Israel conducting, again, extensive strikes in Gaza at this moment.
All right, now let's see what the latest is. And the last I checked, guys, since they've restarted this, something like 300 were dead. I think it's up to 400 now since they've resumed the bombing. Let me look here. Okay, as of 8 hours ago, they had killed over 400 people. Let's see what the New York Times. Oh, yeah. Oh, Netanyahu, also important. He fired the head of Shin Bet. And I've told you guys before, Shin Bet is the FBI equivalent for Israel. Right, so the effort is part of a dispute between Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing alliance and its opponents about the nature and future of the Israeli state. So the reason why this could be potentially problematic is because it gives Benjamin Netanyahu more power, chat. So he fired him yesterday, the head of Shin Bet. So he has less people that are able to question his authority. Because obviously in times of war, he wants as much authority as he could get. So also, I think it's important to know, the UN Security Council, chat. UN Security Council convenes an emergency session on the Israeli strikes. The UN Security Council convened an emergency session on Tuesday after Israel resumed overnight strikes on Gaza, with many diplomats condemning the assault and urging an immediate return to ceasefire. The United Nations humanitarian chief, Tom Fletcher, told the council that the strikes meant his worst fears had materialized. Bombs dropping on makeshift shelters, evacuation orders for populations already displaced, and more than 400 people killed already, guys. So, basically, the war's back on, guys. The war's back on. We know that the Houthis got attacked on Saturday. So, the war is absolutely back on. Let's see here if we can keep going. Israel's rallied in Tel Aviv to demand the immediate return of the hostages in Gaza. The relatives of these still held captive in Gaza have expressed deep fear for the fate of their loved ones under renewed Israeli bombardment. Now, here's the thing, guys. In Israel, right, half of Israel likes Benjamin Netanyahu and the other half hates him, right? The other half hates him. And the reason why is because a lot of them feel as though he's not doing enough to... He's basically not doing enough to get the hostages back. So that's how a lot of them feel about this. All right, so, okay. Give me one sec, chat. I'm going to go ahead and add these goddamn mods real fast. Give me one sec, man. Because they're complaining in the YouTube chat. Let me just fucking get this shit done. Give me one sec. All right. All right, all your Castle Club guys, drop your names right now. Drop your names in Castle Club. I'm going to start. Give me your YouTube username, though. I need your YouTube username. Give me your YouTube username, ninjas. Drop them all right now. I'm just going to put as many of you guys in here as possible. Putting you guys literally in a list right now. I need your YouTube name, because apparently YouTube needs mods, which is good. That means that we're getting some new members of the O/Squad. What else? Anybody else? I put Meekly. I did Whisker Biscuit. Nightly Wisdom 7. All right. Giving you a wrench. What the fuck? You don't even come up, bro. Niggas are giving me the wrong name now? All right, let me put this. All right, I'm just going to save this. All right, cool. Let's get back to it. Okay. Oh, yeah, what I was saying about Benjamin Netanyahu. So, yeah, so half the people like what he's doing and the other half hate it, right? A lot of people feel as though he's not going hard enough with getting the hostages back, and a lot of other people feel as though he's not going hard enough when it comes to going after Gaza and attacking them. So, you know, as with anything with politics, you're always going to be extremely divisive, and, you know, getting anything over 50% support is fucking huge. But that's just the reality, right? So, also, guys, I dropped a video as well here, which I want to bring to your guys' attention from our Fed thing, which let me show you guys real fast. Dropped it three hours ago, and I put timestamps in it. This is the video right here. Basically, I go over the pager attack, how it happened, right? Let them feel as though, holy shit, you know, you're not safe. That was the purpose there, guys. You're not safe. We can touch you at any time. We could blow up your pages. We could blow up your walkie-talkies. We killed your leader. It was psychological warfare, and Israel needs to rely on tactics like that. Yeah, so I dropped the link in the chats right now, guys. So go ahead and do me a favor, right? And do me a favor and click the video, come in, like it like this, and just type in OSS is here. I put timestamps in it as well for you ninjas, right? Making the edits better, less pauses, more nice and concise. So I got a new editor, and he's been like cooking, man. So do me a solid, guys, and just go over, like this video, let it play in the background. Okay. I'll drop it right now in the Myron live chat. I'm in Discord as well, chat. I'll drop it for you guys over here as well. Boom. So, if you're not a member of Castle Club, you niggas need to get in the Castle Club. So hold on one sec, chat. Let me look here. And then we're gonna get into this whole Piers Morgan thing with Candace. Oh, and chat, we just cleared 203,000 subscribers. We just cleared 203,000. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. The army is growing. The army is absolutely growing. So, yeah. All right. I'll drop the link one more time. Open it up, guys, and just watch another tab. And I want you guys to like the video as well. So, boom, come in.
They blinded holes in.
Just type in OSS is here. Shout out to you ninjas doing this. Going through liking y'all comments as usual. I'm going through liking everyone's comments. Let's see here. What else? Okay, let's look at the most updated because this story is developing. So the bombing started just before 2:30 a.m. local time on Tuesday. Let's see here. This is them praying. A lot of people are dying, man. So Israeli forces on Tuesday launched the largest and most deadly attacks on Gaza since a ceasefire with Hamas that began roughly 2 months ago. The air barrage, which shattered the fragile truce in the enclave, killed hundreds of people, according to health authorities there. And then obviously we know that they're blocking aid. Look at these people. And guys, it's Ramadan right now, just so you guys know. So this is one of the worst times for this shit to be happening. Right? Hey, Myron, did you watch Europa: The Last Battle documentary? If so, what do you think of it? I've seen it. I've definitely seen it. We're watching it on Castle Club right now, actually. I need to get back to it. All right, let's take a break from this. We'll come back to it. Let's go to because obviously there's going to be developing stories on this. What's the stuff with Kanye West and Candace?
his new single, which apparently features Diddy.
So I'm just not going to partake in this sort of like Judas culture.
The Tate brothers continue to divide MAGA and goad Florida's governor, Ron DeSantis.
He's not welcome here. What does that mean? He's not been convicted of a crime.
Ben Shapiro calls the George Floyd's killer, Derek Chauvin, to be pardoned.
This was never a case that was about race. It was really about fentanyl.
Oh yeah, speaking of Piers Morgan, I think Michael Knowles was supposed to debate Sneeko and he backed out. Which is fucking crazy.
Michael Jackson documentary repeats claims that he was an abuser.
You will suddenly see the news conspire to smear these people, whether it's a pedophile, whether it's as an anti-Semite. That's what I got when I left an organization.
He's also been recently taking a closer and controversial look at the case of Harvey Weinstein.
He was wrongfully, in my belief, wrongfully convicted and should be freed.
Sounds like it's time for the return of Candace Owens to Uncensored. Candace, how are you?
I'm doing well, Piers. How are you?
You've been very busy.
I have been busy indeed, much too busy, but it's always a blessing, so I'm grateful.
Well, look, it's good to have you on. So much to talk to you about. I want to start with Ye, Kanye West. I've got to say, personally, I know that you've had a good relationship with him. You've talked to him and so on, as I have done. I interviewed him.
Yeah, Ye actually linked back up with Nick yesterday, which is great to see. Big up, bro. Do you think Israel planned this new on purpose Ramadan? Yeah, they absolutely planned it on Ramadan. Yeah, when they're going to be at their weakest. Absolutely. That's why a big reason why they're striking right now.
Try to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt over various things. I got to say, his sort of brazen stuff now on a daily, sometimes minute by minute basis on X with the swastikas, the Nazis, and so on. I just find it utterly repellent. Has anything he's been doing in the last 2-3 weeks changed your mind about what's going on here with him?
Okay, so first I just want to say that I definitely told your producers that I didn't want to speak about Ye, but it's totally fine if you want to ask me.
Oh, shit.
The question.
Oh, sorry.
Bro literally goes right into that question off rip. Okay, I see what you mean now with the super chat.
I didn't know that. Well, that wasn't communicated to me, but if you don't mind, I'd just be curious about your view.
Yeah, sure. So my view has been pretty consistent in that when you have a real relationship with someone, you shouldn't be lashing them in the public for anything. There's something about the entire world having commentary about Kanye when he tweets, and that exact same part of the world telling us that we have to remain mum when Bibi Netanyahu literally goes DEFCON 3, but Kanye tweets something about DEFCON 3. That just makes me uncomfortable and feels really...
That's facts. Bro, people get persecuted more for what they say versus what they do.
Disingenuous. And like I said, when you have an actual relationship with someone, if you have anything to say to them, you should say that to that person directly. And so I'm just not going to partake in this sort of like Judas culture of stabbing people in the front when
I wish more guys took this advice from her.
You have a real relationship with them, and I've maintained that consistently, and I'm not going to break that code today.
I mean, some would say, look, I just want to play this clip and get your response to this. I mean, this is him doing,
Yo!
Ku Klux Klan imagery with swastikas and so on. It's so brazen. It's so taunting. And you talk about people who are directly attacking people. He's directly attacking Jewish people when he does this and making them feel extremely uncomfortable, extremely threatened by this because he's got 32 million people following him on X alone. His social media firepower to galvanize hate against the Jewish people is being laid bare, isn't it, in real time?
Bro, this nigga's trolling, bro. Like, yo, the fact that they're so, like, appalled and outraged with clearly him trolling, that's why he does it. Like, look, people don't understand that a big reason why Kanye does the shit that he does and he has the antics that he has is because he doesn't want to be controlled, okay? What do I tell you guys all the time, right? I use foul language and I talk about certain topics sometimes that are taboo, not just because it's important to talk about, but I do it so that you guys understand that you're getting the real, authentic me and I'm not controlled. one of the biggest criticisms that I gave DDG dumbass yesterday and why this whole thing even started was I didn't like how he talked about us behind our back on my fucking balcony, saying like, oh, I don't agree with these guys, bro. Like, yo, women, yo, we respect women over here, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, he's over here making fucking music, talking about fucking bitches and doing all this degrading shit to them, right? So I have a real issue with people that are inauthentic or they virtue signal fraudulently, like most entertainers do, right? So that is why I say and do a lot of the things that I do. Not necessarily to be offensive, but to let people understand that this is real, raw. Kanye West, though some might consider it extreme, does the same thing. He doesn't want anyone to think that he's controlled. As someone that comes from the music industry, worked under a major label, had many handlers before, he wants people to know, look, this is me, they can't control me. So what Kanye does is he acts in defiance, regardless of what that defiance might entail. Does that make sense, chat? So I think it's very important for people to understand. It's not like he's running around saying like, oh yeah, I want to go ahead and, hurt a certain group of people. No, it's more along the lines of this certain group of people tend to try to silence me when I speak, so I'm going to go at them 10 times harder. That's why he's doing what he does. Now, some people like it, some people dislike it, but for them to have so much outrage over something like this, where it's fucking trolling, it is what it is. And again, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. That is why we have the marketplace of ideas, where people can go ahead and bring their ideas to the marketplace and battle it out. But this tone policing, this political correctness, this need to be, we need a virtue signal. Like, people don't buy it anymore, bro. People don't buy it anymore. This is why you go way further by being offensive and authentic than by being, poised and politically correct. No one likes that mainstream A-list celebrity publicist type energy. Nobody likes that shit. It's inauthentic. I'll give you guys a perfect example of this. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, right? As you guys know, he lost quite a bit of followers and he got a lot of controversy for basically not being himself. When you look at The Rock speak publicly, or when you see him give statements or whatever, or you watch his Joe Rogan podcast, as a matter of fact, he did not give a defined stance on anything. It's almost as if Joe Rogan was interviewing his publicist. He gave all the politically correct answers, didn't have a take on anything, didn't have anything interesting to say, was very middle of the road, mellow, and quite frankly, boring, right? But The Rock, and I'm really glad he went and did the Joe Rogan podcast, because The Rock going on the Joe Rogan podcast and giving the interview that he gave basically showed how A-list celebrities operate. They don't have personalities, okay? And since they don't have personalities, for fear of being publicly bashed or losing certain opportunities in their establishments, whether it's Hollywood or the music industry, they have to be that way because they're not necessarily in control. This is why people like influencers more. And I always use this as an example, but the 2024 election proved this, right? How is it that influencers, right, that aren't necessarily A-list celebrities but have a big following are able to influence the election far more and get people to the voting polls more than someone like a Taylor Swift or an Eminem or a Beyonce? It's because A-list celebrities are no longer influential, to be honest with y'all. They simply aren't, because you don't have enough knowledge on them. A lot of them don't do interviews. A lot of them don't keep it real. Everything they tell you is, put through their publicist filter. People don't like that. In the social media age now, people don't like that. So who are they going to bond more with? Someone like Joe Rogan, who does 3-hour deep dive conversations with a bunch of interesting people? Or are people going to want to go ahead and like someone like the Dwayne "Rock" Johnson, who barely sits down for interviews, and when he does, you get a whole bunch of publicist nonsense? I think the former is where people are going to go. So to bring this all back to the Kanye West situation, right? The reason why Kanye does what he does, and the reason why people like Kanye West, is because at least he's being himself. And we're not getting a filtered Kanye through his publicist like many other A-list celebrities. It's better to be divisive and stay on your 10 toes than to try to be in the middle of the road and build a larger fan base. Because what ends up happening is when you build that super large fan base, now everything you do is being scrutinized and you don't have real fans because you're not being your real self. Does that make sense, chat? When you're not being your real self, you can't expect to have real fans. This is why people like Kai Cenat will never have a discussion on politics, right? This is why they'll never talk about divisive topics. This is why they'll typically stay, in middle of the road things or keep things very surface level. It's very simple, chat. You can't be opinionated and have base takes while simultaneously being extremely famous. I'm gonna say that again for you ninjas, okay? You can't be based while simultaneously having high levels of fame. It's just not gonna happen. The two are counterproductive to each other. So that's what's going on with Kanye West.
Directly.
And just so you guys, let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. So this is when The Rock went on Joe Rogan almost a year ago. So look at these comments, man. I took a shot of whiskey for every time The Rock said, yeah, I woke up in Mexico. I understand why The Rock has such a strong COVID stance. A lot of people who contracted it lost their sense of smell and couldn't tell what he was cooking. That's how I was wrong. The Rock experience, Joe Rogan. Yeah, because Joe Rogan did more talking. The strange thing is that Joey Rogan did not ask The Rock about steroids, and he always criticized him. So they put timestamps here. Jamie, pull up every episode I've ever done. Joe doing his best job and not asking actual questions. I woke up at 3 a.m. for work. Hearing The Rock say, I get to do it, is what I say to myself. I'm lucky I get to provide for my family. First 41 minutes is just The Rock agreeing to Joe Rogan's monologue. Like, Dwayne, you're right, Johnson. Like, see, the comments don't lie, bro. Like, no personality. Mind you, Joe Rogan is a pretty good interviewer, but the fact that he had to carry the conversation tells you guys everything you need to know. And that's not mistake. He probably had a very long conversation with his publicist before he did this interview and kept it very middle of the road. And people just aren't fucking with that no more. Just keep it real.
Just a question for you. When you saw the Klansman hoodie, why did you say taunting against Jewish people but didn't mention anything about black people? Yeah, but it's just interesting that of the two things you chose to lean into Jewish people and not to speak about what the Klansman hood represents.
Ah, yeah, there, got him. Fucking got him. Got him. You're only picking one group of people.
Well, both. Let's say both. I mean, they're both, the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan were both despicable people who targeted certain members of society and wanted to cause them enormous harm, if not kill them. And that's why people are finding what he's doing.
That, like, when I saw the image, I thought you were going to say something about Black America and maybe speak about the fact that Kanye is black, but you just instantly went to accusing or speaking about how Jewish people felt about it. I think that's interesting. I just find that response to be.
Yeah, the noticing will continue. The noticing will continue, man.
He's literally selling swastikas.
Yeah, Piers, if you would like to provide commentary on, if you want to provide commentary on Ye, I have maintained I'm not going to participate in Judas culture. I don't believe in the emphasis that has been placed on me, knowing that I have a personal relationship with him, to throw him under the bus publicly. It's not the person that I am spiritually, and I'm just not going to partake in it. And I've not moved on that 1 inch. And in fact, as time goes by, I feel stronger and stronger that I should not participate in that culture, because there seems to be something sadistic about the entire world condemning someone and then an individual saying, well, I need you to do it, Candace, because you have a personal relationship with him. It's strange.
Actually, you know what? We're going to move on. And I wasn't even aware you didn't want to talk about it.
Any person in the entire world that will come onto your...
He definitely knew that he didn't want to talk about it, bro. Come on, Piers. Come on, Ninja. You knew this, man. You knew this. And I don't blame Candace for not wanting to talk about it, honestly. Bro, it gets very tiring when people ask you about your friends, right, all the time, and try to put them in a bad light. Like, look, I'll defend my friends, but it's like, God damn, is that all you gonna ask?
Platform and say something about Ye.
No, honestly, it's not that. Honestly,
I've got
Candace, I've got loads of things I want to talk to you about. It's not all about Ye by any means. I just know you know him, and I know him a bit, and I'm horrified by what I'm seeing. And I just think, I think it raises a lot of issues, one of which is just on a wider point, whether anyone who's got that kind of following should be able to be so brazenly anti-Semitic, putting swastikas on, saying he's a Nazi and so on, whether anyone should be allowed to do that. actually, because by X's own rules, he breaks almost every rule they have. Most people would be suspended a long time ago.
No. X made a when Elon Musk took over X, he said he wanted to model it after the First Amendment. What Kanye is engaging in is First Amendment protected speech. See, I always laugh when foreigners come in and try to say, like, you know, what speech is free and which ones aren't. Bro, you guys are cucked in England. You guys can't say shit. We can in America. Everything that Kanye West is saying is absolutely protected speech. You might not like it, but it's protected speech. Hell, some of it I even don't agree with, but it is protected.
Well, X allows pornography, so.
Well, yeah, they allow pornography, but then they get mad about political speech. This is the problem, bro. Like, how is it that I get banned off of Meta, right, or TikTok for political speech, right, but girls are able to, like, straight up monetize their, put their OnlyFans out there on TikTok in front of kids? Crazy, bro.
Don't they? They actually took him down last time for posting pornography, legal pornography, which was ironic.
There is pornography allowed on X. It's been something that we've been speaking out about and wondering why they allowed pornography. And it only becomes a discussion when Kanye shares the pornography. But we've been speaking about that since Elon Musk took it over. I think it's ridiculous that pornography is allowed. But we don't need to get into a discussion about X's policies and things of that nature, because I've already given you my response on Ye. It's just not a relationship that I'm going to burn publicly, because there are people who are sadists and like to see it.
I respect your right to do that. I do. Entirely down to you. You don't have to comment. I only asked you because, like me, you pretty well comment on everything else and normally have very strident views. And I'd actually tell you what, I'd love to know privately what you think. Why don't we leave it at that? I'll call you afterwards and you can let me know.
That's fine.
I'd actually be really genuinely fascinated. Let's turn to Harvey Weinstein, who again, somebody else I knew for a long time, disgraced, shamed, imprisoned, and so on. You've launched a big public defense of him. Why?
It was actually, I got in touch with him kind of quite accidentally. There was a mutual party who felt that I was the only person, despite me and him having very varying views, very strongly varying views. He's on the left, obviously I'm on the right, that I was the only person that would look at his case fairly, because I have been a vocal critic of the Me Too movement. And to be completely honest, before he and I got on the phone, I believed he was guilty because, well, he was found guilty. And also because the media had even done a number on me in terms of there were just so many allegations, it was difficult to sift through or to not reasonably assume that something had to be true. And so I took a look at the case and was positively shocked at what I discovered. I believe Harvey Weinstein was wrongly convicted. And the reason that he is sitting in prison is because of the media. It was a trial by media and not a trial based on the facts. Now, I want to be very clear here. This does not mean that I think Harvey Weinstein is an upstanding citizen or a moral person. He was completely immoral. That's why he found himself in this circumstance. He was cheating on his wife and by my regard, therefore, cheating on his children. But that's not, you don't put somebody away for rape because you think that they're immoral or that they abuse their power. Hollywood has operated.
And the reality also with the Weinstein thing, and I've talked about this too, a lot of these women, bro, they wanted these roles. They wanted to become an actress. They wanted this, and he was like, "Hey, you got a SMD, man." And a lot of them obliged, consensually. They didn't have to do it, but they did it because they wanted to be thoughts. But then, right, and this is the problem with the Me Too movement. We basically allow women, right, we give them all this authority to make their own sexual decisions, right? That's what feminism is. Hey, your body, your choice, right? So how is it that we give them the authority and autonomy to kill a baby? But then when they go ahead and make a bad sexual decision, we go ahead and clean up the mess and let them go ahead and push charges against the guy because they retroactively withdraw consent. Like Gavin Newsom's wife, who claims that she was raped by Harvey Weinstein, when in reality, more than likely, it was probably consensual. She wanted a movie role. She got the movie role, then she felt dirty with herself after the fact. That's the problem. These women are retroactively, they're withdrawing consent after the fact. Can't do that shit. But we facilitated that through the Me Too era. The Me Too era has allowed us, excuse me, let me rephrase that. The Me Too era has allowed women to make poor sexual decisions and not deal with the consequences of said poor sexual decisions. because we give them a get-out-of-free jail card. Woman gets caught cheating on her man. Instead of being honest about it and knowing that she's a 304 and he wants to break up with her, she says, oh, he manipulated me. He raped me. He essayed me. When in reality, it was all consensual. But this is the double dip that a lot of women are able to use. They're able to claim victim when it benefits them. But then at the same time, they could claim that they're responsible members of society and adults with autonomy when it benefits them. This is why the Me Too movement has been exposed. This is why the Me Too movement has been proven to be a lie most of the time. Because it's been used and weaponized by thoughts. Let's just call a spade a fucking spade. That's what it is. The Me Too movement has been used and weaponized by thoughts to not deal with the consequences of their actions and skirt accountability. That's what it is. Now, I know a lot of people don't like to hear this. I know a lot of people might say that that's sexist. I know a lot of people might say that's offensive, Byron. But it's the truth. I find it preposterous that we can let women decide if they want to kill an unborn child. They have all this fucking latitude, my body, my choice. But when it comes to them making a bad sexual decision, we'll bail them out and say, oh, well, no. You're a victim. Maybe you didn't know. He manipulated you. It doesn't make sense. If we're going to treat women like equal members of society and give them all the same rights and privileges as men, fine. That means that they also have to bear the same responsibilities and consequences as men. And this is my issue with feminism. Feminism lets women pick and choose when they want to be adults. And this Harvey Weinstein situation is a perfect example of that.
Operated the same way for a very long time. It is a world in which people will prostitute themselves, women will prostitute themselves for parts, for a chance at becoming famous. And it is rightfully, New York just overturned the decision and is sending it back down to the lower courts because they had the appellate judges, acknowledge the fact that it was essentially a kangaroo court. They were convicting him on character and not based on any of the facts.
I mean, over 90 other women came forward to say or to make allegations of sexually criminal behavior against him. Does that not give you pause for thought, the sheer volume of people all with similar stories? If you've ever felt like you're being watched online, it's unfortunately because you are. Hundreds of companies, so-called data brokers, watch and record everything you do on the internet. Even if you're using incognito mode or private tabs, they can scan the QR code.
To meet him, it just, your brain kind of comes undone and you recognize, wow, what happened here was wrong. And like I said, it doesn't condone his behavior. It doesn't condone recognize.
Hey guys, do me a favor. We got, let me see here how many likes we got here, ninjas. What? No way, we got 56. We got 1.1. Guys, let's hit 2,000 likes, bro. Let's go. Let's go 2,000 likes, ninjas. We got almost 5,000 you guys in here. So let's get 5,000 likes, ninjas. Sorry, 2,000 likes. 2,000.
Recognizing your power in Hollywood and recognizing that women will sleep with you simply because they think that you're a conduit to their success. But wrong is wrong, and Harvey and I don't have to agree on politics or agree on moral character or agree on theology in order for me to say that he was wrongfully, in my belief, wrongfully convicted and should be freed.
And also, status matters a lot to women. That's another thing that people forget. Women are absolutely attracted to status. They also wanted him, probably a little bit for him even though he's not the best looking guy, pause, because women are wildly attracted to status.
I spoke to him for over an hour when he went to the sex clinic after the scandal first blew up, but before he'd been convicted of any crimes. And he told me a lot of stuff there, which was certainly fascinating. I don't know how much of it was true or not. I'd known Harvey a long time. He'd stood in for me, actually, on my show at CNN for a week, as my stand-in. He was me for a week. And it, really, he was very distressed at the time, spewing out all this stuff, which, if even half of it was true, certainly gave a different perspective about his interactions with a lot of actresses, that it was, in his estimation, very transactional. And that was clearly what he felt, which is clearly what he's communicated to you. I mean, he's been in prison quite a while now. He's had a lot of health issues. How did he seem to you?
He's still Harvey. I mean, he's powerful. And that was something that also caught me off guard, that he's been sitting in a prison cell. He's genius. There's no question. I mean, obviously, he's made a mark in Hollywood because he's a creative genius and he's writing scripts right now. He believes that he will be freed one day because you have to have that perspective. You have to have that positive perspective, or you would become, I think, probably mentally unhealthy. And so it's interesting. We are so different in many ways. but I've grown to understand the business side of Harvey, and you can definitely sense that he's optimistic about the court having overturned it. And I think the same will happen in Los Angeles, which to me was the most egregious, verdict in all of it. And the New York ones are pretty hideous. And it really just shows you the power of these social justice movements that pursue social justice, but not true justice, which means they just need someone to hang at the end of the day after a movement grows too big. And Harvey was the person that they moved to hang for Me Too.
I mean, that dovetails neatly with Andrew Tate, who was on your show after he left Romania recently. Again, I've interviewed him a number of times. The Tate, a lot of people think here, let's play the clip from Andrew on your show first, and I'll ask you a question about it.
Let's pretend this is about law and order, and they're truly concerned for the citizens of Florida. Then follow me around with secret police and investigate me in quiet, and if you find something, arrest me. Why the song? Why the dance? Why the press? Why the public? Why are you doing all of this if you're not trying to divert people away from the important things? The important things, like all the actual crime and corruption that's happening.
But do you feel they are also, him and his brother, unfairly targeted by, if you like, the all-embracing Me Too movement?
Yeah, so I can tell you, I objectively took a look at their Romanian case and their Romanian case only. And years before everybody else, years before it got sent back down, I said that there's nothing in this case. Like, I mean, this case is just not going to pass. And it seems to me to be like over judicial. And I was proven correct on that. And people were angry at me because they said, well, look at these videos they made 10 years ago. Do you agree? No, I obviously don't agree with that. But again, you can't convict somebody on character. We have to actually take a look at the cases that are before them. And I have 3 sons now, or I'm soon to have my 3rd son in a couple of weeks. And it's just not something that I can get behind. If we're going to put men in prison, it has to be on the basis of the allegations that are against them. In Romania, I knew that case would fall apart. Extremely disappointed in what Ron DeSantis did, because what Ron DeSantis did is exactly what the left did when the AG, Attorney General Letitia James, said, I don't like Trump and I will therefore find a crime, right? I think what happened that day, and this has been a remarkable level of cowardice that DeSantis has displayed over and over again, is that he listens to his donors. It's why I never supported him. I never supported him over Trump for this very reason. My suspicion.
And we all know who his donors are, man. The kosher mafia. Love DeSantis.
Is he got word very late in the day that Andrew Tate was landing. A bunch of neocons texted him. A lot of them live in Florida and said, this can't happen. This can't happen. And he bristled. And
by neocons, yeah, we know what that means.
You see that in the first.
I get it. Candace is on Piers, so she's got to be careful. But yeah, we know what that means.
Press conference. He's not welcome here. What does that mean? He's not been convicted of a crime. What do you mean he's not welcome here? He holds an American passport and he's not been convicted of a crime. The correct position of strength to have on
that is crazy to say that just because he came in. That is wild. You can't deny a U.S. citizen entry into the United States. That's illegal.
That would have been, I hate everything about this Andrew Tate character. I hate what he represents.
Guys, I'm going to drop the YouTube link in here so you guys can go ahead and like the video on YouTube. All right, ninjas? Like the video over there. I'm dropping a link on Rumble and on Castle Club, guys. Let's get to 2,000 likes. Get that engagement up, ninjas.
I hate the culture that he's bringing, but he's an American citizen and he's going to be treated as such. Instead, they said, we'll find something. And then they began the fishing expedition, which I just stand against, whether it's Trump, whether it's Tate, whether it was you, Piers Morgan. If it was you, Piers Morgan, my platform would be used to say this is wrong. This is not the way. We shouldn't be running America like a Soviet regime. Show me the man and I'll show you the crime. He should do something. And then we should look at the evidence, as Pam Bondi said in her hearing for confirmation. That's the way the judicial system is supposed to run. We are aware of a crime and we are investigating that crime. And that crime has led us to this person.
You've got 3 sons. I've got 3 sons. When I interviewed Tate and see other interviews with him, there's a lot I would agree with about how young men, that's why they gravitate to him, right? About taking care of yourself, working out, clean living, all that kind of stuff. That's all fine. And the sort of empowering language use, that's all fine. But the big problem I have with him, putting aside all the allegations, which I just don't know the truth of them. Honestly, I just don't know. But putting on that side, the sort of brazen misogyny that he comes out with, I don't like that aspect.
Bruh. Here's the thing. Misogyny, the definition of misogyny is hating women. Bro, being critical of women or saying the truth about biological differences between the genders does not mean you hate women, bro. Like, everyone likes to throw this misogyny term out there. And I know this because literally I'm like Captain Misogyny nowadays. Like, people just like to throw this term around, misogyny, anytime that you have a fundamentally different worldview of men and women. But here's the thing I find interesting, right? If I say, right, that, hold on one sec, chat. If I say men and women are different, right? And that women are weaker than men and men need to protect the women and they should be the providers, nobody's going to get mad at me. Nobody's going to care. People are going to say, yeah, Myron, you're right. You're 100% right. We need to protect and cherish our women. Because I've said this many times. Protect, provide, provision. That's your fucking job as a man. Pay for the date. Lead the date. Be the leader that she can look up to. Be decisive. Be assertive. Be dominant. Right? You're responsible for her and your family. When I say this, I agree. But then when I say, well, she needs to also submit to your authority and not be a thought. Even Frank looking at me crazy. It's like, what the fuck, nigga? But it's true. Because this is the problem. Just like we did discuss with the Me Too movement and Harvey Weinstein, women want it both ways. They want to be treated like a lady and get all the benefits of being treated like a lady and a wife, but they don't want to be a wife. They want to be married, but they don't want to be a wife. They want you to pay all the bills, but they be the boss. They want you to commit to them, even though they're a 304. So the math doesn't math. And this is the problem. And this is a disconnect. Anyone that's critical of this, like I am, gets called a misogynist. No. I don't hate women. I understand them. And when you understand them, you understand that you're not going to tolerate certain bullshit. I refuse to be a fucking plow horse for a woman that doesn't deserve it. I refuse. The fuck am I going to do? Go out there into the world, make money, become successful, etc. And then she's not going to adhere to her roles. I adhere to mine. Why can't she adhere to hers? We're in this fucking clown world where a woman can literally do anything, say anything, behave in any way with zero consequence. I'm here to say, fuck that shit. You want a man that could do certain things? Cool. You need to give him something back in return. We have no burden of performance on women anymore. And if you go ahead and you take this talking point that I have, they will immediately say that you're a misogynist. But we don't call women misandrists when they call men broke. We don't call women misandrists when they call men ugly or losers or lame. Women are openly able to criticize men in every single way with zero consequence. And we never call them misandrists. Hell, most people don't even know what misandry fucking means, if we're going to be honest here. Misandry is the hatred of men. But women openly practice it with zero consequence. I've literally had women come on my show and just say straight up, I hate men. And I ask them, are you misandrous? And they say, what? Stupid. Because no one uses that term. But being critical of women almost automatically puts you in a box that you're a misogynist. No, it's called holding women accountable and wanting something in return for being a good provider. If you want a traditional man that's going to take care of you and protect you and provision for you, you need to not be a slut and a bad girlfriend or a bad wife. It's very simple. Men don't ask for much. And when we do ask for these things, they have the fucking nerve to call us misogynists. And a lot of the times it happens, I hate to say it, it happens with virtue signal guys like fucking Piers. Piers is clearly blue-pilled and doesn't understand this deregulated sexual marketplace has made it almost impossible for men to find a girl that's worthy of anything.
At all. As a mum of 3 sons who has strong personal principles, what do you feel about that side of it? If they started, when they're older, watching Andrew Tate and he's saying women should stay at home and they should do this and do that, how do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not offended by the idea that women should stay home. I think that's great. My grandmother stayed home, and I told you I'm not a modern feminist, so that doesn't offend me. But to your other points, I know what you're referring to, and what I've always maintained is that Andrew Tate and his brother were actually a response to a misandrist culture, women that hated men. Before Andrew Tate, Lena Dunham's, if there's something that you don't like,
let's fucking go, man. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. I didn't watch this interview, by the way, chat. I didn't watch this interview. I'm literally watching it for the first time with you guys. Let's fucking go, man. Me and Candace are on the same wavelength when it comes to this shit. I've been saying this for years, that we have an open we have a society with open misandry. Open misandry. And no one gives a fuck at all I'm so happy that she's talking about this on Piers Morgan. Because it's one thing when a man says this shit, it's another thing when a woman says it. Let's just be honest. A lot of people are going to be like, yeah, Byron, I don't like you, so I'm not going to listen to what you say. All right, nigga, well, here you go. Here's Candace Owens saying it. Hopefully some of these Shaniquas that hate me will listen to what Candace is saying.
If neocons texted him, a lot of them find something, and then they began the fishing expedition, which I just stand
out, you know, clean living, all that kind of stuff. That's all fine, and I just don't know the truth of them. Honestly, I just don't know. But putting on that aside, the sort of brazen misogyny that he comes out with, I don't like that aspect at all. As a mum of 3 sons who has, you know, strong personal principles, what do you feel about that side of it? If they started when they're older watching Andrew Tate and he's saying women should stay at home and they should do this and do that.
1.3K likes, guys. Let's get to 2,000 ninjas.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not offended by the idea that women should stay home. I think that's great. My grandmother stayed home, and I told you I'm not a modern feminist, so that doesn't offend me. But to your other points, I know what you're referring to, and what I've always maintained is that Andrew Tate and his brother were actually a response to a misandrist culture, women that hated men. Before Andrew Tate, there was Lena Dunham. There was Lena Dunham saying terrible things about the patriarchy, about men ain't this. There were Beyonce albums, there were Taylor Swift albums, and people want to pretend that that's not relevant. Men were getting beat over the head over and over again for just being men, being told your tail needs to be between your legs at all times. There's just something wrong with masculinity. There were all of these fruity terms, toxic masculinity. And finally, you get some guys that stand up and they say, you know what? No, the girls suck. The girls are actually this. The women are not anything. And suddenly the culture goes, I don't know where this is coming from. Well, it came from toxic femininity, actually, is what bred this. And that's exactly actually one of the things that I'm bringing up in my book, which is publishing in a couple of months. Make them a sandwich. It gets into the history of exactly.
Oh, yeah. I think she's going to come in when her book is released. She'll be here, guys. So Candace will be back on the show. Don't worry. Where the hell were we? My bad. Did I just lose it? Oh.
What we're speaking about. How did we arrive at this culture? Women produced it. So you can thank Lena Dunham's if there's something that you don't like about what Andrew Tate says.
That's funny, though. Make him a sandwich.
And why young men are following him, we've got to go backwards and take a look at the women who brought forth this modern feminist movement, which was really just about hating men.
I actually agree with you. I think you make a very good point there. I do think it was toxic femininity that led to...
About damn time, Piers.
...the fight back. And it's tricky with the Tates because I do think some of the stuff they do strays into toxic masculinity by that definition. And
that's what women want, though, bro. Like, and here's the thing. You don't get it. And this is the problem with, like, a lot of these older men. Right? So with a lot of these guys that are in committed long-term relationships, right? Like the guys from Daily Wire, Piers Morgan, etc. These men have no grasp, no concept whatsoever of the current sexual marketplace, right? And we live in a sexual marketplace where basically women control almost everything, all right? They're the gatekeepers of sex and everything else. So what ended up happening here in this situation is that since women are the ones deciding who gets laid and who doesn't, women's standards have went up thanks to social media and online dating. So what's ended up happening is most women have an overinflated sense of self-worth and sexual market value. A 5 will think she's a 7 or an 8, right? So since women have hypergamy, right, or are hypergamous, if she feels like she's a 7, she's going to want at least a 9, right? But the problem is that she's really like a 4. But because of the internet, because of filters, because of men giving her attention, she's basically overinflated her own sense of self-worth and thinks that she deserves something more. Or she might have hooked up with one of these men that are higher status, thanks to the internet or a dating app, and think that this is the caliber of guy I can actually retain, when in reality, all she could do is just get that guy to have sex with her, but not actually take her seriously. So this is why we have this disconnect. And Piers Morgan, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, all these guys, like Matt Walsh, like all these guys are married religious dudes or been in a long-term relationship for years. They have no idea of how modern women navigate the sexual marketplace now. So you need guys like me, like Andrew Tate, like Tristan, etc., that are telling you guys what the fuck it is. The days of traditional courtship are gone. If you go ahead and you practice traditional courtship in 2025 and beyond, in this new era of dating, you're going to get trampled. You're going to have a really bad time because women have changed significantly. Men haven't changed much, but it's the women that have changed the most. So when people like Piers say that this is toxic masculinity, oh, it's misogynistic or whatever, what they don't understand is that we've gone so far left with allowing female fuckery that men have to adapt to the new normal. Make no mistake about it, guys. When it comes to getting laid, men are the ones that need to adapt to the situation. Women create the situation, and then men must adapt to the situation. That's how it goes. So when you see toxic masculinity, or you see guys speaking in a certain way, or you see men behave in a certain way, that's them adapting to the sexual marketplace that they're currently in. Many modern women are fucking insufferable nowadays, but you don't know this. You still think it's 1955 versus 2025. You still think being a gentleman and a nice guy works like 1955, but in reality it's going to get you crushed in 2025. And this is why I have such a big issue with a lot of these older guys that are in long-term relationships, have been married for 20, 30, 40 years, that have no fucking grasp of how modern women operate today.
It's just the misogyny stuff. If they cut that out, a lot of what they say about how...
If they cut it out, they would not be able to effectively help men in this new normal sexual marketplace. If they cut it out, they would effectively be neutering themselves. The dating game nowadays is a fucking gunfight. And Piers is telling you to continue using knives in a gunfight. That's what Piers is basically saying. Oh, you don't need this rhetoric, blah, blah. Bro, this is the new normal. This is the new normal.
Young men should conduct themselves, I'm fine with. So no problem with it. It's just when they get into the treating women like doormats and stuff, I don't like it. Anyway, let's move on to somebody else who may or may not have visa issues, currently has one, Mahmoud Khalil.
All right, we're going to talk about Mahmoud Khalil here in a second with that. And I got a video, actually, a really good video that breaks this down. Looks like Andrew's doing a debate. Hold on, Frank.
It appears that the Trump administration...
All right. We're going to talk about that as well. Let me read some chats, though, before we do that. Let's see. All right. As a Mexican, I'm no fan of EBT people, but damn, does she a fine black queen. All right. Nah, bro, you always call shit before it happens. Give me 5 random numbers, okay? Kim Pop, I sent a chat in on the after hours and wasn't read. Sent more just to make sure it got read, okay? Yo, man, Stupid is just tweeted saying the JFK Files are released. Did he? Hold on.
People who studied the assassination of John F. Kennedy are eager for today's...
No. Here, let me go to his Twitter right now. I don't see it, bro. No, I don't see it. I'm looking, but I don't see it. Okay. That's what I was saying. Piers Morgan is very unethical. Okay. Cover Zone, that's what I was saying. Oh, no, got that. DDG won't push up on DJ Academics, though, which is yet crazy part. I know, bro, he won't because he knows what time it is. That boy DDG ain't respond yet. I used to fuck with DDG, but he be on that line instigating BS. Yeah, bro. He has line. Fresh gonna talk about it later tonight. But yeah, dude, DDG, nigga lied for. And if you guys notice, he gave a different story than his friend when his friend called him, or when he called his friend. To be the first to break ceasefire, well, all the deals they're making is gonna be the end of Israel. Only weirdo serial killers really believe they can get away with murder and face no consequences. Even their so-called friends have limits. We'll see, man. Papaya says, subscribe. Shout out to you, bro. Welcome to Castle Club. All you guys that join Castle Club, man, you niggas get a big Don DeMarco and a shout out. It's only $35 a month, guys. You get access to us. We're going to have a Zoom call tomorrow with you guys, actually. AJ Sandy Balls, okay. Martin, is it possible for Israel to be lying about Hamas having hostages just to keep the war going? No, because they know how many hostages they have. Revoke the 19th. Martin, did you see the clip where DDG said you talk a lot, but you wouldn't dare step in a ring with him? Bro, that nigga's 150 pounds, bro. That's like, what? I step in a ring and beat him up. For what? Bro is unhealthy as hell, man. He literally pushes his finger into his leg and there's an indent. I think he needs to focus on his health before trying to fight niggas, bro. Mine is the same as here, Mr. Mool. Okay, got you. Natalie Wisdom from Mod. Cool. I'm not on YouTube. I'm watching on Locals right now. All right. Let's see here. Some other chats. Okay, so Baby Bunker says, here is the file. So it looks like the JFK stuff is out. Did the website get crashed, bro? Oh, nigga gave me the wrong link. Come on, Drewski. Nigga gave me the wrong link, bro. Hold on. All right. So it looks like March 18, 2025 release. All right, we'll dive into this real quick. Emac James says, question for you, Myra. What's the point of the great noticing if there's nothing happen within the country? People are waking up, bro. People got to wake up first. I went to a singles event last week, and the ratio was 6 girls to 2 guys. Why do you think men ain't going to the club or events anymore, and how can it change? Well, the problem is with these single events, bro, is it typically draws really ugly chicks. I'll just keep it all the way a million with you, bro. A lot of times the girls are ugly. That's why guys don't go to these single events, or they just don't know about it. It's like older fucking spinsters. Like, even if Americans knew about 9/11 and MLK, nothing would really happen. Well, I don't know, bro. I don't think you understand how many people don't know about this shit. All right, let's go back to... Let's close this out.
It's a complicated one here because you and I are big supporters of free speech. This guy is
not you so much, bro. Not you so much, Piers. You call for censorship, bro.
Married to an American woman who's 8 months pregnant with their child. He's a permanent US resident with a green card. He was leading these protests on the campus, but he doesn't seem to have engaged directly in illegal acts himself. But I thought Marco Rubio had a good point when he said, had he put down his support for Hamas, for example, which this group have definitely done, been very vocal in support of him, had he put that on his application for the green card, it probably would have been rejected on that ground. And so why wouldn't they have the right now to kick him out, given he's on a green card and he, hid these views until he made them public? The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world, and with April the 15th now fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever.
Rubio say that, but he said if any person puts down that they support Hamas, then we would get rid of them. No one yet has produced any evidence that he supported Hamas. And
well, the organization that he was fronting, well, the organization has. The organization has. The CUAD has.
The AP debunked that.
Yeah.
The AP, I don't know if you know this up until the minute, but the AP has debunked that. He was actually not a part of the organization CUAD. And in fact, the video is now making the rounds of him from April of last year when he comes out and speaks to the press and says, I'm not a member or affiliated with CUAD. I'm actually here just trying to facilitate negotiations between the university and the CUAD organization. So thus far, and this is at least up to the minute from the AP and also from his own mouth before he could have possibly known he was going to be arrested 1 year later, he's not affiliated with this organization. So there's a lot of lies that we're kind of have to sort through of people that are warring. I'm very open, as I've said from the beginning. If it is proven that he was a part of any organization or if he personally handed out a pamphlet that was about violence, you would have me on board. I am consistent on the fact, and I don't know why they didn't just pick, there were plenty of students who got violent, who broke the law, who were arrested. Why did we make him the poster child for this? This was, to me, just an unforced error. There were so many students to choose from, and they chose this person who hasn't been arrested for anything, doesn't appear to be a part of CUAD, and also isn't here on a short-term visa. He has a green card. He is a United States resident, and that upsets me, obviously, because I am married to a Brit. He is here on a green card, and so it is important for me to know what was the why was this decision determined.
I have a thing about that. Yeah, her husband. Yeah, bro. Technically, if he said anything, niggas could deport him.
What are the actual facts? Because if you don't think we're going to get bit by this when the Democrats have power, we almost did. We did get bit by this with January 6th. If I had been there that day when my husband had just been deported because, well, she's here and we don't like these viewpoints that are being espoused on January 6th, so we're just going to deport and ask no further questions, I need them to provide us with something concrete as to why they pursued him and not the many other students who were actually breaking the law that day.
Well, it's interesting about the CUAD because I didn't know that update on that. And that does change it because it seems to me all the reasons to deport him they've been putting out there are to do with him fronting this organization, which has been very vocal in espousing pro-Hamas sentiment, in talking about violence being the answer and so on. If he genuinely is not a paid-up member of this group and has, never been, that's a very different situation.
Right. And not even Marco Rubio said that he was a member of the group. So all we had were a bunch of Zionist accounts that were saying he was a leader of this group. And I was just going, I don't need to listen to Twitter chatter. I actually just need the facts. And people that are saying, oh, we shouldn't be privy to them. Let's be very clear. The White House chose to make him the poster boy.
Yeah.
The White House chose to post Shalom. So now we're all interested and we want the facts. And people are going, well, we don't have them or we're not ready to give them. That to me doesn't pass the sniff.
That is crazy too. Mr. TT Kaka says says the files are here. Okay, cool. I got to open. I'll pull them up. Halimi says, big up, bro. Do you think Israel planned due to Ramadan? Yep, they definitely did. Okay, I'm caught up.
Sniff test. And again, the reason why I'm angry about this is only because, or I'm fired up about it rather, is only because I can just see us getting bit by this when Trump is out of office and the Democrats.
And you guys that are watching the stream on Twitter, do me a favor, guys. Retweet this stream. Retweet this stream, guys. We're cooking on X. Got a good amount of you guys watching live on X right now as well. So retweet the stream, man. I know a lot of you guys like to watch these broadcasts on X, so retweet it. I'd appreciate that. Let's get more people in here.
Yeah. Are in power.
I think inevitably that's what's going to happen. Just quickly, Ben Shapiro, who you used to work with, obviously, we won't relitigate all that as to why you're not, but Derek Chauvin, he wants him pardoned. Let's take a look.
If we are issuing pardons, however, there is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges for.
The Chauvin stuff. Let's go.
It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges.
You agree?
I disagree for several reasons. The first reason is because I don't believe Derek Chauvin would want that. I was kind of surprised to see that, obviously, because I worked on an entire documentary when I was at the Daily Wire, and I had communication with Derek Chauvin's family, his friends, and to my knowledge, they did not reach out to them before doing this. And it seemed to be, sign up and we'll get this over to Trump or whatever, which is, email gathering, so to speak. And if you are going to be passionate about this issue, you should know the facts are that he's finally in a good prison. The first prison, when his mother was crying to me on the phone, that
he got stabbed, guys, while he was in federal custody by an informant.
He was in was something like 9x9, and he was basically confined to solitary for 23 hours per day. And she broke down on the phone crying with me about this. That was the state's prison because he's got charges. He was charged, found guilty at the state level and the federal level. So once they were...
But the federal level, which I've talked to you guys about before, the federal case was heavily contingent upon a state case being found guilty. So then he was transferred to the federal prison after he got found guilty on the federal side.
Moved him from there, and he was found guilty on the federal level. He was brought to a prison in Arizona where he was stabbed. And that was, I think, it was media.
Yeah, some informant stabbed him, bro. Because he didn't like his, because he was like some Black Lives Matter fucking weirdo.
And then they moved him where he is now, which is a low-level security prison that's based in Texas, and he's much happier there. If you revoke the federal, if he pardons him on the federal, he will get transferred back to the state. And so I would just like to know what guided that. I would have appreciated if you're going to get involved in that, I think you have to speak to the family and make sure it's something that they actually want. And my imagination, having spoken to his mother again, that was years ago, is that they would much prefer a pardon on the state level to happen, which would mean that any organization that's trying to do this because it's the moral and right thing should be getting behind someone who can make...
Yes, a presidential pardon will only get him out federally, but he's going to need a state pardon from the governor of Minnesota to get out of the state charges. Which, is it still Waltz? Is it still Tampon Tim? Yep, okay, still Tim Waltz. Who, obviously, as you guys know, ran unsuccessfully and lost with Kamala Harris. They call him Tampon Tim. Nigga sus as hell, man. Let me close out some of these tabs. We'll get to the JFK stuff.
Make that state pardon happen, a gubernatorial race, so to speak, in Michigan.
Again, guys, get involved in the show, MyronGainsX.com or Rumble Rant In. Those are the best ways to participate in the show. Rumble Rant or MyronGainsX.com.
But ultimately, do you personally feel he was wrongly convicted of murder.
Oh, absolutely. And that was the whole thesis.
And shout out to all you guys watching on X. We're live right now on X, YouTube, and Rumble. I see the chats. I see you guys in X chat. Shout out to you guys, man. We're going to turn this thing into a big X broadcast as well. So shout out to you guys watching live on X. See a couple of you guys retweeted the thing. And also, just so you guys know, the chat screen that I have on screen here, you guys can all talk to each other. Because if you guys look at the chat there, I got Rumble, YouTube, and X together. So you guys could literally, like, I'll give you an example, right? So let me type in right here, Rumble beats YouTube, right? Boom. See my chat? It pops up right there, and everybody can see it. So if you're watching the stream right now, you can literally see the chats from all the different chats, and it shows the emblem of where they came from. So y'all niggas can literally have a battle between the platforms if you guys want. So that's a big reason why I made the chat that way. Shout out to Bills for helping me with this. But all the chats, I know that, guys, I know the JFK files are online. I have them right here. I know, chat. Relax. I'm going to go through the files after this. Don't worry. But anyway, yeah, so you guys can literally talk with each other. So all you guys that are watching the stream on X or YouTube or on Rumble, y'all could go ahead and chat. Your chat is delayed about 30 seconds. No, it's not, bro. James Cooler, you're going to see your shit come up right now. Yeah, so you guys can literally talk to each other regardless of what platform you're on. So if you're watching on Rumble, you can still talk to the people watching on YouTube. If you're on X, you can talk to the people on YouTube and on Rumble. All the chats are combined into one. Castle Club, I want to put y'all niggas in there, but you guys be going too crazy. Like, if I activate the Castle Club, here, boom. Now you guys are going to see the Castle Club guys come in. Right? You're going to see Castle Club guys coming in now here in a second. I just activated it. You should see a test. Let's see here. Hold on. Did I activate it? I think I activated it. Maybe I didn't activate it. Anyway, I'll fix this shit. Let's go back to what we're doing.
Of my entire documentary looking into the case. That was another one where, like a Harvey Weinstein, he was hung because of a social movement, and people didn't know the facts regarding that case. They didn't know anything about his fentanyl levels. They didn't know. They still thought he cried out to his mom and said, "Mama, mama." That was actually what he called his girlfriend. And when you look at prior arrests, because he was arrested all the time in that area.
Yeah, she did a documentary on this, which actually was a actually pretty good. It was on a Daily Wire, actually. So.
He says, "I want mama, I want mama." And so, you know, it's a sad case. Drug addiction is sad on its face. And I was happy to speak with his roommates about that and understand the struggle that he was going through. And if the media hadn't gotten involved, this should have been a case to bring Americans together because of the opioid crisis, something that black, white, no matter who you are in this country, you would understand what drugs does to families in general. And instead they went the racial route, and the media, and particularly, I'm sorry, I said Michigan before.
Yeah, see, now you can see the Cast Club chat. It's in there now. Yeah, but y'all niggas are talking crazy. I got to take y'all off. God damn, bro. You guys trying to get me banned, bro.
Or I might say Minnesota, particularly Minnesota, the Attorney General withheld information from the public that would have made them realize this was never a case that was about race. It was really about, you know, fentanyl.
And it's a case of a police officer who knelt on someone's neck for way too long. I mean, we can accept that, can't we?
That's actually not a fact either. You should watch my documentary. So the angle from Darnella's cell phone, if you look at something from the front, it looks like they're on that he's on his neck, his right knee's on his neck, but actually what he has him in is just under his neck, which is what the police officers are
on his back, and that is what the police officers are taught. I showed you guys an image of in the academy what Derek Chauvin was taught about that.
Taught to do when you put someone on the ground. And I also want to be clear, they tried to peaceably arrest him. They had him in the back of a cruiser. If you actually watch the full arrest tape, he begs to be taken out, and he begs to be put
and he says, "I can't breathe" from there, and he did say, "Put me on the ground." I showed you guys this before.
On the ground. George Floyd asked to be put on the ground. And so the standard police procedure is to put the knee just below the neck here. which even right now, if you're looking at me from the front, it might look like I'm holding on my neck, but I'm not. I'm actually holding my back. So there's a lot of stuff that the public should be ready to have that conversation about. And maybe on the anniversary of the George Floyd riots, I'll do something on my podcast to show them the full arrest tape, because it changes everything when you see it.
One of the other ongoing massive talking points about whether he was guilty or not of what people thought he was guilty of, Michael Jackson. Let's watch a clip. This is you talking about Michael Jackson.
He wanted to stand up for these small guys and say, we cannot allow these sorts of things to go on anymore. Take a listen.
Record companies really, really do conspire against their artists. They steal, they cheat, they do whatever they can, especially the black artists. Sony, Tommy Mottola. Tommy Mottola is the president of the record division. He is a mean, he's a racist, and he's very, very, very devilish.
What's his name? Tommy Mottola? Let's look this nigga up real quick. Frank, stop. Go to your bed, buddy. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Okay. Italian. $76 years old. God damn, bro.
That clip was from 2002, his declaration of war on the industry of people who he was alleging was intentionally stealing and selling artists short, and who he no longer wanted to work with because he wanted to be a free agent. He wanted nothing to do with these people. And as Ian said, he was fighting this war privately, and he was winning. At least he was winning it in the courtroom.
I mean, it's a fascinating case. I mean, I interviewed Jackson once. You know, a lot of people feel very strongly both ways about Michael Jackson. There's no doubt this new bombshell documentary coming out this week, Leaving Neverland 2, it repeats the allegations that Jackson was a paedophile, and it all got covered up and bought off and so on. What do you feel about that? I mean, Jackson, to me, he was a very strange guy. He was pretty creepy in the way that he went about his life. At best, he's openly sharing his bed with 13-year-old boys or younger again and again and again and again and again. That's not normal behavior for
Well, the thing with Michael Jackson is he never grew up. You guys got to remember, this is someone that was born into stardom, right? Was a performer his whole life. So he never had a childhood. So for him, he's like Peter Pan. He's an adult, but he's like 10 years old in brain development as a human.
A guy in his 40s, 50s. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he was sexually abusing them. Where do you sit with this?
I was someone who similarly believed the allegations against him until I looked into it. And what I said on my podcast holds. He was somebody who was going to war with the record labels and was winning. And then suddenly there were all of these allegations that he was a pedophile. And when you look into the genesis of those allegations, it was a father who drugged his son, literally drugged his son, to make him say that Michael Jackson molested him. And that ends up being a really tragic story. You have his sister, who was married to a sort of Russian immigrant gangster who forced her to say that the allegations were true, LaToya Jackson. And it's quite stunning what happened to him, but it's something that we see happen a lot when you have artists who are talented, who seek to go out on their own. This still happens today, whether it's in the news business, whether it's in podcasting, or whether it's in music. You will suddenly see the news conspire to smear these people, whether it's a pedophile, whether it's as an anti-Semite. That's what I got when I left an organization, and suddenly I had a squeaky clean record and the media came after me. So I think we are understanding now what the media beast is. And it tends to be when people cannot be controlled, it thinks that it can whip them, like it can just kind of lash at them and come after them, and we will destroy you if you are not a voice that we can control. And so I am not somebody that is moved by the press making allegations. It's almost the contrary. When the press really attacks someone, I'm inclined to believe them. That's how it works now, because I've just seen so many of these cases where they just lie blatantly, and it's about taking down somebody who they can't control.
And we know who runs that media, man.
Whether that be Tucker Carlson, who's going through it this week. God forbid you have a conversation that people don't like, and it's because he can't be controlled.
Yeah, and if you have that conversation about Israel, they go crazy.
Whether it's Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, or Michael Jackson, he was just a little bit before his time, and I wish I could have been older when that was happening, because I would have been a voice for clarity and showed people the things that the media wasn't showing them.
I mean, some would say, come off it, Candace. Look at what you're doing to Brigitte Macron, the First Lady of France. You know, telling the world she's a man. Now Tucker's repeating that she's a man. She's not a man. She's a woman. You're waging a campaign against her to denigrate her in the public eye. What do you say to the charge of hypocrisy?
Debatable.
I think that people have been asking me to get back onto your show because you owe me some money now that my series has completed and it's gone worldwide, and that's how the truth works. I'm certain you haven't watched it because the majority opinion is that she was born a man now, and that's because rather than allowing people to just say it was crazy, I just took the time and showed them all of the overwhelming evidence that it was true. Look, we live in a time where there are transgendered people. Brigitte.
All right, let's go through some of these JFK files. All right, so as you guys can see, the JFK files just got dropped. We're here on the website, Assassination Records, and these are the records that came out in 2025. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me message Cory so he can help us interpret some of this stuff. See if he's available. And for those of you guys that are wondering, I'm talking about Cory Hughes. All right, I just messaged them. All right, let's go through it, Ninja. So, let's put all. Hale. A lot of PDFs here. Lots and lots of PDFs, chat, as you guys can see here. This all came out today. This guy, Frank, man. What, bro? What do you want now? You want some food? Here, let me. Yeah, I love you too. Hold on. Let me. You want to say what's up to the people real quick? Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Sit. Frank, sit. Sit. Hold on. All right, come here. You want to say what's up to the people? Keep fucking grabbing me here. So here's Frank, guys. You guys can see. He's about 43 pounds now. Say what's up to the people, bro. Don't be shy now. You want to interrupt the show. He has a little name tag. Andrew got him this. Says his name on it. Yeah. Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I love you too. You want to say what's up to the people, bro? Look at the camera. He's kind of shy, I guess. You don't want to say anything to anybody, bro? Frank. Look how big this guy is, chat. Look at this nigga, man. He's huge. He's goddamn huge. He likes when I rub his chest. That's like his favorite. All right, buddy. You're probably hungry now. Let me get you some food. Chat, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna just give him some food and shit like that. Give me one. Oh, goddamn. Okay, bro. All right. Are you trying to slash? Like, goddamn. Okay, you trying to slash? I get it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I love you too, man. He's a handsome guy, isn't he, guys? He literally is, bro. This nigga handsome as hell, man. Look at this guy. Frank. And for those of you guys that are wondering, because I know I got a lot of new viewers here, he's a border collie. He's about 9 months old. 100% border collie. Brown and white. He has green eyes, green brownish eyes. And yeah, bro, that nigga's just handsome, man. Bro, he's literally, this guy's the most handsome dog in Brickell by far. And he's very smart. Yeah, I love you too, buddy. Come here. All right. We're going to get you some food, okay? All right. All right. Chat, give me 1 second. I'm just going to give him some food. All right. All right. I love you too. Okay. All right. All right. He's a big dog, guys. He's literally 40. He's like 45 pounds. All right. All right. Come on, buddy. I'll be right back, chat. All right. Come on. Let's get you some food. All right, ninjas. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's go ahead and look at some of these JFK files. Oh, yeah. Y'all saw that OBS screen? Bro, look at this. Look at all the stuff on my screen, man. I be grinding, bro. Holy. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go ahead and look at some of these this stuff. But you guys can see here literally thousands of pages, man. Let's click the first one. What do we got here? Okay, so this is a routing sheet. The attached article, which may be of interest to you, appeared in March 7th issue of Italian Communist Weekly Party. Okay. Let's go back. Here we go. Okay, this comes from the CIA. Record series, okay. Okay, looks like discussion between member of senior division concerning Oswald State and Helensky, 6/1/1964. Okay, let's see here. Let's go through this shit. At 900 this morning, I talked with Frank Freiberg. We know what that means. Recently returned COS Helensky re-warrant commission inquiry concerning the timetable of Oswald's stay in Finland in October 1959. Freiberg gave me the information. It takes 25 minutes to drive from the airport downtown to Helensky. Passenger list manifest. U.S. consulate and Helensky are retained for 6 months. The Soviet consulate probably closed at 1300. Okay, is there anything else here? Okay, let's go ahead and go to number 3. I'm not going to go through all like 80,000 pages here, but let's see what we can look at, kind of sift through. Passenger list manifest? Probably can't even see this. Robert Fulton, CIA, there. Okay. Okay, it says 2025 release under John F. Kennedy Records Act. Okay. All right. All right, we saw this already. Yeah, and guys, this is the government. You're going to see a lot of like redundant documents here. So we're going to go, okay, so here's a memo that is secret. Okay, what is this? Okay, memorandum for the record. Discussion with Warren Commission staff member. Okay, as you guys know, what is the Warren Commission? The Warren Commission, guys, was a commission that was... The Warren Commission was a commission put together to investigate the assassination of John F. Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963. So this was basically a discussion with Warren Commission staff member. Let's see here. Letter from J. Lee Rankin, Central Counsel of the President's Commission. With the approval of CSSRI, I met with Mr. David Slauson, Presidential Commission. But why? Okay, important commission's report that he was writing, he would have to deal with the question of whether or not Oswald's departure from USSR and the circumstances of that departure were unusual or suspicious in any way. Expressed his beliefs that they were probably and not cited Soviet relaxation of such matters. Okay, so this has to do with his foreign travel. After stating my belief that there was no real disagreement or inconsistency between information from the CIA and that from state, I expected the view that the matter resolved itself in 3 questions. Okay. Do the Soviet authorities normally permit Soviet citizens married to foreign nationals to immigrate from the Soviet Union to homelands of their spouses? Do they normally permit such Soviet citizens to accompany their spouses? Because as you guys know, Oswald's wife, if I'm not mistaken, was Russian. Interesting. So he's asking questions about his travel to Soviet Union. All right, let's see here. What's this? What the fuck? Classified message. Frankfurt, Berlin, Copenhagen. What the fuck? Hold on one second. Last okay title, Oswald Assassin or Fall Guy has written under name and under pseudonyms Franz. According to captured Gestapo doc, he joined Germany CP on May. What? Interesting. And here's the thing, guys, like they just put these fucking documents together, so you might not know what page you got from which document. All right, let's keep going through. This is... Okay, and his wife, born in Minsk, were listed as applicants for entry and visas to India. What the fuck? All right. Let's go to the next one. Routing and record sheet. Okay, this is common in the government. You have this sheet so it gets signed by people. Very common in the government. Which agency, though? Okay, this is considered secret. Interesting. Okay, dispatch, chief of all stations. This looks like a CIA document. The Warren Commission's report on the assassination of President Kennedy focused attention on the magnitude of the problem involved in the protection of the chief executive. As you know, it is our responsibility overseas and in headquarters to render every support possible to the Secret Service in the conduct of its statutory responsibilities in the United States. Circumstances confronting the Warren Commission produced discussion and testimony on various aspects of the problem, the presidential production, and on interagency operational cooperation, which normally do not find their way into the public domain. These include the acquisition and dissemination of information, consultation, coordination, and operational interchanges. I believe you'll all be interested in attached extracts of testimony. Okay, let's see what we got here. Bro, where the fuck is the testimony? Nigga. Okay, maybe it's the next page. Field distribution. Okay. We're just going to keep going through, chat. We're just going to keep going through. See what else we find here. Director General, Australian Security Intelligence Organization. Thank you for your letter 15 October recommending against the declassification of Warren Commission document. What the fuck? Dear Charles, Australian Security. Thank you for your letter on October 15 recommending against the declassification of the Warren Commission document CD-071. I might mention that our inquiry to you in August 1968 was in anticipation of further pressure for the release of Warren Commission. Why the fuck are the Australians saying to not declassify Warren Commission shit? What? Bruh. That's interesting. Should the question be raised at some future time, the points made by you in your letter provide every reason to keep the document out of the public domain. Bruh! What the fuck? Chat. So it looks like Australian intelligence was involved in covering this shit up, man. What the hell? Yeah, Cory Hughes is his name, guys. I messaged him to see if he could hop on stream so we could talk about this shit. That's fucking weird. All right, let's keep digging into this, chat. Let's keep digging into this. That's fucking strange. All right. Okay, dear Anthony, regarding your letter 6705 of 10 May 1982, our records indicate that Valery Kostikov traveled to Mexico, France, Spain, the U.S., and Cuba during the period of 1959 to 1961. In 1961, he was assigned permanently to Mexico City as a consular officer and served there until August 1965. He was variously described as a translator, vice consul, and attaché. During this tour, he attempted to cultivate U.S. government employee assigned to our embassy in Mexico City. What is this? They put a photo of this again here. Okay. In September and October of 1963, Lee Harvey Oswald approached the Soviet embassy in Mexico City in an attempt to get a visa allowing him to return to the USSR. Kostikov, as a consular officer, handled this visa request. We have no information which indicates any. And real quick, for some of you guys that are wondering, when they're talking about Oswald, they're talking about this guy. This is the alleged shooter of John F. Kennedy, just so you can put a face to the name, because we're going to see this name a lot, Oswald. Okay? Okay, we have no information which indicates any relationship between these individuals other than for the purpose of Oswald making his visa request. Okay, so it looks like he applied for visa in Mexico City. Okay, let's see what else is here. Interesting. What is this? Please refer to our conversation of May 6. Kostikov, born March 17, 1933. Moscow was posted to Beirut in 1970 as first secretary, may still be there. He's identified KGB and served in Mexico City from 1961 to 1971. There's reference on him at page 307 of Barron's KGB, which suggests that he may have been Department V. We do not appear to explain. Okay, we also note that Epstein, not this Epstein, claims that according to a CIA telecheck, Kostikov was Lee Harvey Oswald, KGB case officer in Mexico. Okay. Interesting. The reason for our current interest in Kostikov will be obvious. As you are aware, our embassy in Beirut, in common with other Western missions, has been subject to threats and violence in recent months, and in view of either earlier hostile attentions from the KGB, we have been reviewing our records of KGB staff in the area. We'd be grateful for your views as to whether the KGB are likely to be behind any of the recent incidents. Interesting. So are they trying to say that they think that this Kostikov guy was his handler? While Mexico is considered by some to be the most effective and dangerous of intelligence officers in Mexico, he has been described as being without morals, education, and manners. Shortly after his arrival in Mexico City, in Mexico in 1968, he was arrested in front of a house of prostitution after becoming involved in a fistfight with some locals. It appears this incident did not affect his position in Mexico City, despite the fact that it received a good deal of press coverage. We are aware that only Kostikov arrived in Beirut in June 1978. We're unable to confirm his presence there now, though. Although our file indicates that Kostikov may have been a member of the Department 13, we have been unable to confirm this. Also, to the best of our knowledge, the KGB has not engaged in such executive action. Okay, so this guy Kostikov, they think, was probably his handler. And I guess he got in a fight at a brothel in Mexico City. Okay. Please find attached correspondence receipt from Sergey, who claims that he provided information about Lee Harvey Oswald to the American vice consul, presumably Tom Blackshear. Okay, so they sent letters of this to the FBI. Okay, what did this guy say? All right, this nigga wrote a letter. Okay, I wrote... Damn, this nigga handwriting trash. Okay, I wrote letter on February 15, 1978 to Mr. James Callahan, Prime Minister, enclosed registered mail, blah, blah, blah. On July 18th, 1963, I was in London, England, at the airport. Immigration officer number 175. I had no visa. Immigration placed me under house arrest. Mr. Smith in police uniform, Secret Service, brought me steak dinner? All right, this nigga might just be off his rocker. What is the guy talking about? Okay, so at 9 a.m. August 1993, Washington, D.C., I went to see Mr. Kingpin's director of Special Counsel Service Department, blah, 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 blah. Director asked where assassination will happen. I said in Dallas, Texas. Okay. All right, let's go back a little bit. Okay, the director said, do not mention name of President Kennedy, only response to the questions. The director said, tell us what will happen to Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald then. I said, Mr. Lee Oswald will be killed after kill Kennedy. I said I will take the truth drug to tell the truth. Director, tell us who else get killed in this country. I said I heard that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. will be killed. What, nigga? Who will kill Dr. King? I said a man who was in the prison at this time. Mr. James Earl Ray was in prison at that time. The director asked where assassination will happen. I said in Dallas, Texas. Director said if someone gave this information where I could expel man. Director did call on FBI agents after FBI used anesthesia gas to freeze me, to drug me, to keep amnesia. When was this done? 1978? Legal Center for the Disabled. In the event there is legal action taken by the police or the FBI institutionalized, this office will provide you with legal representation. So was this like just some kook after the fact? (1978) again. Okay, interesting. All right, let me look through some of these chats. Play-by-play says, how long are you going to be streaming? Just wanted to... just woke up and tuning in. Feel strong, man. That's good. Let's see here. Do you think RFK knows them boys got his father? P.S. Have you seen Floyd Mayweather Instagram? Them boys got him. Yeah, Floyd Mayweather is total sellout to them boys, bro. Let me look at some of these other chats real quick. Is it a coincidence that when them boys restart the war, the files are released? Tactical distraction or no? Could be. Could be, my friend. Let's see here. Rider of the Storm says, couldn't you have ChatGPT read all the files and give you a summary and all the juicy parts? Keep doing God's work. I don't even know. How would I do that, bro? Rider of the Storm? Do I use Grok or some shit? Rider of the Storm, tell me how I could do that, bro. Frank more loyal than any bitch. You know it, bro. Frank's a real nigga. Mr. Drippy said JFK Files just released. Yep. Jaden Goy says, I think we should, I speak for everyone. I say we would rather see the JFK Files. Well, that's why I'm doing this now. We're going through the JFK Files right now. Mine, assalamu alaikum, the GOAT. I appreciate that. Emac James says, bro, I just looked up Tommy Mottola yesterday. What the fuck? That's crazy. You're not one of the boys. I was surprised. I know facts. His number 2 probably was. Oh shit, you're right, Myron. A lot of whales and hippos and cows at the singles events. Social media got these Titanic women feeling themselves. I'm telling you, bro. That's why niggas don't be going to these singles events, bro. It'd be ugly chicks in there. Man, I fucking love you, bro. You have taught me so much about female dynamics, making money and being overall smarter and better. You really are the realest one out there. I hope to meet you. I appreciate that, real Abdal. Yo, I'm just here to help y'all out, man, as best I can. But if you want to return the favor, all I ask is that you guys like the video. We got almost 6,000 you guys in here, bro. So do your boy a favor. Like the video for me, guys. We got only 1.6K likes, but we got like 2,800 you guys in here. The channel is growing slowly but surely. So like the video, guys. I'd really appreciate that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and change the title of the video too. Hold on. I'm fixing the title real quick. All right, let me go ahead and give me one sec, Jack. We're gonna keep going. All right, fixing the title. All right, let's keep going through this stuff. Yeah, but like the video for me, guys. I'd really appreciate that if you could do that. That helps me out quite a bit. Yo. What's up?
Pick up something. I just let you know. I just came to pick up something.
Oh, shit. Nigga, I didn't even know you were coming.
Me neither.
Well, I guess you're in the area? All right.
Yeah.
Fixing the title. Oh, all right. Mo just walked in, chat. Nigga just showed up.
Stuff. In case you heard suspicious.
Yeah, but like the video for me, guys. I'd really appreciate that if you could do that. All right. You got to text me next time, though, bro.
You normally don't look at your phone when you're on stream.
All right. Okay. Yeah, Mo just like fucking just walked in. The hell? All right, anyway, let's keep going here. Let's keep looking at the files. All right. What the fuck is this? Okay, this looks like a... Okay. Warren Commission report article of the investigation conducted by the District Attorney Garrison. Okay, just so you guys know, think it's Lee Garrison, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was God damn it. Hold on. Jim Garrison, sorry. I think it was Jim Garrison. Yep, there we go. So Jim Garrison, as you guys know, this is who the movie JFK centered around. He was the only person to actually bring charges against anyone involved in the conspiracy. He was a district attorney of New Orleans Parish, Louisiana from 1962 to 1963, and later a state appellate court judge. A member of the Democratic Party, is best known for his investigations into the assassination of John F. Kennedy and the prosecution of New Orleans businessman Clay Shaw. So if you guys watched the 911, if you guys watched the JFK movie released back in 1991, the movie focuses heavily on Jim Garrison. So let's go back to this document here. All right. The widespread campaign of adverse criticism of the U.S., mostly, again, provoked by the assassination of Senator Robert Kennedy, appears to have revived foreign interest in the assassination of his brother, late President Kennedy, too. The forthcoming trial of Sirhan, accused of the murder of Senator Kennedy, can be expected to cause a new wave of criticism and suspicion against the United States, claiming one more existence of a sinister political murder conspiracy. We're sending you the attached article based either on first-hand observation by the author or another identified sources, since it deals with the continuing investigation conducted by District Attorney Garrison. That investigation tends to keep alive speculations about the death of President Kennedy and alleged conspiracy, and about the possible involvement of federal agencies, notably the FBI and CIA. Interesting. The article is not meant for reprinting in any media. It is forwarded primarily for your information and for the information of all station personnel concerned. If the Garrison investigation should be cited in your area in the context of renewed anti-U.S. attacks, you may use the article to brief interested contacts, especially government and other political leaders, and to demonstrate to assets that there is no hard evidence of such conspiracy. Okay, so it looks like interesting. Okay. July 19th, 1968. Well, why is this important, chat? The reason why this is important is because Robert F. Kennedy was killed on or about June 8th, 1968. Okay? So let's go ahead and... So Robert F. Kennedy, boom, was killed when? June 6, 1968. So this memo here is put out roughly a month later, a month and a week later. Why? Because they know that now that both Kennedy brothers are dead, there's going to be people making claims that there's a conspiracy with the government. Interesting. And this is classified as secret. Yeah, this is a CIA document here. Interesting. So, let's see here. In this context, assets may be able to explain their audience certain basic facts of the U.S. judicial system and separation of state and federal courts, and the fact that judges and district attorneys in the states are usually elected, not appointed. Consequently, D.A. Garrison can continue in office as long as his constituents re-elect him. Even if your assets have to discuss this in order to refute or at least weaken anti-U.S. propaganda of sufficiently serious impact, any personal attacks upon Garrison or any other person in the U.S. must be strictly avoided. So they're basically saying, like, yo, Garrison's probably going to open up the hornet's nest. He's going to investigate his brother being killed as well. People don't trust the government. And this looks like it is an internal document from the CIA. Interesting. And you guys can see here, it was classified as secret. Very, very interesting. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, this is... Okay, Director of Central Intelligence... Deputy Director for Plans, letter for Director. Okay, attached is a sealed letter from Sir Charles Spry, Director of the General Australian Security Intelligence Organization. Okay, you guys remember we went over this document earlier where he said, hey, don't declassify this shit? This is probably the letter. Sir Charles' letter to you to recommend against declassification of the Warren Commission, which refers to our investigation of anonymous telephone calls to the Canberra Embassy before and after this. Oh, shit. Hold up, man. Hold on, bro. Attached to the sealed letter from Charles Spry, Director General of the Australian Security Intelligence Organization, who provided a copy of the letter to the Chief of Station, Melbourne, CIA, and a suggested reply for your signature. Sir Charles' letter to you recommends against declassification of the Warren Commission, document CD 971, which refers to our investigation of anonymous telephone calls to the Canberra embassy where before and after the assassination of JFK. I consider the points made by Sir Charles in his letter to be valid and accordingly recommend against the declassification of CD 971 in the foreseeable future. CSF concurs with this recommendation. Interesting. So we got the Australian government trying to cover up phone calls that were made before and after John F. Kennedy was killed. Bro, what the fuck? Oh, man. Guys, we are going into a dark hole here. Let's keep going. Okay, so this is what we read earlier. Should the question be raised some future time, the points made by you in your letter provide every reason to keep the document out of the public domain. Okay, we read this earlier. So they double backed on that one. Let's get another one. I wonder if we can get that letter, man. It's probably somewhere in these documents. Okay, this doesn't look like anything. Let's keep going. Okay, action required, none. So this is a secret document. What is this? Okay, so this was sent to Moscow. During the week of November 3rd to 9th, 1991, a U.S. professor, Smith, had several discussions in Moscow with Slava, who is a longtime friend and now deputy of KGB director Bakatin. The professor has known him since 1976. He is currently instructing Fulbright. Nikonov is a grandson. Okay, what's the relevance here? Okay, boom, all right. So Nikonov personally reviewed KGB files to determine if Lee Harvey Oswald had been a KGB agent. He reviewed 5 thick volumes of files on Oswald. Nikonov is now confident that Oswald was at no time an agent controlled by the KGB. From the description of Oswald in the files, he doubted that anyone could control Oswald, but noted that the KGB watched him closely and constantly while he was in the USSR. He commented that Oswald had a stormy relationship with his Soviet wife, who wrote him incessantly. The file also reflected that Oswald was a poor shot when he tried to target firing in the USSR. Well, that's interesting. So you're telling me that Oswald was not a good shot, but he was somehow able to fire off these shots on Kennedy and kill him. And just so you guys know, look at this.
Glaring omissions in the tests fired for the commission. CBS News decided to conduct its own tests with the Mannlicher Carcano.
A moving target is harder to hit than a stationary one, and the elevation of the 6th floor window might make a difference. The only elevation for the Warren Commission firing tests was a 30-foot tower.
Guys, we got over 5,000 you ninjas in here. Do me a favor, man. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We only got 1.8K. We're going through these JFK files, guys. We're going to be spending quite a bit of time doing this. So, like the video, guys. Sub to the channel. You ain't going to get sauce like this anywhere else.
Less than half the height of the book depository's 6th floor above Elm Street. So CBS News had a tower and target track constructed to match exactly the heights and distances in Dealey Plaza. The target track...
So we got this document here, guys, right, saying now Oswald... Okay, the file also reflected that Oswald was a poor shot when he tried target firing in the USSR. Well, I'll tell you guys this, that's kind of revealing. Because these shots that killed John F. Kennedy were really hard to hit, chat. From where he was.
Track was angled to match precisely the angle of Elm Street. The target, a standard FBI silhouette, moved by electric motor at 11 miles an hour, approximately the speed of the presidential limousine. A rifle of the same make and age as Oswald's was fitted with the same 4-power telescopic sight found on his rifle. 11 volunteer marksmen took turns, firing clips of 3 bullets each at the moving target. None of the men had much familiarity with the Italian Manicure Carcano, although each was given time to practice at a nearby indoor range, and most of the volunteers were experienced with bolt-action rifles. In each case, the first shot was fired at a point approximating the point at which the Warren Commission deduced the first shot was fired. Distance, about 175 feet. In 6 seconds, the distance grows to 270 feet. Results varied. A Maryland state trooper made 2 hits in the silhouette. 1 near miss in slightly less than 5 seconds. Another state trooper's best time was 5.4 seconds. One hit, 2 near misses. A weapons engineer had the best score. 3 hits in 5.2 seconds.
Interesting. Let me see here. Now, this is a single bullet theory that they believed, which we all
marks
know is
60
bullshit.
years since former President John F. Kennedy was assassinated while driving.
This is widely known as the magic bullet or the single bullet theory. But this lab claims after years of research, the same bullet hitting both men is scientifically impossible.
And this is what the Warren Commission claimed with this single bullet theory.
And Mrs. Kennedy, a warm welcome. The usual welcome.
So now we know that it's bullshit, physically impossible, and we know that Oswald was not a good shot.
Committee presents Mrs. Kennedy with a bouquet of red roses.
November 22nd, 1963, hundreds lined the streets of Dallas to see JFK and First Lady Jackie O.
The president's car is now turning onto Elm Street, and it will be only a matter of minutes before he arrives at the trademark.
Then, one of the country's most famous tragedies, President Kennedy shot twice by Lee Harvey Oswald.
It appears as though something has happened in the motorcade route. Something, I repeat, has happened in the motorcade route.
Walter Cronkite coming on the air.
President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
The Warren Commission was tasked with investigating and presenting the findings of the shooting. They found JFK was shot twice from behind by Lee Harvey Oswald from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, and that the bullet that struck John F. Kennedy in his neck is the same bullet that struck and went through Governor John Connally, who was sitting in the passenger seat in front of JFK.
The analysis that we've gone through so far is that
1.9K likes, guys. Let's get 2,500, man.
That those can't be the same bullet. That they don't align. We can't make Governor Connolly's position match.
Stanley Stoll is CEO of Knott Laboratory, a forensic engineering and animation lab who was hired by a former Justice Department attorney to re-examine the single bullet theory. They took laser scanners to Dealey Plaza, then brought it back to their computers. And the data they collected from the lasers are tiny points, millions of them, to make a point cloud.
It's a digital twin. It's bringing the field to your computer. You know, the exact replica of whatever you wanted to scan. Everything used to be two-dimensional, and what you saw on camera may or may not be accurate. Now you can truly analyze it.
They then took the infamous Zapruder film that has the clearest video of when John F. Kennedy was shot.
Zapruder, by the way? Yep.
And matched it to their point cloud. And everything was matching up perfectly until the Texas governor was shot too, reportedly by the bullet that went through the president first.
What, through the evaluation, comes to show is that those aren't in line. Governor Conley his wound is sitting, 6 to 10 inches towards the outside of the vehicle. You have to slide Governor Conley to the inside of the vehicle. You have to slide him to the left to get that alignment.
Based on those findings, Stoll says you have to look at a new hypothesis that there was a second bullet. The question, from where? One person with inside knowledge of the government investigation believes there was another bullet too. Sammy the Bull Gravano was questioned by the FBI about this after he became a government informant for the mafia.
I know what it is to kill someone. You don't bounce and come this way. When you bounce and come...
CMA says, I don't think you can use Grok to scan the document because it's a huge file. Not sure about ChatGPT. Okay, can them boys be behind the creation of Bitcoin too, Myron? I don't think so. I mean, don't you think that they pick and choose what to release, or am I stupid? You're not on those. You're not crazy.
This way, you got hit in the front with a bullet, another one.
So you think JFK was struck from the front?
It was, you can see it. That went in, and that's from the grassy.
Yeah, his head blew back.
Sammy said he is sure, however, there were no mafiosos on the grassy knoll. Stoll says while their lab doesn't know where the second...
We know who was there, chat. You know who the two were on the grassy knoll. If you watch my content, I told you guys who they are. Put them in the chat right now. You guys should know who were on the grassy knoll.
Bullet came from, their technology and visualization is ready for ballistics experts to analyze just that.
Okay, here's where our science ends. Okay, now everybody else, law enforcement investigators, those people that are fantastic at that, now come in and use our information and see what you think.
Stoll says Not Laboratory welcomes any and all feedback from the public after listening to...
Oh my God. You niggas really don't know. Some of you guys are saying the driver?
And viewing their scientific findings and evidence. Their lab is also hoping after getting their findings out in the media, they'll be able to meet with the...
There we go. Someone got it. Someone said David Ferrie and Jack Valenti. Good. There you go. Those are the two idiots on the grassy knoll, chat. All right, let's keep going through here. Square preliminary checks on recorded conversations reveal full. Interesting. So it looks like Square has arranged with the liaison officer. So there's a connection with Australia here. HQS requested information on the Polish driver connected with the Russian diplomat establishment in Australia. That's interesting. All right. Annex B of Chapter 3. Introduction. A 201 system provides a method of identifying a person of specific in the test operation directorate. Okay, what is this? Do not reproduce. Return to CIA. Secrets. November 15, 1974. Okay, so this is like a policy paper. Okay. So it says here, introduction. 201 system provides a method of identifying a person of specific interest to the operations directorate and for controlling and filing all pertinent information about that person. The system also provides a means for identifying subjects of 201 files from various categories of information about them and for producing lists of 201 personalities according to those categories. Only a relatively small number of personalities indexed are of sufficient interest to justify opening a 201 dossier. These are normally subjects of extensive reporting and CIA investigation, prospective agents and sources, members of groups and organizations of continuing target interest, or subjects on whom a volume of correspondence has accumulated. Okay. The 201 number assigned to each individual in the system to serve as identifying file number for reporting on that individual. So the 201 dossier, the official file containing the 201 opening form. Okay, so basically 201 is on somebody that is of interest to them. And you can see here, boom, 201 right here. Interesting. Okay, so this is like an internal document within the CIA to understand OI code, a two-letter symbol used in conjunction with the 201 personnel records and 201 system to record the association of individual organizations or activities of operational interest. Okay. So more government acronyms. Okay, so 201 is a certain person of interest. So this is absolutely a internal document from the CIA on codes and maintaining information on people. Interesting. Secret organization internal. Okay, so more stuff on the 201. 201 files will be opened automatically by APAN on the following categories of people. Arab Republic of Egypt, British Commonwealth. Okay, diplomats will rank in third secretary or above, military attaches and assistant. Okay. So 29. For England, all positively identified members of MI5 and MI6 British intelligence services, all positively identified members of the Irish Military Intelligence Service, IMIS, Canadian Communist Party officials, Israel. All Israeli diplomats should be indicated as the originating office with CISP always indicated as secondary office of interest, military attaches, assistant. Okay. So this is how they flag these individuals. Okay, so this is February 1960. Personalized 201 and IDN numbers. So this is basically how the CIA was classifying people. All right, CIA collections release as sanitized. Okay, this is also a secret document. Okay, wave 8981. Chief of Station. Special Activities Report on J-Wave relationship. Okay, for the review of the nature of his relationship with M. Carbone. This review indicates that the relationship with N. Carbone evolved from that action which was taken in September 1962 to ensure that a security breach would not occur as a result of an investigation which was being carried out by the Identity One relative to the fact that the establishment of the Identity Two was being kept from the Yo Belt South Campus. Nigga, what the fuck is this shit? Let's see here. I mean, this is a CIA document. So the case officer is Andrew K. Rootman. It's a 201 file. It's on somebody. From reference to J-Wave's relationship with MCON. Okay. When MCON 2 introduced MCON 1 to Rootman, okay, so this is an informant. This sounds to me like this AMC Carbone is an informant of some kind. A human source. Okay, so M. Carbone is a journalist. Okay. Covered political events in Florida. Operational support. On occasion, M. Carbone is used to carry out certain operational support tasks. Okay, Marshal Andrew Cardone camps. Discrediting Carlos Bandina and the H Splinter Group. Operational intelligence. In the period of February 1963-1964, M. Carbone is furnished J-Wave. Okay, so this is like a report on one of their informants here. But I'm trying to figure out what the relevancy is here. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Interesting. So check this out, chat. In Wave 1614, dated February 6, 1964, M. Carbone 1 advised J-Wave that he had received numerous telephone calls indicating that Armando Andres Guerrilla Forte, who had defected from a Cuban fishing vessel, might be an individual who had previously been seen in Miami during November or December 1963. At the same time, M. Carbone 1 pointed out that he was suspicious and thought that these telephone calls indicated that Guerrilla was not a bona fide defector, but was either a GOC agent or a Kerbark plant, who was being used as a means of creating an incident which would embarrass the GOC as a result of their fishing boats penetrating United States territorial waters. Rootman advised M. Carbone that, and remember guys, Rootman is the CIA officer and M. Carbone 1 is the informant, that Kubrick had played no role in mounting a provocation operation against the GOC. At the same time, Rootman pointed out that it was highly unlikely that Guerrilla was a GOC agent. As a result of this conversation, arrangements were made for J-Wave to check out certain aspects of the Guerrilla story. At the same time, M. Carbone was prevailed upon not to write a story which might lead the public to speculate on whether Guerrilla was an agent or a plant in the propaganda play designed to embarrass the GOC. So check this out. M. Carbone 1 has been used successfully during the period covered by this report as a propaganda outlet through which items of interest to Kubar could be surfaced in the free world press. Examples of how M. Carbone has been harnessed in this field are outlined below. M. Carbone defection story originally surfaced in the Miami area on October 13, 1963 via the Diario de las Americas, which played up an API release from the Montevideo API story highlighted blah, blah, blah. So, bro, chat, bottom line, literally, there's a CIA handler who's documenting how his informant is a journalist purposely pushing out certain narratives. In black and fucking white. Let me explain this to you. So the CIA handler has informants that are journalists that purposely put out stories to push out certain narratives. And this report documents that. Like he literally says right here, examples of how M. Carbone 1 has been harnessed in this field are outlined below. And they said he has been used successfully during the period covered by this report as a propaganda outlet through which items of interest to Kubar could be surfaced in the free world press. And it goes through all the stories here. Solon Trading Center for Retarded Children? Bro, what the hell? The Miami Herald. Look, these are the news outlets. Interesting. So this proves that the CIA absolutely goes ahead and gets involved in the media. Look, it says here, as a matter of fact, M. Carbone is less valuable as a source of positive intelligence than most journalists. This is attributable solely to his lack of long-standing contacts in the American political scene. It is believed that M. Carbone will ultimately overcome this shortcoming. Thus, we will continue to attempt to harness him for the collection of positive intelligence. So it looks to me like M. Carbone 1 is a Latin-based or Latin-influenced journalist of some kind. He pushed this story. February 26, 1964, J-Wave learned that when Mr. Charles Griffin's sons went to Cuba to reclaim the hijacked shrimp boat, Johnny Reb, they found out that the select items were missing from the boat when it was turned over to them. Interesting. Okay. So there you have it, guys. In black and white, CIA admitting to having informants that are journalists to push out certain narratives. In black and white. Trying to figure out what the hell this document is. Guatemala City? Okay, so this comes from the Guatemalan police. An informant of the police in Paris provided a report that letter activity concerning the Colombian delegation. Okay. Source reports that an informant in Paris has submitted information to the local police concerning delegates of certain countries to the 3 festival. The delegates, okay, I don't know what the hell that has to do with JFK, but all right, let's keep going. On October 20th, the undersigned and Owen Faust. Well, you can see 201 here, which means it's someone important. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Chief of Station, okay, so there's another CIA document here. Action required. In addition to minerals exploitation in which Mr. William Pauley has substantial investments, negotiations are being concluded. Okay, this is about a purchase of a hotel. Another activity which is very much under wraps is the concession granted Pauley for procurement of worldwide sales of all new issues of Dominican postage stamps. Okay. The source considered sensitive of the information is that paragraph 2 is Miss Nora Bruce is a U.S. citizen employed by Pauley. Oh, that's why it has the informant's full name in this shit. Goddamn. Okay. What is this? This is okay. The Lee Harvey Oswald case. This comes from United States government memorandum. This comes January 29th. 1964, so shortly after John F. Kennedy was killed. According to a newspaper column of Allen and Scott in the Chicago American of December 6, 1963, on the Oswald case, Abraham Chains, legal officer of the State Department, was one of 2 persons immediately responsible for Oswald's being permitted to return to the United States from the Soviet Union in June 1962. The other individual named was Thompson, the then ambassador to Russia. Another said to have been involved in the handling of Oswald's case was Samuel Wise, counsel for the American Embassy in Moscow. Okay. What is this? February 10, 1960, Human Events report as follows with reference to Chase. Okay, this has to do with communism here. Okay, in March 1962, Chase was granted a renewal of his liaison contact clearance with CA on a continuing basis. This is a contract with Archibald Roosevelt. Okay. Representative Francis E. Walter, chairman of the House Committee on Un-American Activities, has scored the new State Department regulations on passports, claiming they would allow Reds denied passports to rifle freely the confidential files of the FBI, the CIA, and other investigative agencies. The man behind the new regulations, which Walter claims violate the Internal Security Act of 1950, is reportedly state's chief legal officer, Abraham Chase. Chase, a Kennedy appointee, is an ex-Harvard professor who was Chester Bowles' top legal advisor when Bowles was governor of the Connecticut. Walter has introduced legislation to remedy the new passport regulations. Samuel Wise, counsel in the American Embassy in Moscow, who is referred to above, may well be Samuel Griffin Wise Jr., who apparently was once a contract employee of Archive. Okay, State Department reviewed. All right, what's this? Dave is very familiar with Oswald, and he liked Oswald. Lived in the Soviet Union. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's keep going through. Okay, we already looked at that. That's the 201 system document. I can't even read this. Shit is all fucked up. Okay. Reference is made to request dated January 4, 1966, where you hearing covert security approval to permit subjects use as first officer in the Far East under Project H. Blicka? So this is another CIA document. Subjects of covert security approvals are not to represent themselves as, nor are they represented as employees of CIA. Your attention is called to the fact that a covert security approval does not constitute complete compliance with the provisions of CIA Regulations 10.3. Therefore, you should desire at a later date to change the status or use of this individual as a request for approval to cover up any proposed changes submitted to this office. This approval becomes invalid in the event of subjects' service are not utilized within 6 months of the date of this memorandum. Interesting. Okay. Subject, Pooh Robert West, 1966. So it looks like reference made to your request, you requested a covert security approval to permit subjects' use as first officer in the Far East under project. Okay. So you're trying to get approval to use somebody. For this guy, investigation has recently been completed with generally favorable results. However, subject's military file indicated that he has been found unfit for duty due to excessive drinking and had been allowed to retire in the best interest of the Navy. His Navy record stated that his drinking problem adversely affected his judgment. Okay, subject's brother. Okay, so it looks like they're trying to use this guy, Pooh, as an asset. And then they said also he was the subject, his brother was the subject of investigation, FBI investigation 1941, which was conducted to resolve allegations regarding the loyalty of subject's brother. Subject's brother was determined to have been associated with the known communists and was active in communist matters. Okay. There was no information developed during the course of this investigation which indicated any association between subject and his brother. Dissemination of above information should be limited to staff and project officials. Chief of Station, a covert security approval was granted on May 27. However, the following information is forwarded for your information. Okay, so we got that already. So basically, we're looking at a document where someone was able to get a limited level of CIA clearance to work for the CIA, but not officially. Interesting. Taiwan. So this is him leaving. Approved for release 1993. All right, why is this guy linked though? Interesting. Try to put everything together. Oh yeah, what the fuck is this? Oswald? This is a lot of crap. All right, I can barely read that. Let's go to the next one. Okay, as stated in reference, attached for, god damn this hand, bleeding ink. Okay, report on Antonio Rodriguez and Shabal. All right, who is this guy? Okay, I don't know why he's even. All right, let's see here. Looks like records of people. Document service request. That's the problem with the government, man. They just throw papers together, man. Sometimes it can be hard to decipher some of this shit. Okay. All right, dispatch. Enclosed for headquarters information are copies of literature mailed by the Catholic Association of International Peace to its members. Also enclosed as of possible interest are copies of SAPE materials. Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. All right, let's keep going. Matter of fact, let me close some of these tabs. Give me one sec, chat. God damn. Got a lot of tabs open. All right, let's go here. Okay, Chief Sovblock, as noted in reference, is a copy of the subject memorandum. Please note that. Okay, Michael J. Okay, so origin and development of Behirin? Behirin and the 4 U.S. Navy deserters? November 1967? All right, I'm trying to figure this out here. I don't know how this has to do with Kennedy at all. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, converted contract status with annual salary $3,600. Let's see here. Ramon Joseph Durant. Okay, he's a member of the surveillance team. Being in charge of the surveillance team and also was in charge of photo surveillance of the Soviet mission, including processing the film. Okay. Okay, photo of man alleged to be Oswald was taken from the limited base house. Alvarez married, and does that have to do with anything? All right, what next one? Okay, what is this? This is London and Mexico City. U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on Assassinations, who currently investigating the circumstances surrounding assassinations of John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King, has told State that they intend to pursue leads in Portugal, UK, and Mexico relating to James Earl Ray, currently serving time for King's murder. They basing this interest on information that Ray was in Lisbon briefly to May 1968, shortly before his apprehension in London in June 1968. Mr. G. Robert Blakey, Chief Counsel and Staff Director of Committee, says Select Committee told State that he wants to establish cordial relationship with appropriate Portuguese National Police in hopes to enlist their assistance, including access to their files and in locating and interviewing potential witnesses. The department has solicited embassy suggestions as to how Blakey should proceed. Interesting. Wish to call above addresses attention in events. Stations are solicited for advice or assistance. Committee, including allowing them access to the director after suitable sanitization. Artacton is cooperating fully with Blakey and committee, including allowing them access to directorate records after suitable sanitization for sources and methods. Yeah, okay. Translation, we're not going to give you all everything. However, believe committee's efforts to interview police witnesses and resulting useful information obtained, if any, is largely over-function, which can best be handled by legats, others who would also be in position to be publicly quoted or identified if necessary. Interesting. So they're basically saying, like, yeah, you could be interviewed, but we got to sanitize shit first. Let's see here. This is stuff on Cuba. Looking through this, guys, to see if it's even worth. Sorry, I didn't sleep much last night, guys. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Okay. I can barely read this. Let's keep going. What the fuck? I don't even know what that is. All right, keep going through. Reported use of yacht Potomac by Alpha 66. On November 2062, Lafo received an unsolicited telephone call on his listed telephone number. The caller wanted to advise that there was reportedly in the harbor at Long Beach a vessel formerly used by late Theodore Roosevelt called the Potomac. This vessel, according to the informant, was being used by the Alpha 66 organization. She was believed taking on a cargo of weapons created as Argentinian beef and destined to leave soon for Seattle. He added that Wes Davis had just signed on as an engineer. What the fuck? Okay. U.S. Coast Guard advised further that an investigator for the Los Angeles County Prosecutor D.L. Wheeler had accepted an assignment, taking leave of absence to do so, to bring the Potomac from the Barbados to California. The plan supposedly was to make her a floating museum of some sort. What the fuck is going on here? All right. Confusing. Okay. Counter-revolutionary group. Chief Contact Division Support Branch. Robert Pratchett, Cuban Counter-Revolutionary Group, Alpha 66. We came in contact with a news source who will be continuing one known as Robert A. Pratchett, a U.S. citizen with 27 years experience in Cuba, who is currently in direct contact with a Cuban Counter-Revolutionary Group in the U.S. known as Alpha 66 and is also known in contact with anti-Castro Cubans. Okay, all right. All right, so then this is getting informants in Cuba. Another one. Okay, 3 names provided in Ohio for the Cuban group. Please explain, check in. You might need to give your explosion. Okay. Okay. Let me look at some chats real quick, guys. I got to take a quick break looking at this shit. Goddamn. All right. Hey, Myron. I just recently quit marijuana a week ago, and now I'm going through major withdrawals, and I really do not want to relapse. I want to stay strong. Do you have any advice on how to get rid of the cravings and withdrawals? I was a chronic user for many years, and now I decided I want to be sharp and stop being a loser. Good, Nigel. Eat sunflower seeds, nigga. A lot of people are able to get off of smoking and chewing tobacco with eating sunflower seeds. I know that sounds fucking crazy, but try it. Try it. And then also don't be a bitch. Understand that weed is for losers. I had to block the word. What the fuck, Rumble? Fuck you. No freedom, it seems. What are you talking about, block the word? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I just want to say freedom is saying what you want. I am a freedom of speech absolutist too. If you're offended by words, your problem. All right? I just want to say, okay, Andrew Tate coming on the pod soon? Yeah. I agree on how to navigate women these days. The only thing I wish you would do is emphasize your lifestyle versus these days. Men have to be great. To have one great woman is a win also for men. Of course. Yo, Mar, I'm cooking with Grok alongside while I watch. That's the best way for me to feed you these prompts. Drop these bombs I'm getting. No, I'm not. I don't get it. To have a summary of the docs, you need to first have ChatGPT Premium, then create a project, upload the files to the project, then you can have multiple chats, conversation with ChatGPT, and have access to the docs. I just don't know how to upload size limits. All right, Mr. B83, you do it for me, bro. Yeah, it is a huge file. It's definitely a huge file. Okay. Don't note. Okay, so we got here. Don't notice Wiki's early life says these files are anti-Semitism. Fair enough. Space Party says, Myra, Grok is able to parse this in real time along with other X users currently reading through. I'm finding bombs. What's the best way to get these prompts to you? Let's see here. Yeah, do this for me, Space Party. Are you on X? DM me on X. That's probably the best way. Space Party. DM me on X. Send in another super chat and tell me what your username is. Okay, Soft Life says, Marilyn Monroe's connected to JFK. Do you think them boys got her? Her death doesn't seem right. Yeah, they definitely killed her too. She knew too much. Marilyn Monroe. Halimi says, go on ChatGPT, make sure all the JFK files are downloaded, drag and drop them into a ChatGPT, and you can write a prompt to find out what you want to know. Copy and paste AskKai.com. Also, will you have any Kanye on the show? You two are similar, no filter would be dope. Yeah, happy to have Kanye on. Yeah, guys, if one of you guys could do this for me, that'd be very helpful. I am not a tech-savvy individual like that with this whole ChatGPT shit. So, all right, let's see what else we got here. We got 2.1K likes, by the way, guys. But we got 27, well, we got 34, shit, 20. Yeah, we got 5,400 of you guys watching, man. So do me a favor, guys. Like the video. Like the video. Okay, on YouTube. I'll drop the link for you guys real quick. Let's get up to 2,500 likes. I really appreciate it. And like I said before, someone send me that ChatGPT shit, and I will absolutely go through it, because that might be a little bit easier than going through all these documents. Because obviously the font sucks and all this other shit. Hold on one sec, chat. I'm going to go get Frank. He's... Okay, just DM'd you on X. Helly and Wolf. All right, let me look here. Yeah, bro, because it'd be a lot faster if you did that. I mean, I don't mind going through the documents manually, but for speed purposes, might be better to do that. All right, I see your DM here, bro. Got it. I got you, bro. I got your DM. I just responded to you. All right, let me... Oh, my bad. Hold on. Fix this. All right. What we'll do is I'll go through a couple more. What, you can open up a separate window screen with Grok and X and he can read everything? What do you mean he can read everything, bro? Let me see here. So if I go x.com, Grok, all right. My first problem was, how long will it take you to parse and digest the new JFK files, and you instantly found a brand new thread known as seen about an Oswald wiretap? This shit hot? Okay, so let me try this. So here we go. I got Grok right here, chat. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. So how long will it take you to parse and digest the new JFK files? Let me try that. How long will it take you to parse and digest the new JFK files. The new JFK assassination files were released today, March 18, 2025, consists of approximately 80,000 pages as announced by President Trump. My ability to parse and digest them depends on a few factors like the complexity of the content and how quickly they're made available online for me to access. So if the files are fully uploaded tonight, say by 9 p.m. EDT, I could have a comprehensive digest ready by 9:02 p.m. EDT, barring any technical issues. Want a quick summary as soon as I'm done? God damn. There's 15 web pages on this shit. Declassification records concerning the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Okay, JFK files released after Trump pledged to reveal the truth behind the infamous assassination. 2023, additional documents released. Okay. Oh, you got him to name M. Carbone 1, 2, and 3? All right, so I put okay. All right, let me also... Okay. What are the top 5 things no one knew until today on the newly released JFK files? Well, we saw the Australian side. We found that out on ourselves, chat. Okay. So the newly released JFK files totaling around 80,000 pages, Still, the sheer volume of documents offers fresh details that weren't widely known to the public until this release. Based on what's surfaced so far, here are the top 5 things that stand out as previously undisclosed or underappreciated insights. CIA's closer monitoring of Oswald's Mexico City trip. The files revealed that the CIA had more extensive surveillance of Oswald's 1963 visit to Mexico City than previously admitted. A memo shows they tracked his interactions with Soviet and Cuban embassies with greater scrutiny, including unreported intercepts of his communications, suggesting they saw him as a bigger blip on their radar than earlier disclosure that indicated. FBI ignored a specific threat to Oswald's life. A newly uncovered document details a phone call to the FBI's Dallas office on November 23, 1963, the night before Jack Ruby killed Oswald, warning of a committee plotting his death. Unlike prior vague references to threats, this call was specific, yet no action was taken, raising questions about whether the FBI underestimated or deliberately overlooked this risk. 3, CIA funding linked to anti-Castro group tied to Oswald. A memo from August 1963 shows a CIA officer authorized a $25,000 payment to Directorio Revolucionario, DRE, an anti-Castro group Oswald had contact with in New Orleans shortly before the assassination. This financial tie, not widely publicized before, hints at a possible indirect connection between CIA operations and Oswald's activities, which we saw some of that, by the way, chat. Next, suppressed testimony, witness testimony on the second shooter. The files include a previously buried statement from Dallas bystander who claimed to hear a shot from a grassy knoll, longstanding conspiracy focal point, and alleged intimidation by government agents to stay silent. While not definitive proof, this adds fuel to the second shooter debate beyond what the House Select Committee on Assassination explored in 1979. Mafia CIA nexus anti-Kennedy sentiment. Wiretap transcripts reveal mob bosses discussing taking care of Kennedy with Cuban operatives tied to both CIA-backed anti-Castro efforts and Robert Kennedy's crackdown on organized crime. I told you guys this about this. The mafia hated him because he felt that they betrayed them. This explicit linkage of mafia motives with potential CIA overlap wasn't as clearly documented prior releases, offering a sharper view of intersecting interests. These points emerged from the early buzz around the release. Think National Archive updates and initial reports from outlets like Reuters and The Guardian. They don't rewrite the official story, but deepen the context around Oswald's connection, agency awareness, and potential loose ends. Since the files are still being digitized and analyzed, more could surface in the coming days. Want me to dig deeper once I get more data? give me more new facts. We did. Actually, you know what? What was Israel's involvement in the newly released documents? The newly released JFK. Okay, that said, Israel does pop up. Okay, I perused through the initial analysis like those from Reuters, The Guardian. Okay, and Israel doesn't emerge as a key player in the events of November 22nd, 19, based on these documents. That said, Israel does pop up in the files in a broader context. There's mention of geopolitical tensions between JFK and Israeli leadership, particularly Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, we know that, over Israel's nuclear program at Dimona. Kanye was pushing for inspections, which Israel resisted, creating fiction. Some of the older conspiracy theories, like those floated on X or in fringe circles, speculate this gave Israel a motive. However, the new documents don't connect this dispute to the assassination. No smoking gun ties the Mossad or Israeli officials to Oswald or the plot. Yeah, interesting that those documents were released yet. One interesting tidbit, Oswald's CIA monitor, Reuben Efron, was a Jewish immigrant who later lived in Israel and worked as a spy. Interesting. This is field speculation in the past, but the files don't suggest his role went beyond routine surveillance of Oswald, nothing linking him or Israel to a conspiracy. The focus of the release on Oswald's CIA remains on Oswald's CIA surveillance, especially his Mexico City trip and U.S. agency actions. Israel's mentions are peripheral, mostly about the nuclear policy, not assassination planning. If you're chasing a deeper angle, I can keep digging and more analysis rolls on it. Let me know. Yes, we want more info on Israel and JFK. How about RFK and Israel? Okay. I'll break this down for each Kenny, keeping it grounded in what's known and steering clear of speculation where the files or credible sources don't provide footing. Okay. JFK and Israel. Okay, we know that one. The files don't substantiate his role, seems routine, not conspiratorial. Okay, like those cited in Haaretz's archives. No, it as a motive conspiracy theorists have long chewed on, though evidence stays thin. Okay. RFK and Israel. As Attorney General under JFK and later as Senator, had a more layered dynamic with Israel. In the early 1960s, he... Oh, hold on, chat. There we go. In early 1960s, he backed his brother's push to curb Israel's nuclear program and took a hard line on pro-Israel lobbying in the U.S. RFK targeted the American Zionist Council, a precursor to AIPAC, forcing it to register as a foreign agent under the Foreign Agent Registration Act in 1962. Yeah, we know that. As he stalled, JFK died, and by 1967 morphed into AIPAC, which never registered under FARA, a point experts still highlight as suspicious. The new JFK files don't mention RFK's far-right fight explicitly, as they centered on 1963 assassination, not his later career on death. But RFK's stance shifted by 1968 when he ran for president. Campaign speeches and biographies like Larry Ties, Bobby Kennedy show he'd become a vocal Israel supporter, promising military aid like fighter jets. This pivot angered some, including Sirhan Sirhan, his assassinate. Bro, if you really think Sirhan Sirhan killed him, you're fucking retarded. Bro, Sirhan Sirhan did not kill RFK. This has been widely debunked. Interesting. We know that Trying to find you guys. Huh. This is the killer right here saying he doesn't even remember killing RFK.
Well, what do you remember about the shooting, if you're willing to talk about that?
Obviously I was there, but I don't remember the exact moment. I don't remember pulling my gun out of my body or whatever it was located, and I don't remember aiming it at any human being. I don't remember any of that, Mr. President. And I've said that from the get-go.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not that I'm trying to evade.
No, I understand. Let me just ask you a question. When did you start remembering things? After the shooting? What was the first thought that you had after the shooting?
Everything was always hazy in my head about that. And Attorney Teeter, who passed away, was trying to get a specialist, Dr. Herbert Spiegel in New York, to hypnotize me and to regress me and to do all that.
But when did you start remembering things clearly after the shooting?
I really don't remember things clearly about it, other than just the
No, I'm not asking about the shooting part. I'm asking afterwards. When did you start remembering things in reality?
In reality, all the reality of this whole thing hit me when I was on death row facing my own
So
death.
how many months later was that?
Oh, I would say maybe a year, 2 years.
So you don't remember a lot of things between the shooting and being on death row?
I wasn't too much worried about that, Mr. President. I was worried about saving my own butt from execution.
One of the things that we look at in your case here, and every case is different, was the crime itself. And this indeed, there is, every murder, which is predominantly what we deal with.
And this guy, Sirhan, guys, is a Christian Palestinian, by the way, that they pinned the murder on when it comes to RFK. I'm going to show you guys here in a second why it was impossible for Sirhan to kill RFK.
Is horrible. Certainly to the individual and to the perpetrator, that being the inmate. It certainly is horrible to the family. The individuals, you gotta listen here,
And
guys.
he's still alive to this day, guys. And even RFK Jr. himself knows that Sirhan did not kill his dad. And I'm taking a break, by the way, guys. We'll go back to JFK Files after, don't worry. I will go back and we'll keep looking at them. Raw. We do know what we've been able to cover are a couple of things. Australian government being involved. We're trying to cover some of this shit up. More extensive stuff on Oswald going to Mexico City. So... Okay, I got another one here. So let me ask real fast. What happens if the eagle falls? Oswald memo. Shout out to shout out to Space Party, aka Helion Wolf, for giving me these ideas. Appreciate that. Okay, Ruben Efron CIA memo. Efron, a Jewish CIA officer who later lived in Israel, wrote on June 22nd, 1962, a memo about Oswald's correspondence while he was in Minsk. It flagged a letter from Oswald's mother as potentially interesting to the CIA and FBI. The new files don't expand much on this beyond what was known from 2023 releases, but they confirm Efron's role in tracking Oswald pre-assassination. If the eagle symbolizes CIA oversight and falls means a failure, the consequence here is minor. The CIA didn't act on this early intel to stop Oswald. The files show no deeper conspiracy tied to Efron or Israel, just routine surveillance that didn't flag Oswald as an imminent threat. Okay. Hoover's FBI memo. Hoover's memo, dictated hours after Jack Ruby killed Oswald on November 24th, 1963, is more prominent in the new batch. He wrote, "The thing I'm concerned about, and so is Mr. Katzenbach, is having something issued so we can convince the public that Oswald is the real assassin." That's interesting. Why would you need to fucking... It's a bit suspicious. Which, by the way, just so you guys know, your boy, what's his name? Hoover was gay. Just to keep it nice and simple for you guys. He was a known cross-dresser, and they held that against him. He also fumed about the Boston Police Department failure to protect Oswald despite FBI warnings of death threat the previous night. If the eagle represents justice or FBI authority, its fall here is Oswald's death, which muddied the investigation. The consequence, conspiracy theories exploded because Oswald couldn't be questioned or tried, leaving gaps the Warren Commission struggled to fill. If you're asking about the hypothetical Eagle Falls Oswald memo, let's imagine it as a lost document proving conspiracy, say CIA or FBI complicity. If such a memo existed and the Eagle fell, the fallout would be seismic. The Sapster narrative leads on Oswald acting alone with agencies like the CIA and FBI caught flat-footed. The files reinforce this, but expose sloppy oversight and post-assassination damage control. Hoover's memo reeks of a spin. Conspiracy buffs might see as the eagle falling in these failures, but without a clear memo titled as such, it's a stretch. But we all know he wasn't the only shooter. Come on, man. Close this out.
Individuals lose in a very dramatic, fast way a loved one that can never be replaced. But this crime went...
Guys, we're at 2.2K likes. We got almost 3,000 you guys watching, man. Happy to have you guys here. Like the video, man? Like the video? Let's get to 2,500.
Far beyond that, and we need to recognize that. Mr. Kennedy was a winning candidate in California, as you know. I'm repeating things we already know. And there was a groundswell that was a very popular groundswell for the hope that he gave some people, a lot of people. So indeed, it wasn't just the Kennedy family, which was certainly large enough and prominent enough to be of a tragic nature. There was a loss prior to that. There was indeed.
That's not my. That was not my responsibility.
You're not going to talk in the middle of my. You're going backwards here, partly, and you need to stay on track and just listen. I'm giving you our reasons for that.
If I was to
And he's in prison in California right now, chat.
give you a piece of paper and a pencil, and I wrote down 1, 2, and 3, and I said, make a list of the people that maybe you feel that you've harmed. Who would be number one on the list?
Well, definitely the Kennedy family and the Kennedys. I would say that I would treat them all equally, and the victims who were injured in this, and the public, and the Bobby Kennedy's friends, and the people who voted for. This whole thing was it's a horrible nightmare, really, for not just for me, but for you people.
All right, let's try this one here. Tell me about the October 7th CIA intercept. Oh, no, hold on. October 10, 1963. My bad, chat. Let's see. It seems you're referring to the October 10, 1963 CIA intercept tied to Lee Harvey Oswald, which has surfaced in discussions about the newly released JFK Files, blah, blah, blah. Okay, based on what's available. Okay. On October 10, 1963, CIA intercepted a phone call in Mexico City. Got you, chat. I got you guys. Involving a man identifying himself as Lee Oswald. This was part of a broader surveillance operation targeting the Soviet and Cuban embassies run by the CIA's Mexico City station under Win Scott. Oswald had visited both embassies in late September 1963, seeking visas to travel to the Soviet Union via Cuba. The intercept captured him speaking with a Soviet official later identified as Valery Kostikov, which actually, guys, we went through that, right? A known KGB officer. We did this ourselves, chat. We figured this out, right? Tied to Department 13, sabotage and assassination. Interesting. The call itself was mundane. Oswald checking on his visa status, but its significance lies in who he contacted and what the CIA did or didn't do with it. The new files include a cable from that day, signed off by senior CIA officials like Thomas Karamessines. This is Deputy Director for Plans Jane Roman, Counterintelligence Liaison, and John Whitten. It shows they reviewed Oswald's file after Mexico City Station Chief Win Scott labeled Langley on October 8th, asking, who is this guy? The cable notes Oswald's Soviet defection, 1959-1962, his recent arrest in New Orleans for clashing with anti-Castro exiles, and his fair play for Cuba committee activism, hardly the profile of a nobody. Yet, instead of flagging this to Mexico City or the FBI with urgency, they cited as stale 1962 State Department memo claiming Oswald had matured in the USSR, downplaying his current activities. Interesting. What's striking and where the establishment narrative wobbles is the CIA's pre-assassination awareness of Oswald. The Warren Commission was told the agency's interest was routine, but this intercept, reviewed by top counterintelligence and operations brass 6 weeks before JFK's death, suggests otherwise. Why didn't they share his pro-Castro ties or KGB contact with the FBI, which was tracking domestic subversives? The files don't say, and guys, just so you know, back then, being a communist was a big fucking deal. It's like the equivalent of like being a terrorist today. America obviously had the Cold War going on. Why didn't they share his pro-Castro? Boom. Okay, the files don't say explicitly, but they hint at compartmentalization or deliberate restraint. Some speculate Oswald was part of a covert op, like monitoring anti-Castro groups, but the documents offer no proof, just breadcrumbs. Critically, the intercept's timing matters. On October 10th, October 10th was 42 days before November 22nd, 1963. Oswald's Mexico trips of September 26th to October 3rd had already raised red flags. The CIA photographed him entering the embassies and logged his calls. Yet, the new files show no escalation beyond this cable. And here I will say this too, guys, because we talked about this with Cory Hughes. I wish I could get him on. Because from what Cory Hughes tells me, let me see if I can get him on. I'm going to fire up Zoom, see if I can get him on, chat. Oh, shit. We got Cory Hughes coming, guys. He just responded. Let's fucking go. He'll be better able to analyze this stuff than me. He is the #1 Kennedy researcher on this stuff. So let me go ahead and get him in here for you guys. Give me 1 sec. Read Nick's new tweet. What happened? Hold on 1 sec, chat. Let me give this to Cory, and then I'll check what you guys are talking about. Because Cory's going to be way better interpreting this stuff than me, chat. All right. All right, Cory just joined up. Okay. From the JFK Files, the CIA has no objection to declassification release of information except these words. Interesting. Look at this. The CIA has no objection to declassification and or release of information in this document except these words, the Israeli Intelligence Service. A7 1998. In the way of background, the control file was created to give us the opportunity of closely monitoring our liaison with Angleton on a variety of matters which were not reported through normal CIA channels. CIA directors permitted Angleton to run several intelligence projects, many of them with the Israeli Intelligence Service. Wait, release CIA information in this document. Oh, except brackets. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Huh. Wow. And it's funny because Grok couldn't find this for us, could they? Okay, let's get Cory in here. I need to get the likes up, motherfuckers, because we got Cory in the house now. Cory, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, what's up? Let me get you up on screen here. Let me minimize this. Bear with me.
You've been going for a while, or you're just starting?
Yeah, no, I've been going for a minute, but let me go ahead and guys, this is Cory Hughes. If you guys don't know him, well, you guys need to know him. He's the #1 Kennedy researcher in the world. I don't think anyone else knows the Kennedy assassination to this degree better than this guy. So, you know, I've had him on a couple of times. I think obviously today's a big day because they put out, 80,000 documents. I mean, if you could kind of explain to them this declassification and this block of information that was put out, Cory.
Sure. We just got just under 1,300 documents, supposed to total 80,000 pages. But I'm skeptical of what we're going to find.
Okay.
I've made the predictions before. You're going to get a bunch of stuff on Russia. You're going to get a bunch of stuff on Cuba, a bunch of stuff on Mexico City, and nothing of any real relevance that directly has to do with the assassination, I don't believe. The things that I'm most interested in getting are tax, Social Security, and employment records, or even just FBI files that reference those things surrounding Oswald, his mother, and basically the entire family. So those are the things I'm interested in. There is a 986-page file held by the Office of Naval Intelligence on Oswald's mother that goes back to 1941. There's no reason for that, okay? Basically, ultimately, she was part of naval intelligence. She joined the Navy in 41, and they covered it up for some reason. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in those kind of details, Oswald's history. All of the good stuff in documents is, #1, already out there, and #2, not even associated with the Kennedy files. Jack Valenti, he has his own file, right? Not in the Kennedy files. All the mob stuff that connects to Israel is in the mob files. So all the good stuff, in my opinion, we already have.
Okay.
There's not, and the stuff that they're not going to give us, they're never going to give us. So
I do want to show you this. Nick just actually tweeted this, which I think is very interesting. Let me kind of share screen with you, and I'll show you what I mean here. Look at this. Can you see that on let me see if I can make this bigger.
Yes.
You can see that, right? So it says here, from the JFK Files, the CIA has no objection to declassification and or release of information as document except these words. And then it says the Israeli Intelligence Service. And then it says, except brackets. And then in here, you can see the Israeli Intelligence Service.
So that should have been redacted or was redacted at one time, correct? But now it's not?
I'm assuming. I don't know. I was hoping maybe you had maybe seen this before, or...
No, I haven't seen this before, but I mean, this is, par for the course. Of course, Israel's behind everything. They've been involved in every horrific act on the planet since the goddamn turn of the century, before there even was an Israel, because the same guys, Chaim Weizmann and Ben Gurion and all those guys were active post, mid-1920s and 30s. So to me, the idea that Israel was behind the assassination was like a starting point. Really, when you come to understand the 20th century, what you come to understand is the 20th century is the story of Israel, and Kennedy was nothing but a bump in the road.
Question for you, because there's a mention here of James Angleton working with them. Right. Can you tell the audience a little bit about James Angleton? James
Angleton, he was the head of counterintelligence of the Western Hemisphere, which means he ran all operations in America in this hemisphere. And that included all the spycraft, tradecraft, all the stuff we're not supposed to know about.
He was a hardcore Zionist too. Hardcore.
Yeah, in my opinion, he was the highest level Israeli spy in the government up until Rahm Emanuel, who was the chief of staff for Obama. So that's about as high up as you can get, being a spy. But James Angleton was a diehard Zionist, just like all those guys. And that's a big question that the world has yet to answer. Why were all the founders of American intelligence diehard Zionists? But even before there was an Israel. Why?
Yeah.
The only answer I can come up with was Israel was supposed to be the home base of this new world order that was supposed to come to fruition, which seemingly has hit a road bump with the Trump administration in some aspects.
Yeah. No. And it's interesting because, we know that there was quite a bit of, let me stop. And we know that obviously Israel had quite a bit to play when it comes to the whole JFK assassination. I don't know if Trump maybe knew this or he didn't know it, but it seems here, I mean, this is just clear as day here on this tweet, saying the CIA doesn't have a problem with it, and Angleton worked with the CIA, James Angleton. So for them to say, oh, except for the brackets, and then it says Israeli intelligence service, like, I mean, that's pretty fucking telling.
Yeah, it is. And I think you'll find that throughout a huge portion of FBI and CIA files in general. Every time Israel does something, it gets covered up. You know, so I don't think that's going to be anything new. It's nothing new or shocking to me. The idea they would admit it is a little shocking.
Let me ask you this, Cory. So 2 things that stuck out to me, right? They spent the documents, because I was kind of going through them. A lot of it centers around Oswald in Mexico City.
Right,
and him trying to get visas for Cuba and Russia in Mexico City. Me and you have talked about that a little bit, but can you explain to the people how that probably was not the Oswald that we think of?
Right. So Oswald allegedly went down to Mexico City, allegedly left September the 24th of 1963, and allegedly goes down there attempting to get a visa into Cuba so that then he can get back to the Soviet Union, which doesn't really make any sense when you come to understand Oswald's take on the Soviet Union once he returned. He was not a fan. He didn't think that they implemented communism the way it was supposed to be. So he wasn't, he shouldn't have been looking to hop back to the Soviet Union. That contradicts the statements that we know he made to people about the Soviet Union. So, but when you dig into Mexico City, what you'll find is that one of the men who was impersonating Oswald was a guy named Kerry Thornley. And Kerry Thornley made several stops through Mexico City leading up to that event in Mexico City in September. First off, Oswald couldn't have been in Mexico City because the person who went to Mexico City, the latest they could have left would have been the 25th of September, about 1:45 p.m. There was a 1:45 p.m. bus that went, and that could have made it, but it didn't. He didn't make it there because on the 26th, when he was supposed to be crossing over into Mexico City, I have documents proving he was still in New Orleans, where he was closing out his PO box.
Cory, can you, because we got a lot of new viewers here. Can you quickly tell them who Kerry Thornley is? Because I don't think I've talked to them extensively. I've talked about it before, but basically, chat, so you guys know, and he's going to go into this. There was multiple Oswalds, is what it was. But can you tell them real quick who Kerry Thornley was? I'm going to try to pull up a picture of him. Or do you want to share a screen?
No, not at the moment. I don't have my notes in front of me. So Kerry Thornley basically was a
if you do want to share, I'll let it, though, if you have anything you want to share.
Sure. Kerry Thornley was a Marine buddy of Oswald, sort of. He knew Oswald for about 2 months in Santa Ana, California in the Marines. And the weird thing is, Oswald is alleged to have been a radar operator, but he never was. He was a plotting board operator, which is the clear board where they mark latitude and longitude. That's what he did in the Marines. But he really never even did that because he was in trouble all the time. But Kerry Thornley knows Oswald at Santa Ana. After that, Kerry Thornley will be sent to Atsugi, Japan, where he basically does an investigation on Oswald. He uses an alias of Rick Thornley, and he begins to investigate Oswald, take pictures of people in the unit with him. Basically, he's preparing to become Oswald once he gets back to the States. And so Kerry Thornley, to me, unquestionably, is the man who was in Mexico City. He passed through Mexico City in both May and September of 1963. In my opinion, that was to prep for the interactions he was going to have at the Cuban embassy, where he tries to get a visa, where he speaks broken Russian, where Oswald is known to have spoken fluent Russian. And so you have a lot of problems with that trip. And I knew they were going to harp on that. I knew a lot of the documents were going to be about Mexico City because there's a lot of mystery around Mexico City. And when you go through all the statements of people who worked at the CIA station in Mexico City, they're all conflicting and they're all like, oh, I don't know what happened. I don't know why we don't have pictures. You know, they basically try to, they feign incompetence, basically. But Kerry Thornley was heavily involved in the setup of Oswald. He gets back to New Orleans in February of 61 and begins to impersonate Oswald in various places. He's even arrested one time. It gives the name of Oswald when Oswald is clearly in the Soviet Union. He attempts to go to buy trucks or get a price quote for trucks at a place called Bolton Ford in February or January of 61, and he gives the name of Lee Oswald. And so you have this man, Kerry Thornley, who's setting Oswald up all over the place. And then once Oswald gets back, allegedly, from Mexico City, Kerry Thornley then proceeds to go through a bunch of small towns in Texas where he identifies himself as Lee Oswald and attempts to get a job at a radio station. And he's seen with Marina Oswald and her kids. And who knows where the real Oswald is this entire time. But ultimately, Kerry Thornley will end up in Dallas, where he impersonates Oswald in Dallas. He goes to multiple places pretending to be Oswald. And ultimately, he will be the man who shoots J.D. Tippit, the police officer who's killed in Dallas that day. And he's identified again as Oswald. He will then be arrested from the Texas Theater.
And I think it's important, just so people know that you're not like, making up some crazy stuff. There was only one witness that saw J.D. Tippit get killed, right? And it was a black woman, and she saw two individuals that ran away after he was shot, which goes against the official narrative.
Right, well, you're talking about Akila Clemens, and there were two other witnesses, actually, Frank Wright and Doris Holan. And their testimony is largely overlooked, but they put two people at the Tippit shooting. One of them was David Ferrie, and the other was Kerry Thornley. And when you dig into Kerry Thornley more, and the relationship with him and David Ferrie.
Ferrie was there, not Lawrence Fishburne or whatever his name.
Right, Lawrence Howard.
Lawrence Howard.
Yeah.
So, sorry, so Lawrence Howard wasn't there.
No, he was in the sniper's nest. He was one of the shooters at the sniper's nest, Lawrence Howard.
Okay.
So, but Kerry Thornley and David Ferrie were responsible for the shooting of Tippit. And from there, Kerry Thornley will flee. He'll end up in the Texas Theater. The entire story about Oswald entering the Texas Theater and going up and all that, most of it is fiction. Most of it was the actions of Kerry Thornley. So Kerry Thornley was a man who was just heavily involved in the setup of Oswald in the days and months leading up to the assassination.
Gotcha. So as far as what are your thoughts, I guess, on these documents being declassified? They spent quite a bit of time. I was going through Grok asking questions and stuff like that. They talk about intercepts. They talk about how the FBI had warned that he was going to be killed, and it seemed that Oswald was going to be killed, and they didn't do anything about it. What else? I'm trying to look.
Right.
Here.
Well, as far as that goes, the Dallas Police Department, the day before the transfer, got a bunch of calls where they said Oswald's going to be shot. And in my opinion, it was Jack Ruby, because Jack Ruby didn't really want to go through with it, but he didn't have much of a choice. When your mob bosses tell you to do something, you do it. And plus, at that time, Jack Ruby already had cancer. Okay, a lot of people think he got some secret super cancer while he was in prison and died in 68? No. Jack Ruby was diagnosed with cancer in the 1950s. And so I'm pretty sure he was given that order because they knew he didn't have much time left anyway.
So yeah, I'm looking, and now there's also talk about Efron, a Jewish CIA officer who later lived in Israel, wrote on June 22nd, 1962, a memo about Oswald's correspondence while he was in Minsk. Did that name ever come across in your research?
Efron, yeah, he's an Israeli spy guy, and he was more connected with the Numex stuff, if I'm not mistaken, than he was with the Kennedy stuff.
Okay.
So I'm not too familiar, but the name has popped up for me for sure.
Okay. And then they talk about the Eagle Falls. Let's see here. I'm trying to look at some of the stuff, because I asked a couple of questions of Grok. They talk about an intercept on, let's see here. On October 10th, 1963, 42 days prior. Let's see here. A later CIA memo assassination myths. Let me share a screen with you just so you can see what I'm looking at here. Let me share a screen. Boom. All right, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, because I asked a couple of questions. Tell me about October 10th, 1963 CIA intercept. And it goes here, on October 10, 1963, the CIA intercepted a phone call in Mexico City involving a man identifying himself as Lee Oswald. This was part of a broader surveillance operation targeting the Soviet Union and Cuban embassies run by CIA's Mexico City station under Win Scott. Oswald had visited both embassies in late September 1963 seeking visas for Russia and Cuba. The intercept captured him speaking with a Soviet official later identified as Valery Kostikov, a known KGB officer tied to Department 13, which is, I guess, apparently the Sabotage and Assassination Department.
Kostikov was the head of the Russian embassy in Mexico City at the time also.
Okay. Was he actually, so he was KGB, this guy?
Yeah.
Okay. The call itself was mundane, Oswald checking on his visa status, but its significance lies in who he contacted and what the CIA did or didn't do with it. The new files include a cable from that day. What is a cable? Is that like I guess a transmission?
It's a message.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a message.
From that day, signed off by senior CIA officers like Thomas Karmasines, Assistant Deputy Director for Plans, Jane Roman, and John Whitten. It shows they reviewed Oswald's file after Mexico City Station Chief Win Scott cabled Langley on October 8th asking, who is this guy? The cable notes Oswald's Soviet defection 1959 to 1962, his recent arrest in New Orleans for clashing with anti-Castro exiles, and his fair play for Cuba Committee activism, hardly the profile of a nobody, yet instead of flagging this to Mexico City or the FBI with urgency, they cited a stale 1962 State Department memo claiming Oswald had matured in the USSR, downplaying his current activities. So
that's something that's kind of important, because you have Oswald and he comes back from the Soviet Union and he tells people that life there sucked. He's like, it sucked, you know, but then he continues to allegedly profess for communism and tries to get back to the Soviet Union. Like, none of that makes any sense.
Okay. And is that what makes you think that the person that they intercepted was actually not Oswald, rather it was Kerry Thornley?
It had to have been somebody else, because this is another problem. Oswald was back in, allegedly, Oswald left Mexico by October the 3rd, and by October the 5th, he's witnessed in Alice, Texas, which is a small town. And so this date doesn't really make much sense, because he's already out of the country. So even if they had a visa for him, it would have been dead there, because there's a time limit and you have to pick it up in person. So unless he was planning on making another trip, which there's no indication of ever. The entire Mexico City story really, to me, falls apart once you realize that Kerry Thornley, number one, was impersonating Oswald everywhere else, and number two, had been to Mexico City 2 times before this incident. He went in May and he went in September. And this is another thing that's really odd. During those months that Kerry Thornley left, which was from May to September of 63, is when Oswald shows up in New Orleans from May to September of 63, right? So you have one Oswald coming and the other one who was impersonating him leaving. So there's a 2-week overlap at the beginning and the end, which I have no doubts that these are the only times Kerry Thornley interacted with Oswald. But I have no doubts he did interact with Oswald, because he handled Oswald in regards to Fair Play for Cuba Committee. So let me make this really clear. Oswald was not a communist. He was an agent. And Oswald did not have anything to do with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee whatsoever. There are letters written from Oswald to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and they're fakes. Okay, they're forgeries written after the fact. All the communications with the guy who was running Fair Play for Cuba Committee at the time, V.T. Lee, all those communications were most certainly not written by Oswald. They have wrong information in them, which proves they were backdated. And so Oswald never had anything to do with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. The flyers that he was filmed handing out on the street corner, that entire incident was set up. He was handed those flyers by Kerry Thornley, who was the man who was identified by the owner of the print shop as having those flyers printed. So Kerry Thornley, again, major player in this setup, who's completely ignored. And so, yeah, Oswald didn't have anything to do with communism on a realistic or legitimate basis, okay? All the interviews he gave where he talked about communism were definitely staged. And the reason he came back to America was that he loved America. And he even loved Kennedy, is what he told people. So nothing about the official story that we're told is true. They created what's called a legend. A legend is a false background for a spy. That's it.
Okay.
That's Oswald in a nutshell.
So the Oswald that we know, the one, this guy right here, just for the audience.
That's Jim Garrison.
No. I'm gonna put him up right now. Harvey Lee Oswald. Well, or Lee Harvey Oswald. I should have put that. Okay. This one, the one that we know, this guy was never a spy. This guy never shot Kennedy. He was just basically, like you said, a patsy. Kerry Thornley was really the one.
Well, he was definitely involved with intelligence, going back to the Marines, and honestly, prior to the Marines, when you get into his family, which I don't want to get too off on a tangent tonight, because that's a whole rabbit hole into itself.
Yeah.
The story of Oswald and the story of the assassination are 2 different stories. They intersect, but they're generally 2 different stories with 2 different motivations of why Oswald who he was and why he did what he did. And the assassination, which really, when you read my book, I have an opening chapter on Oswald, but the rest of the book that explains how everything went down has nothing to do with Oswald. It's all Oswald impersonators, and the Oswald impersonations were, to me, very easily determined based on the company he kept. Because, like, William Seymour was impersonating Oswald at the shooting range and at the book depository, because I don't have any evidence Oswald ever worked at the book depository. To me, it's another part of the legend that they created. Every aspect and witness statement that day about Oswald being at the book depository falls apart when you start to dig into the details and how things should have been. And so this man was definitely involved in covert activities. What those were, we don't really know.
Okay. So let me see here. So I put the intercept here, which you're saying this was not him. And then the other telltale sign you said is the person that was in Mexico City spoke broken Russian, but the real Oswald, the one I showed the picture of, this guy actually was fluent in Russian.
That's correct. And that's a major point of contention that even I can't figure out. There is no period of time in Oswald's life when he could have taken the time to learn Russian and be as fluent as he was. Period. It does not fit anywhere into the Oswald story. When he was in the Marines, some of the Marines said he was listening to records, Russian language records, to learn how to speak Russian, and that when he spoke what they thought was very fluently. You don't learn that by records, and a lot of people say he went to the Monterey Language School in San Francisco. You don't learn it in 3 weeks at a language school either. Russian is one of the most complicated languages. It takes years to learn. And those years, Oswald just didn't have. There's no evidence of any kind that he was studying Russian for years leading up to his defection. And there were some people in Russia who said that he didn't speak Russian while he was there. He spoke English. And so that is a major point of investigation that needs to be done, which I will eventually do once I wrap up my new book that I'm going to start here soon.
Nice. So I did ask, and you can see on the screen, right? You can see my screen. I asked, what are the top 5 things no one knew until today on the newly released JFK Files? So they got, number 1, CIA's closer monitoring of Oswald on Mexico City trip, but you're saying that wasn't really Oswald, that was Thornley.
Right.
2, FBI ignored a specific threat to Oswald's life. 3,
that's true, but that's well known already.
Okay.
Nothing here is new that I've seen so far.
Okay. CIA funding linked to Astro Group. Let's talk about this one. Suppressed witness testimony on a second shooter. The file includes a previously buried statement from a Dallas bystander who claimed to hear a shot from the grassy knoll, which me and you have talked about the grassy knoll a lot. Long-standing conspiracy focal point and proof this adds fuel to the second shooter debate beyond what the House Select Committee on Assassination explored in 1979. And didn't Angleton's testify in these hearings in the 70s?
No, he testified in the church committee is when he testified, and I believe it was possibly the House Select Committee also. But
those are still classified, right?
In regards to witnesses to a second shooter, we've had a witness named Ed Hoffman for many years, who was one of the witnesses who allowed me to place David Ferrie on the knoll, because he describes a man wearing a blue jacket, like a suit jacket, and with a black felt hat with a wide band, and that's the only suit that David Ferrie ever owned. And so, yes, I clearly put David Ferrie on the grassy knoll based on the testimony of Ed Hoffman, which has largely been overlooked. So that's not new either. So 4 out of 5 points are not new.
Okay. Let's see here. So you think this witness more than likely is probably Hoffman?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Okay.
He's the most, it's the most descriptive witness that puts a second shooter involved of all the witnesses.
Okay. The other thing I was going to say, is Angleton's testimony still classified to this day? I was told that he had a closed hearing where he testified back in the 70s, and to this day is still classified. Is that true, or were you able to get a hold of that stuff?
That I'm not sure of. I haven't spent a lot of time on Angleton's relation to this because he was the head of Western Hemisphere operations, which means he was the top guy. The top guy never really has his hands too in the mix. You know what I mean? He is overseeing and guiding from a distance, and so to me, I haven't really found obviously he was involved. So it is for me, it was not really a high priority to connect him to it because it's obvious because of his position and his relationship with guys like Ted Shackley, who ran the JM Wave station out of Miami, right? So like I said before, the study of the assassination is the study of relationships. And when you come to understand the relationships at play here, it's obvious who was involved and who wasn't. And Angleton certainly was involved at a higher up level, but the higher up you go, the less strings there are to connect them to the actual stuff happening on the ground. So I'm not overly concerned with Angleton. And allegedly there was a big Oswald file found in his safe after he died that no one's ever seen. Trump isn't going to release that. How many documents have been shredded already? I mean, tons, I'm sure.
Okay. The other thing I was going to say, because I know Angleton, when he died, they mourned him in Israel, and they said that he was one of the greatest allies to Israel.
Right, because he was basically an Israeli spy, fundamentally. He had a direct connection to the heads of Israel, and he was one of these diehard Zionists, which doesn't make any sense to me to this day.
Okay, and then let me see here. And then the next thing they got here is Mafia CIA nexus and anti-Kennedy sentiment. Wiretap transcripts reveal mob boss discussing taking care of Kennedy with Cuban operatives tied to both CIA-backed anti-Castro efforts and Robert Kennedy's crackdown on organized crime. I mean, but we had known about that too.
Yeah, none of those are new. None of those 5 points are new. And here's the thing that nobody understands is the relationship between the CIA, the mafia, and the Israelis. That's the relationship that killed Kennedy. And it takes a lot of research to dig into these relationships to understand that, like, the LA mob was being run by Menachem Begin by 1963. He was basically giving orders to Mickey Cohen, who was in jail, who would then relay orders to his men. 3 weeks before the assassination, it is well documented, Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir were living in Los Angeles. At this point, Menachem Begin had been the personal rabbi of Mickey Cohen since 1949. So you've got 14 years of relationship built up by this point in 1963. And so ultimately, they will send a guy named Al Gruber.
Too. Begin was a terrorist for the Irgun and the Haganah.
Yep, he was a leader of them. He's the father of all terrorism in the world, and proud of it.
Shit,
so
man.
Ultimately, what you have Al Gruber, who is the right-hand man to Mickey Cohen, who at this point is taking orders from Menachem Begin, goes to visit Jack Ruby 3 weeks before the assassination. The first phone call Jack Ruby makes after Oswald is arrested is to Al Gruber. Okay, that's the moment that Al Gruber gave Jack Ruby the order to shoot Oswald. That's where that came from. Nowhere else. There's no other story or trail leads there.
How do you spell it? I'm trying to find him right now on.
Yeah, you had it right.
It's okay.
Look at Alexander Gruber.
Oh, Alex Gruber. Okay, Gruber. This guy? No.
Nope. Try Alexander Gruber.
Okay.
Nope. Neither one of those.
I'm
you probably
to
have better
Google
luck
him.
on Google.
Yeah. All right, Alexander Gruber.
And put Mafia. I might bring it up.
Yeah. No. Jack Ruby Associates. There's got to be.
Oh yeah, check that. What is that? Yeah, statements from Al Gruber here.
Okay.
Scroll up. That looks like some sort of deposition of Gruber at the House Committee.
Yeah. No picture though. It looks like.
No. A lot of those mob guys you don't find pictures of.
Yeah, fair enough. But this is the guy that basically told him to.
Yeah, he had to have given the order, which came directly from the Israelis, who were in bed to the hilt with the mafia from 46 all the way through here in 63. That relationship kind of petered out in the 70s when Meyer Lansky went on the run. But for that entire, basically, 30-year period or so, they were all one organization, acting in unison together. The mob set up the drug trafficking routes between Venezuela and Saigon, which funded the state of Israel to begin with. So if it wasn't for the mob, there would be no Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, getting the weapons over there and everything. And
yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, because I've always kind of wondered this. What was David Ferrie's incentive to be on the grassy knoll with Jack Valenti shooting at Kennedy? What was his incentive?
Oh, well, he hated Kennedy, but ultimately he worked with the CIA because he was being blackmailed. They had film of him banging these two underage black girls.
But wasn't this guy gay too?
Yeah, well, sort of. I mean, he was married at one point in time. So when you dig into David Ferrie's history, you'll find tax records that show he had two dependents living in Tampa in 1949, I believe it was. He was allegedly married and had a child. And there is actually a David Ferrie Jr. who at the time of the assassination was a lieutenant in the fucking Marine Corps. So no one ever talks about that. No one ever mentions David Ferrie's. He was just a sex freak, you know what I mean? And he would screw anything. Most certainly a pedophile, most certainly used the Civil Air Patrol as a child trafficking ring connected to these fake Catholic churches run by a guy named George Hyde. So David Ferrie was as lowball as it gets. But no, he hated Kennedy. According to a guy named Perry Russo, he carried around a stack of newspaper articles about an inch thick that were all about Kennedy that he had kept wrapped in rubber bands. But he never hesitated to let people know how much he hated Kennedy. And then see,
why did he hate him so much?
The order. What's that?
Why do you hate him so much?
Because you got to think, back then, everybody was a conservative. There was no such thing as liberalism was what John F. Kennedy was, okay?
Okay.
That was such a shock to the culture that everyone thought he was a communist.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, not like today. It's different today. You got even Democrats back then were conservatives, like by today's standards.
Yeah.
So that was pretty much it. And the whole Bay of Pigs, they felt abandoned, but I believe the Bay of Pigs was a fugazi. I believe it was meant to fail to oust Kennedy. That's my conclusion on the Bay of Pigs, because none of it makes any sense. They went in very underprepared. They didn't have any money or weapons for the Cuban people's uprising. And here's a good thing: why didn't they have any money or weapons? Why didn't the Cuban people who were going to have an uprising have any money or weapons? Well, because all of it got deflected to Israel. David Ferrie and a number of his guys broke into several, I think 3 total bunkers and armories that were used to store our World War II surplus. And all that stuff ended up getting stored at 544 Camp Street, Guy Bannister's office, before it was shipped to a company in Virginia called Interarmco that basically funneled it to Israel. So all of the money and all the arms that were ever raised for the anti-Castro Cubans allegedly made their way to Israel to fight the Palestinians. That's why there was no Cuban People's Uprising ever.
Also, something that was shocking to me that I noticed when I was going through the documents is that the CIA had informants called M. Carbone 1, 2, and 3. And basically, these guys were Miami Herald reporters that were planted to push narratives. You know, and I think that goes to show, you know, people always say, oh, you know, intelligence agencies run news companies and they put out certain propaganda. But in this case, I mean, I'm sure you probably already had this information, but I found it crazy that they have informants that are reporters to push out certain narratives.
Yeah, that's the that was Mockingbird, basically. That's the Mockingbird Project, which was the infiltration of CIA into American media, which is where the Fair Play for Cuba Committee came from. The Fair Play for Cuba Committee, this supposed communist organization, was a CIA front the whole time, and it was founded by two guys who worked for CBS, Richard Gibson and Robert Tabor. They were both card-carrying CIA agents. We know this, you know, in hindsight, looking back. But they were working for CBS and the CIA at the same time. So
I'm pulling up Operation Mockingbird right now for the.
So when you pull up Mockingbird, the official, here's the thing: when you pull up the Mockingbird official story, what you get is some story about how there were some New York reporters who they thought were communists, and so they investigated them, and that's what it was, and that's really just a cover story. Mockingbird, really, the infiltration of media is not very well documented in and of itself. The actual operation and how it did is one of those things where they can't let people know that they're buying reporters, you know.
Yeah, and they're obviously doing it to this day, right? You know, the media is very powerful.
Oh yeah, MSNBC, CNN. I mean, and from what the USAID stuff is uncovering, it seems like the vast majority of the establishment were fucking communist traitors, basically.
Yeah, shit, man. So I mean, it's safe to say that you already knew all the stuff that they put on here. This stuff, I don't even know. Have you gone through it at all? I know it's been a few hours.
I started clicking. I got through 20 or 30 documents, and just like I thought, it was all going to be about Russia and Cuba, and I haven't seen anything significant yet. We're not going to see anything significant yet. If I don't get anything on Marguerite Oswald's tax history, I don't really care about much, honestly, because she's the genesis of it all. She's the genesis of the Oswald operation from 41 onward, right? Mm-hmm. We start having these Oswald anomalies in 45, and the Oswald anomalies, which indicate he was in two different places at once, last all the way until his death. So
yeah, and I'm I'm trying to make sense. Like right now, I got one of these documents in front of me. Like this stuff. I mean, kudos to you.
So let me comment on this document real quickly. Okay. So here it says the Opelika refugee referral procedures. Okay, mm-hmm. Opelika was a secret CIA base that Oswald's brother worked at in 1955.
Okay.
So what the implication is, who knows? But that base was very top secret, and you had to have a very high security clearance to even work there, even as a guard. And Oswald's brother worked there. Mm. So Oswald went through all the same units that his brother did, which is weird. And I can tell you with certainty, at certain times during his life, his brother, Robert Oswald, went by the name Lee Oswald, which is very strange in and of itself.
You know, it's and I'm really happy that you're here with me, Cory, because I was going through these documents, and I ain't gonna lie, I got to give you a lot of credit because you've analyzed thousands of pages of CIA documents. So I'm sure for you, this is like you look at a document, and it's incredible how quickly you can discern what it's talking about, where it came from, etc. You know, the classification levels.
Let me tell you something else. So so when you hear this thing, a lot of this is about Opelika here, right? Uh-huh. And this is important, but it didn't have anything to do with Kennedy. Yeah. It's so far removed from the actual thing.
I noticed that.
This next paragraph here, it talks about JM Wave and PB Bruin. Mm-hmm. So what's it say about JM Wave here?
And then look, I saw a lot of mention of Kubark. I saw that a few times as well.
Kubark is CIA. That's all. It's just their internal name for themselves.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. And then and JM Wave. Can you tell? Because I saw JM Wave all over the place too. So is JM Wave this secret place basically in Opelika? Is that the name of it?
Well, JM Wave was based out of Miami, and JM Wave was here's the thing, the CIA is not supposed to operate in America. Yes. But of course they fucking did. And JM Wave was the largest CIA station that used the cover of an insurance agency. And they handled somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 operatives out of Miami. So I am 100% convinced the top guys in JM Wave, Ted Shackley, George Ioannidis, and David Morales, were all involved in the assassination and were in Dealey Plaza.
Okay. And we have proof of that. I mean, me and you went over the pictures where Morales was there, Valenti was there. They jump on the car after.
This is important here. Let me talk about this. Scroll up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so you've got right here Operation Mongoose. Let's talk about Mongoose. Okay. Mongoose was actually run out of Opelika at the time that Robert Oswald was there, or previous to when after Robert Oswald was there. He was there when they were overthrowing Guatemala. When they were overthrowing Guatemala in 55, that's when Robert Oswald was there. As soon as that operation was over, they transferred to Operation Mongoose, and that brings in New Orleans. That directly connects to New Orleans and all the guys down there who were running these anti-Cuban operations. So Mongoose becomes very important because there was they started to set up a training camp north of Lake Pontchartrain. It never really got off the ground, but they had weapons and stuff stored there in a shed, and the FBI raided it and confiscated all that stuff and allegedly shut down Mongoose at that time. That's talked about in the JFK film, if anybody has seen that. But Mongoose ends up being like the central binding operation that a lot of the guys who were involved in the assassination had been previously connected to.
Let me ask you this, Cory, because I made this connection myself, and I'm sure you probably came to the same conclusion, but I thought it was crazy. So the JFK movie, right, talks about what you mentioned here with the Cubans, the mafia, CIA, etc., but it makes no mention of Israel ever. And then when I find out that, Arnon Milchan, who funded this movie, spent like $150 million or some other insane amount of money, who's a Zionist Jewish guy, and he was actually a part of their intel program to make sure that he protected their unacknowledged nuclear program. Did he purposely fund the film to ensure that there was zero Israeli angle in this film? Because JFK to this day is the most popular movie.
Well, yes, definitely they wanted to avoid the Israeli angle, but these cocksuckers can't seem to help but brag about everything they do.
Seriously,
and
yeah.
And I think that's what that fucking film was. It was they were bragging that they got away with it. But everything these people do also backfires. Mm-hmm. Because that movie led to the JFK Records Act, which got all the documents released, which led to me figuring out most of this stuff. So if that movie never came out, the documents never would have come out. We never know anything. So thank you to the Israelis for making that fucking piece of shit film. Don't get me wrong. I love the movie. I've seen it 100 times. It is a fantastic piece of cinema.
Yeah.
But it is a fantastic piece of propaganda as well. And it completely diverts all the stuff. It never mentions Kerry Thornley or Thomas Beckham, or like any of the guys in New Orleans who had anything to do with the setup, right? It doesn't mention Lawrence Howard or William Seymour, does it? No. It shows in the very opening scene a woman getting thrown out of the car. That's the Rose Chermy incident that involved Arcacha and Emilio Santana, but they pretend like they didn't know who it was at the time, right? And so, yeah, it deflected from all the things that are important in the assassination and focused heavily on Oswald and his activities in the building that day, which were definitely not Oswald. And I'm still, to this day, the only person on planet Earth who puts that forth as a theory that Oswald wasn't there that day, because he couldn't have been there that day. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And every other Kennedy researcher still harps on activities of Oswald inside the book depository. It's really quite frustrating.
And I always thought that was very interesting that like Arnon Milchan filmed this movie and then he went on Israeli television and admitted that he was a spy and he was a part of their nuclear program and his job was to make sure that it stayed unacknowledged. So when I saw how hard they went on Clay Shaw and David Ferrie and they just really focused on that angle and the Cuban angle in the movie, which is a great movie. I like it, by the way, by Oliver Stone. It's very obvious that it was designed to obfuscate, because if you ask any normie, hey, what's the most popular piece of media that concerns JFK, they're going to go to the 1991 Oliver Stone film. And it purposely misdirects the American public.
Yes, intentionally. And that's the problem I have with the vast majority of Kennedy researchers, is that the vast majority of Kennedy researchers, they just toss around the same footballs.
Yeah.
They don't solve anything. They just move pieces around the board. It's so bad to the point it's got to be intentional. I mean, these people can't be that stupid. Anyone who studied Kennedy for 30 years and hadn't figured shit out is a moron, not an expert.
Yeah.
So,
matter of fact, hold on, let me look. They're telling me in my thing right now that that Mario's holding a space. Let me see here if I can, because I'm trying to get as many people familiar with your work as possible, Cory, because I think it's fucking ridiculous that more people need to know about you, man, because this is wild stuff. This is crazy information, and most people don't even know about it. We got people like, Alex Jones, no offense, I love Alex Jones, but, he focused a lot on executive order 11111 and the Vietnam War. Can you tell the audience real quick about the Vietnam War and this executive order that everyone tries to claim is the main reason Kennedy was killed?
Sure. So the executive order that they talk about, I don't even know the number, it basically was a troop reallocation in South Vietnam. The prime minister of South Vietnam was a guy named DM. Okay. Mm-hmm. So 10 months before Kennedy was assassinated, the government, Kennedy's government, purchased $6.5 billion worth of helicopters and airplanes. Okay. They were ramping up the war. They were not going to withdraw. When you go through the ZR rifle files, which is the executive action assassination files, what you'll find is one paragraph where the CIA comments on that executive order. And they commented that that executive order, the purpose of it was meant to put pressure on DM to allow the U.S. to get involved with their war, because DM didn't want the U.S. involved with their war. He was like, screw you guys. I don't want any part of it. And so since he wasn't cooperating, the CIA killed him. And that's what kicked off the war. But the notion that Kennedy was going to pull out is ridiculous. The CIA even commented in these files that this executive order was meant specifically to put pressure on DM, and it didn't work. So they killed him.
I'm getting a bunch of chats right now. And right now as we speak, by the way, Cory, there is a breaking JFK Files revealed. There's thousands of people in this Twitter space. I kind of want to bring you in if you're okay. And we kind of just break a lot of this stuff open, because they're saying here, because a lot of this stuff they're talking about the Israelis, me and you have talked about extensively already. But I see right here, for example, I'll pull it up on screen so you can kind of see my screen. Someone says here, CIA cable, 2025, Kennedy obstacle gone, and mentions U.S. friends who eased the path, Rubenstein. And then it says another one, Warren Commission Exhibit 2025-278, Ruby. Let me show this. I'm sorry. It says, Ruby rambles about big Jew saving him, claims they told him to take care of it, and saying amount of new evidence about their Israeli involvement. Scroll this convo. Let me jump in this Twitter space real quick. Let's see what they're talking about. I'll try to get us a mic so that they can...
And JFK didn't. The Israeli one, which I think is the strongest case, is they wanted nuclear weapons. They live in the Middle East. They think not having nuclear weapons is existential to them. Who was in their way? JFK. Read his letters between him and Ben-Gurion about Dimona. JFK was against. He wanted to denuclearize the world. And to them, it was an existential threat. To say that they wouldn't kill the president for something that would be existential to them. And guess what? LBJ did 100% change. Like, so what really changed after?
I just requested a mic. They're in here talking. Once I get a mic, I could definitely jump in and I'll introduce you to the space.
Now that Israel has nukes, so it's kind of you know, I mean, I feel like it's just it really is just that simple. Even who's the one that's directed or labeled the path, or I guess came up with the path in Dallas that JFK was going to travel on? Sam Bloomfield, another Zionist guy. I mean, you just start looking at all the people involved, the corporations involved, Permindex, even Abraham Zapruder, another big.
But you have uncommon. You have to concede. I think what Mickey's saying is like, that's a lot of threads to connect.
Yeah,
like,
it's the like documents, you're way out
the there. The documents really don't point clearly.
I hope you're ready to fry them, Cory, because this guy, Jess Fields, in here, who you can see on screen, he every time, because I've talked with him about this, and I say that there's Israeli involvement, he always gets mad when it's like, well, really, just a coincidence, and I'm like, bro, like, it's obvious. So let me go ahead and unmute it. Let's give us a mic.
Yeah, and then we'll get to Joe.
Also, LBJ was.
I'm sorry, Joe.
The only reason that Kennedy picked LBJ was because he was from the state of Texas and he needed him. They hated each other. And LBJ was under investigation by Bobby Kennedy going back to some cotton that didn't exist down there. And I posted a video on YouTube. This guy's a history professor, former military.
And Cory, isn't it true that, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, I was told that LBJ basically blackmailed JFK to become his running mate, and if he didn't, he was going to expose the fact that he was having sex with a lot of women, JFK.
You know, that's a possibility for sure.
Okay.
They definitely did not like each other at all. Kennedy needed the South. He thought Johnson could bring him that.
Give him Texas.
Yeah, but Johnson was an Israeli puppet from the jump. So once he got in, he gave them the keys to the kingdom.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see what else these guys are talking about here, because I know you're probably going to be able to.
That they wanted nukes. Well, no, the to me it is, and I didn't. Maybe you guys are more balls deep than I am.
Mario and
but what was
Sarah.
very new for me was that the guy who shot the president 30 days before was in Mexico meeting with a high-level KGB
Biden
agent.
released
That is new. Oh, okay, so that was
Biden-
that was known. But I mean, to me, that's
That was
that's
new to
concrete
me,
evidence.
Joey,
Yeah.
you're saying that this was known. I think it was blowing Mickey's mind.
It was blowing my mind, but
Yeah.
I'm not balls deep on to me, that's like hard evidence that like there's a connection between the like this elite KGB unit and the guy who shot the president of the United States.
I mean,
But the argument
but
that you're
there's
making
also-
is more
there's also a
is
huge-
more
there's
like they wanted nukes. Kennedy said no, and then you have to tell me they murdered him. There's more like like did he meet with a member of Israeli intelligence before he killed him?
James Angleton, CIA agent, working on, and this is the document I shared, working on multiple operations with the Israeli intelligence service. Right, that's number one. Two, then I also put under there in the comments a link where Angleton is pointing everything to Russia. Right, like another operation where he's the mail drops that I spoke about before. He's pointing everything to there. But we also know that there were agents in what used to be Czechoslovakia, right? And you'll see those in the reports too, that Czechoslovakia was also involved. So I don't think they tried to frame Russia. I think probably used Russia. I think there were multiple people. I think the strongest evidence is the fact that why is the Israeli intelligence involved in multiple operations inside the U.S. and the person who and I'll put the link up to that too. The person who was following Oswald was later revealed to be a Jewish spy. Like that's weird, Mickey. The guy who knows the info, who's tracking him, tracking his every movement. He's dropping on.
They said they're going to close down in about 10 minutes, but let's see if we get a mic and we can get in here.
Who then right after this happens moves back to Israel.
The guy. So you're saying the guy who was following Oswald to get
if not, they're
misintelligence
lost. Whatever.
was working for the
No
Israelis.
biggie. But there's like 6,000 people in here in this Twitter
turned
space.
out to be an Israeli spy, as reported by Israeli media. So, if you want to fill in the blanks, there's as many blanks to fill in on that story as there is. Oswald met this guy going to look for a visa, which this Israeli spy reported he was going for a visa. Wind up meeting the guy that's already been there for 2 years prior without ever meeting Oswald, knows Oswald's going to Mexico City, and they put them there 2 years earlier to then turn him into a killer. Like, it's just as many. It's just as many links missing as there is with the other stories. To be honest.
Do you think?
I just need to mention something because it hasn't come up yet, and I think it's kind of fascinating that we're not talking about this. Oswald's connection with the Soviet Union were well known. He defected to the Soviet Union in 1959 and lived there for 3 years. So it's not like this is a huge revelation.
If they say anything that's wrong, let me know, Corey. I'll mute them and you could correct them if they're saying something wrong.
He lived in the Soviet Union. He denounced his American citizenship in 1959 and lived there until I think it was either 62 or 63. I can't remember. So all these connections with the Russians and Oswald are very real and substantiated. It's something we know about. I just think that's important to add that context.
So I got a question for Joe and Uncommon. And look, I don't speak for Mickey, but Mickey, I've spoken with you enough that I think I can say you're a fair-minded person, and you'll just go wherever the evidence leads. I think that's true. I think you would agree with that. And I think that's Sarah too. I think that's most folks, honestly, on this space. So the thing is, like, look, if the evidence points to this or that state actor, I don't really care who did it. I just want to know who actually killed JFK. I mean, like, this is our president. He was beloved. He still is.
We know who
so
shot
Joa
him.
and Uncommon, the question I would have for you guys is there are, supposedly 80,000. I mean, there could be 100,000. There could be 500,000. There could be 10,000. But there's all these documents that have been held, I guess some of them maybe at Langley and other places, who knows where. But do you think that these additional documents that were not in the possession of NARA, if they come out, do you think that they would back up your hypothesis, or would they make it like really no clearer than it is now? I mean, in other words, like, obviously documents could have been destroyed, and I mean, maybe that has been done or not. But I'm just wondering, do you think like the picture's going to get clearer, or is it going to be about like where it is right now? Because like, I think whether we can say for sure that it's this or that state actor is going to require more evidence, clearly, even for the Russian thing. And yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if you feel like it's going to get clearer or not, to back up your thought on that.
To me, it's clear
listening
that
to stuff like
Oswald was
this is like the
involved.
most
To me, it's clear
frustrating
that
stuff in the
Oswald
world
pulled the
because
trigger.
they're tossing
It's not
around the
clear if there
common
was a second
footballs.
gunman,
They're not
although
digging.
there's a lot of
This is
evidence
all
pointing that
surface
way,
layer
and
stuff
these
they're talking
documents
about.
actually show there probably was a second shooter. It actually increases the probability of it, not decreases it. Now, who controlled who? I think there's always going to be loose ties, to be honest with you. And it's up to everyone to decide which one has stronger ties. I don't think we're ever going to get a conclusive answer as to if it was Russia or if it was
I'm about to
Israel.
do my own space because
But we
these
might
guys are
get
fucking retards.
more data, and I hope we do.
You can hang out for a little bit, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
All right. I'm about
No,
to
there
fucking
isn't a magic document
tweet
that
right
says,
now.
"Hey, here's what they did and how they did it." That was never going to happen. That's not how documents work. Actually, even so far, people that have figured out, come up with the theories that they've come up with, or come up with what I think is the most logical explanation. You know, they're just looking through the documents, but they're also piecing it together with other evidence. But the other thing you have to realize is, like, this was obviously an operation. So a lot of the documents, like, I think when you guys are reading into, oh well, Oswald is going here, he's doing this, I think you're going down, like, that's the trail they want you to go down. Like, to me, that's
okay.
You're thinking, oh well, this is exactly what it is. Like, I don't think that's what it is at all. So but there isn't a magic document.
No.
It's not going to tell you
You had that
exactly.
right.
I had it right? Okay. I thought I said no E.
You know, what happened. You got to kind of
gotcha.
piece it
Is
together.
there why isn't there a document that, like, you know, someone in the CIA, or like, they read everything and they like wrote a letter that says we think it's X?
Well,
why does that not exist?
Let me also say one more thing about the Israeli thing is we have the CIA that even now with the documents they just released, they cannot release things related to Israeli intelligence based on their agreements with other intelligence agencies. We had a CIA guy in here earlier who basically explained that, and he explained it very well. So I think that, which to me proves more of the point that we're not going to get, even if it is in the said documents we have now, we're not going to see them because they can't release that because it basically I don't know, it violates the credibility of the CIA or their ability to get more information from the Israeli intelligence agencies today, right?
That makes sense.
And to me, that also is the most logical conclusion why we're not getting all, you know, why they can't redact everything on it. You know, everybody's obviously dead. Why can't they redact that information? Because, you know, and some of it does make sense. Obviously, if you have to recruit other agents in the future, if you start giving away everyone's identity, then if you start giving away, hey, this is the Israeli intelligence agency, you're not going to get more information from the Israeli intelligence agencies, which we know the intelligence agencies all work together. But what I'm saying is that's why I think that it's covering up for the Israeli Mossad connection is the most likely thing. It's also the reason that all of our politicians get uncomfortable because, you know, they all run on a pro-Israel ticket. Basically, everyone in our government does. So anything that could damage that, it's the same thing with the Epstein files. Everything, if you look at anything related to Epstein, it's obvious that it was a blackmail honey trap. For most likely, obviously, an Israeli Mossad operation, and all the people that funded him were Zionists and Les Wexner and what have you. I mean, it's the same thing. Why can't they release that information?
The
Because
Trump Gaza condos are going to fix everything. We are actually going to wrap soon.
Look in the nest if you want to blow your mind. Look in the nest because I think that'll be more mind blowing than the whole Russian story you just had.
I will do it, but I think we're about to wrap soon, so maybe we'll get to the last round of hands.
Yeah, we're gonna we're gonna do ours.
Jessica.
Okay.
Jessica.
Ours is about to be way better than this
I'm
shit.
just curious. Like I'm writing a lot of these posts that are going out.
Myron, I'm gonna run and grab a drink real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. You good?
Are about Vietnam, and
Because I'm about to start up my space here in a second with just me and you.
Like when he got assassinated, but before he got assassinated, and even after he got assassinated. Like there's one from 1963. So it's kind of.
This is actually comical that they have these people on. Meanwhile, I got like the #1 guy on this shit, and they're not giving a mic. This is the problem with a lot of these spaces. Like, people are just dumb. Which is why I'm gonna fucking just, we're just gonna run it ourselves. You want something done right, you gotta do it yourselves. You know what I mean? So, I'm gonna start this space up here in a second. I think I might need to start it up on my phone, though. Because if I start it up on the computer, it might be fucked up, but I'm gonna definitely start. Let me. Let me see here. You know what? I'll do it on my phone because I notice when I do it on my phone, it'll be a lot better, more than likely. All right. So we're going to bring all the Twitter listeners in, and obviously you guys watching on YouTube and Rumble, and we're live streaming it too. So we're literally doing it all. All right. Hold on, let me unmute this. Oh, did they close it? I think they closed it.
The thing I wanted to mention from the docs that I found that I think was very interesting because
Quickly,
Joa
please.
had mentioned this. He had mentioned the second shooter. There are several documents in there, several documents that talk at length about different rifle testing, scope testing, range testing, and I just haven't had time to really think through that. I'm a little bit tired as well, but there's quite a lot in there that apparently was pertinent to the JFK investigation, where the CIA and the intelligence agencies were testing different types of weaponry. I thought that's very interesting, and maybe at some point somebody will figure out what the exact connection was, but it doesn't, at least on its face, have a clear thing where they're like, well, this is what Oswald must have done. It's very interesting that they have those documents in there. I just wanted to point that out.
Jess, we have to land because it's been a 9-hour space. We are
10.
ready to sleep 10 hours.
These niggas been
We'll
going for
end
10
it on
hours?
LBJ's genitals.
Lord.
But I do.
All right, they're gonna
I
end.
do want to say this. I want to thank
Chat,
our
as soon as
esteemed
they end
panel.
theirs, I'm gonna
I
start
learned a
mine.
lot. I am not an expert on this, so if I said
Mickey,
anything
you
dumb,
gotta,
I apologize.
You gotta,
As soon as they end this shit, I'm gonna start mine, chat.
you just pointed it out. He's Russian.
Bro,
and
don't
Jewish.
make me start, dude. She's gonna.
And I'll drop the website for you guys as well if you guys want to listen in on Twitter. You can watch it live or you can listen in.
I don't know, but I want to thank everybody who came up and.
They're wrapping up theirs right now. Corey, once they wrap up theirs, I'm gonna start mine.
Okay.
Hosts and everyone this is really amazing. I hope we continue to do this. I'm learning. I'm slightly mind blown, but apparently I was like 10 years late, so what do I know? But Sarah, what do you think? You are the top G. I give you the last word before we close.
You're so kind. I do. This has been an epic space. I think everybody needs to follow all of our speakers. Follow Mickey. Mickey works so hard, and he comes up here. He helps. He's wonderful. But take a look at your speaker panel. You'll see Jessica. You want to follow Jessica. She is responsible for all the breaking news that is happening on Mario's page. We call her the good Jess. We call you Jess the bad Jess, but she's our good Jess. And thank you all for joining us today. This was an epic space. Many of you, I've seen you down in the listeners who have been there with us the entire time. Please keep an eye on Mario's account, turn on notifications, because we will have spaces coming up this week. And
All right, let's go. I'm starting this thing up right now. I'm gonna start inviting some people as well. All right. All right, so we're in here now. Hold on one second. Let me go. So I can't join by myself. Okay, there we go. Now we join this way. Reconnect. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to the space. I got Cory Hughes in the house with me. I see that I'm actually live on stream right now, by the way, guys, as well. I'm live on YouTube, Rumble, X, and we even got a Twitter space going on with obviously a lot of this new information that's going on. I got Cory Hughes in the house. For those of you guys that aren't familiar, he's the #1 JFK researcher. Wrote a book on this where he actually names the shooters. Actually, I'll grab a copy of it. But Cory, can you introduce yourself to the people real quick?
Sure. My name is Cory Hughes. I wrote a book called A Warning from History, which I did just that. I identified all the shooters. My podcast is called Cory Hughes Bloody History, and I do a Substack called Bloody History World War II, which is almost exclusively on Hitler and the Nazis. So I've been on Kennedy for about 7 years full time. It is unquestionably the greatest mystery that the world has ever known. And really, it's only a mystery because of the great lengths that the intelligence community went to implement spycraft techniques in the setup of Oswald and the execution of the assassination. So that's kind of what I focus on. I focus heavily on propaganda, psychological warfare, those type of things, and of course, Israel. Israel's involvement in the assassination, and we'll talk about that first because that's what they were talking about on Mario's stream.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and bring up some people because I'm sure they're going to have some questions on this stuff. Let's see. And guys, yeah, welcome to the space. I'm running this from... yeah, we can hear you. Who's that?
All right, you can hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, what's your question?
Myron, I really don't have a question, but I want to say that I appreciate what you do, and everything that you say is just, it seems so
I appreciate that, bro.
sense.
I appreciate that, bro, but we got a lot of people in here. Thank you for supporting.
I understand.
We're trying to keep it focused on the topic at hand.
No doubt, no doubt. Okay, go ahead and do what you got to do, brother.
All right.
I appreciate what you do. Keep doing it.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Let me see here. Get some people up. I guess. Shit. Frank. Hey, go to your bed. Go. Sorry, guys. My dog is. He wants some attention. Sit. Okay. Let me see here. So yeah, Cory, they're showing here that this Israeli angle, they haven't been wanting to expose it because what they were saying before in another space that we were in, where they were saying the U.S. government can't declassify things that Israel might not necessarily want to stay classified, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So let's talk about Israel.
Sure.
And you have to understand the relationships at play here. I've said this many, many times. The study of history is the study of relationships. And the relationships at play that killed Kennedy were obviously the CIA, the Mafia, and the Mossad. The relationships with the CIA and the Mafia are more obvious. We know about those going back to, 44, the docks in New York, and Lucky Luciano. But really, the most important relationship is between the Israelis, or the pre-Israeli Zionists, going back to 45 and 46, and the Mafia, particularly via their connection through Meyer Lansky, who is a Jew, a Polish Jew, not an Italian, who ran the large-scale Mafia syndicate for basically 40 years. Basically, what you have is 1946. We'll get into specifics here. 1946, David Ben-Gurion sends a guy named Reuven Daphne, who is an emissary for a group called the Haganah, which is a pre-Israeli Zionist terrorist organization. Ben-Gurion knows the mob is run by Jews, not Italians. So he sends Reuven Daphne to meet with Bugsy Siegel in Los Angeles in 1946. This is the birth of the relationship between the Israelis and the United States Mafia. Reuven Daphne and Bugsy Siegel have a conversation, and Daphne tells Bugsy Siegel that they're fighting the Palestinians, and Bugsy Siegel is taken aback. He's like, you mean Jews have grown a backbone and they're fighting something? I mean, he couldn't believe it. Reuven Daphne explains the Palestinian situation to him, and ultimately, Bugsy Siegel will give Reuven Daphne 50 grand over a course of about 3 months. This is just the beginning of the relationship between the U.S. Mafia and the pre-Israeli Zionists, who will be the Israelis. Israel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the mob. Then you have the Sonborn Institute. David Ben-Gurion partners with Rudolf Sonborn. And the idea is, after World War II, the Israelis wanted our surplus weapons that were no longer needed so that they could fight the Palestinians. We refused to give them to them. So what does Ben-Gurion do? He sets up the Sonborn Institute with Rudolf Sonborn, and for the next 20 plus years, American Jews, mostly, and some guys connected to the Kennedy assassination, David Ferrie and his crew in New Orleans, There were break-ins to these bunkers and armories across America that held all of our surplus, and they stole it. And they sent it via a company in Virginia called Interarmco, which was run by a CIA agent named Samuel Cummings. Samuel Cummings also is the man who imported the Carcano rifle via his other company, Adams Consolidated. But ultimately, you have these weapons that are stolen from these bunkers and these armories. And this is connected to Kennedy because many Kennedy researchers believe that David Ferrie's break-ins to these bunkers were to support the anti-Castro Cubans. That's a lie. The Cubans never got any weapons or money or any of the stuff raised for them because it was all deflected to Israel via this company, Interarmco, out of Virginia. So that's just the beginning of the relationship between the pre-Israeli Zionists, who would go on to be the Israelis, and the mafia. This relationship solidifies over the next 14 or 15 years, bringing us to the assassination. And in that time, the mafia is participating in Israel's stealing of our nuclear material from Apollo, Pennsylvania, the NUMEC plant. So NUMEC, founded by Zalman Shapiro, a Jew from Philadelphia, he starts this NUMEC corporation. The Israelis basically get a contract to create nuclear materials for the Navy. And over a period of 6 or 7 years, around 600 pounds of enriched uranium makes their way to the Dimona reactor. And the shipping at the ports was all overseen by the U.S. Mafia. This is the relationship that people need to understand. This is the relationship that killed Kennedy. And the relationship between these two organizations and the CIA is pretty well established at this point. If you ask me, the CIA takes their orders from Tel Aviv and always has. I don't think that that's changing anytime soon, honestly. But that is the foundation of the relationships that led to the assassination. Now, Mickey Cohen is in jail at the time of the assassination. His right-hand man is a guy named Al Gruber. And so 3 weeks before the assassination, it's very well established, Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir are living in Los Angeles. They've been partners with the LA Mafia for, 14 years at minimum at this point, probably longer. Al Gruber gets sent to Dallas to meet with Jack Ruby. This is 3 weeks before the assassination. According to Gruber, it was just coincidence he was in Dallas and happened to meet with him. Bullshit. After Oswald is arrested at the Texas Theater, the very first phone call that Jack Ruby makes is to Al Gruber in LA. This is the connection between the Kennedy assassination and the Israelis, directly through Al Gruber and the LA Mafia. So this is what people aren't talking about. People are talking about the obvious stuff with Israel. But it's the minutia and the understanding of these relationships going back to 1945, 46 that everyone really needs to understand the assassination. Now, in regards to the front companies used, obviously the man at the top of the pyramid of this is David Ben-Gurion. The way I see it, the evidence for this to me is, there have been books written about this, it's kind of overwhelming. The orders probably went down from Ben-Gurion to Menachem Begin, Shamir, and Rabin, those three guys who were basically the functioning heads of Israeli intelligence at the time, even though it was Mir Amit who was on paper as the head of the Mossad in 1963. These guys, like I said, living in Los Angeles. Yitzhak Rabin flies into Dallas the night before the assassination. Okay, it's documented in his wife's memoir. Both of them were in Dallas. She caught an earlier flight out than he did. And when she got home to Israel, she read about the assassination in Dallas and couldn't believe it because they were just there. So Rabin was in Dallas. Okay, so that's the other connection to Israel right there. To me, overlooking all of these facts, to me, is to ignore the assassination entirely. These are the fundamental relationships, the mafia, the CIA, and the Israelis, that led to the assassination. And once you get into the CIA, that extends to all the other government agencies, particularly the Secret Service, who was heavily involved in the actual pulling off of the assassination that day. So this is all outlined in my book, A Warning from History. I don't really touch upon the Israeli aspect too much. I got more into the minutia of the fine details of who pulled the triggers and how I know that and all that stuff. The Israeli angle requires a book unto itself. So, but that's it for my preamble. If there's any questions in regards to the Israeli angle, I can probably answer them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So he gave a fantastic monologue there. Guys, this is the #1 guy when it comes to JFK. I'll be honest with you, most people, he runs circles around them. So if you got questions on JFK, he knows every angle, whether CIA angle, the Israeli angle, the mafia angle, etc. If you're watching on stream, I actually got his book right here, A Warning from History, where he goes into this. I mean, we named the shooter by names here. He knows every single person that was actually involved. So if anybody got any question, start raising your guys' hands. I'm going to open this up for Q&A kind of, because I know some of you guys are going to have some good questions. Let me see here. So we'll go with, I don't see any hands up. We'll go to Chad. Go ahead.
All right. So who pulled the triggers? Where do we, how do we get there? Is that outlined in these newest file releases?
Not good. No, it's not going to be ever. And all the information you're ever going to have on these guys is already out, and it's very scant in the collections already. So you have to understand, this is the most complex act of tradecraft that the CIA has ever attempted to pull off. And tradecraft is spycraft. It's all the spy techniques. It's the body doubles. It's the dead drops. It's all the stuff that you see in the movies, but on a realistic basis. Okay. When you get into Oswald and studying Oswald, you realize that Oswald didn't do any of the things that he is alleged to have done. Okay, once he gets back from the Soviet Union, it is basically a full court press to set him up for something. But when you look at the dates of when they started to do actions around Oswald, it's long before the assassination. Okay, so initially, I believe Oswald was going to be repurposed to defect to Cuba after he got back. And that was kind of the point of Mexico City. He was trying to get a visa to go to the Soviet Union, which that story, maybe we'll get to that. That story falls apart. That's what the documents are going to heavily focus on Mexico City, which is a distraction. It's basically irrelevant to the story.
I went through a lot of stuff on Mexico City. A lot of stuff.
So you'll find that Oswald's being impersonated in numerous places, not only New Orleans, but in Dallas. Like, everyone thinks that Oswald went to a shooting range called the Sportsdrome Rifle Range, where he interacted with a couple people, a guy named Garland Slack, and that he shot at other people's targets. This is false. That person who went there to shoot at other people's targets was not Oswald. It's very easily provable that that was a man named William Seymour. Oswald, the part of the story they leave out about the gun range in particular, is that Oswald was accompanied by a man who was described as being tall, heavy set, dark complected, a Latino, and he had a pockmarked face. Okay, and so when you come to understand that Oswald impersonations were occurring all over the place, and that he was constantly being seen with this large husky Latino with a pockmarked face, you start to realize that that's not Oswald. Okay, that's William Seymour, and the trio of William Seymour, Lawrence Howard, who was the tall, pockmarked-faced Mexican, and a guy named Loren Hall, they were deeply involved in the setup of Oswald, going back way before, a year or 2 years before the assassination, going back to Bolton Ford, January 1961, when a man who presented the name Lee Oswald attempted to get a price quote for Jeeps that they were going to send to Cuba. Okay, Oswald's provably in the Soviet Union, yet the impersonation started in January of '61.
Can I ask a question that might clarify something? Okay, so could this have been a protocol? Because they couldn't say it was done by Zionist Jews or whomever, whatever group. They wouldn't be able to know, since we have elections every 4 to 8 years, who would be that next president. Would this have been something that would have been in the works? Because you're speaking of these people as almost like ghost-like, which would take quite some time to build that person. You'd have to set so much emotion. This couldn't just be done in, kind of a reactionary time of just a couple of years. If you have to,
Correct.
basically, this is a protocol. This is something that they had planned long before Kennedy could have been, nominated or elected or whatever.
Correct.
This would have been something they would have had to just like, oh, we're instituting this such and such protocol, and here is a quote unquote patsy or a Manchurian candidate lying in wait. Is that what I'm getting at?
Well, no, definitely. I don't know. There's no evidence to me of Manchurian Candidate anything other than you get some hypnotism stuff being done by David Ferrie to molest these kids in the Civil Air Patrol. Other than that, I don't see any mind control aspects here, despite some intentional CIA propaganda that's been inserted into it.
But just like for them to have had the time to project like this plan, they couldn't do it in like a 4 to 8 year nomination type of play. But this would have been something that they had already had in plan just for the next person that kind of misstepped.
Well, no, I think that this was a plan to get Oswald into Cuba after he got back from the Soviet Union that was repurposed. because the first action that we have that sets up Oswald didn't occur until March of 1963, and that's the ordering of the rifle, which was most certainly not ever ordered by Oswald.
Aside from Oswald, but just like this idea, this plan that whatever group used Oswald in this instance, this would have had to been something that was already calculated and pre-planned far before Kennedy was ever elected.
I have
so
the
they're
first
already
Oswald
setting up the president.
Well, no, like I said, it was a repurposing of a team. Okay, so the first Oswald anomalies I have go back to 1945. Okay, but we're not going to talk about that stuff today. That's a whole other conversation. The story of Oswald and the story of the assassination are two completely and totally separate stories that intersect for a short period of time, and that's it. So Oswald was most certainly not involved in the assassination, and I'm the only person on the planet who to this day has not seen any evidence that Oswald was even present at the book depository on November 22nd. Every single incident that day that you analyze, every person who interacted with Oswald, everything that you read about Oswald in the book depository completely falls apart that day, to the point where I have concluded Oswald was never in the book depository on November 22nd. This brings me back to William Seymour and Lawrence Howard and Lauren Hall, who were men who I can show, and I do demonstrate in my book, all the numerous incidents that they were attesting to be Oswald, who then is accompanied by this large husky Latin man. When you get to the incidents at the book depository involving Oswald, they all fall apart, starting with the ride to work from Buell Frazier. Buell Frazier allegedly gave Oswald a ride to work, and then he walks into the book depository with a package under his arm. That story is a lie. It completely falls apart when you read the statements and testimony of other people who witnessed these events. The Oswald who showed up at Buell Frazier's house that morning had a jacket. It was a gray, more or less flannel wool type jacket. But the story about Oswald is that he had to go home to get his jacket, right? So that falls apart. You have Oswald getting to the book depository and walking in with the package under his arm. But thanks to the testimony of a guy named Ed Shields, we know that story is fake. And that day, Buell Frazier attested to dropping his rider off in front of the building, which completely eliminates the possibility that the package story was ever true, right? So that falls apart. Every person you talk to or read statements from who talked to Oswald inside the building that day is very easily explainable by the presence of William Seymour impersonating Oswald, as he had been doing for months and months leading up to the assassination. And then there's more. We all know about the story of Oswald drinking a Coke on the second floor lunchroom 90 seconds after the assassination. That's another fiction that never happened. That actual incident occurred on the stairwell between the third and fourth floors. And it was most certainly not Oswald, the man who was stopped between the third and fourth floors, who Chief Curry, attested to in the papers that this man was Oswald, in fact, was most certainly not, because this man was wearing a light brown jacket at the time that he was stopped. Thus, Oswald would have no need to go home to get his jacket because the man inside the building was already wearing a light brown jacket. Then you have this incident, which is supposed to have happened 90 seconds after the assassination, really couldn't have occurred minimum until 12:38 p.m. And so that shifts the entire timeline of activities inside the book depository. Now, why do I say that this incident didn't happen in the lunchroom on the second floor, and why did it happen at 12:38? Well, we have the statements of a reporter, a very famous man named Robert McNeil, who provided statements that he entered the building, asked to use the phone, and he used the phone, and the phone was time-stamped at 12:36 p.m. When he left the building, there were no cops in the building still. However, according to the official story, within 2 or 3 minutes, the building was full of cops. That's obviously another lie. Therefore, the incident that happened inside the building didn't happen at 90 seconds after. It happened no earlier than 12:37 or 12:38. I put it at 12:38 because of the time it would take to get up the stairs. And so then from there, what you have is allegedly Oswald's getting on a bus at 12:40 p.m., but at the exact same time, 12:40 p.m., Oswald allegedly is seen running out the side of the book depository. Well, he will run down the hill and get into a green Nash Rambler station wagon, which will then leave and go to Oak Cliff. So I have no evidence Oswald was there that day at all. I have film of William Seymour in the Robert Hughes film. If you watch the Robert Hughes film, which is far more important than Zapruder, you will find at about 1 minute and 36 seconds into it, it zooms on the railroad yard, and you see a man in a light brown jacket who looks just like Oswald, but it's William Seymour. I know William Seymour because I've seen 100 pictures of him and studied him for years. It was William Seymour wearing the light brown jacket in the railroad yards captured in the Robert Hughes film. That, to me, was the icing on the cake that Oswald never worked there, was not there that day. And they wouldn't have replaced him the day of, so that means the 3 weeks that he allegedly worked there was never him. So this is obviously, there's far more detail in my book that explains this. And the relationships with William Seymour and Lawrence Howard are directly connected to David Ferrie in New Orleans. David Ferrie being the central figure and one of 2 shooters on the grassy knoll. By my calculations and witness statements, based on not only descriptions, but photographs I have of people in Dealey Plaza. And also I have statements debunking the alibi that David Ferrie provided after the assassination, a story of him going to the Winterland ice skating rink and with 2 kids and then going goose hunting, a complete fiction that was basically an alibi story. I've been able to place conclusively David Ferrie in Dallas, and I put him on the grassy knoll as firing the first shot from the corner of the picket fence. This shot strikes Kennedy in the throat. From there, he will throw the rifle to a man named Andrew Jerome Blackman, who's dressed in a railroad uniform. He will break down the rifle, put it in a toolbox, and the 2 men will casually stroll away. David Ferrie will then be photographed standing on the pergola. He will then again be photographed behind the book depository in the railroad yards, crossing. He's dead center in the middle of the photograph, which is kind of interesting to me. He's then seen inside a gray Plymouth behind the book depository by a woman named Velma. And this woman named Velma gives a very clear description of David Ferrie that matches the description of David Ferrie on the knoll, which was given by a man named Ed Hoffman. Velma will describe a man with a blue suit and a black hat with a wide felt band, just like Ed Hoffman describes on the knoll. She describes this man as having a grimace on his face and gave her dirty looks, and he had real heavy eyebrows. And the reason he had real heavy eyebrows was because they were painted on. David Ferrie painted on his eyebrows. Everyone thinks David Ferrie had alopecia, which caused him to lose all his hair, and he wore wigs and stuff like that. But no, he did not have alopecia. David Ferrie was most likely an early U-2 test pilot for the CIA. When you study the early U-2 test pilots, particularly the Chinese.
And real quick, Cory, I want to say this. For those that are wondering, David Ferrie was played in the movie, the Oliver Stone movie by Joe Pesci, if I'm not mistaken. That was Correct. David Ferrie in the 1991 film by Oliver Stone. But keep going. He's naming the shooters for you guys right now. So no one else I've seen actually names the shooters by name. Keep going, Cory, my bad.
So David Ferrie is in this gray one-seated Plymouth. It's a 1953 Plymouth, and it actually is owned by a guy named Carl Mather, who works for the CIA. This vehicle will reappear at the Tippit shooting. It'll be parked behind Tippett's vehicle facing the opposite direction. Tippett will ultimately be shot by 2 men, David Ferrie and Kerry Thornley.
And guys, that's the Dallas police officer that was killed right before Oswald was arrested at the movie theater.
Right. That's a whole other story. We'll get to that here in a moment. But so David Ferrie was, and this, you can kind of reverse engineer David Ferrie's involvement, starting with his alibi story. Ultimately, there's a man named Frank J. Chalona, who was a student at Southeastern University in Hammond, Louisiana. He's the roommate of a guy named Thomas Compton, who was in the Civil Air Patrol going back to like 56 with David Ferrie. David Ferrie ended up recruiting somehow the squadron of kids around him that he molested all of them, probably through hypnosis. But Thomas Compton was living in the dorms at Southeastern University in Hammond. His roommate, Frank Chalona, will provide a statement to the FBI that says when he went into his dorm room on Saturday, the day after the assassination in the afternoon, about 3 o'clock, he sees a man sleeping in his roommate's bed. He gives a perfect description of David Ferrie with hair that was pasted on to the hat that he wore and wearing a blue suit and everything. Okay, so David Ferrie, at a time when he's supposed to be at the Winterland ice skating rink in Houston, he's not. Okay. It turns out that the Winterland was actually owned by Lyndon Johnson and the Johnson family enterprise. It was run by a woman named Mary Boots Roberts, who was basically married into the family of Jack Valenti, who I put as the shooter on the grassy knoll. So you have this intimate connection of people through this alibi story, but the alibi story falls apart. And I don't want to get too much into the Winterland. It's a CIA front business, basically. And David Ferrie was never there. And if David Ferrie was never in Houston, and we have this huge alibi story and hundreds of pages of FBI investigation into this alibi story, if he was never a part of that, why is that? Well, obviously, because he was in Dallas. And what he did was he went from Dallas directly to Hammond, Louisiana. He never went to Houston. The entire Houston story, which really could fill a book unto itself, that is his alibi, and it's completely fictional. So David Ferrie's involvement to me is concrete. Plus, we have Jack Martin, who worked with Guy Bannister, who told the FBI that David Ferrie was in Fort Worth 2 days before the assassination. So
Oh, go ahead. Finish up, and then I was going to see if anyone else had questions. I'm sure you're going crazy right now with the information, and I'm sure people might have some questions. Suleiman, Simon, I know you guys are in here as well. Welcome to the space. Dom, I guess he's answering Chad's question right here, knocking it out the park. But go ahead, man. I'll let you finish it, and if anyone else has questions. Guys, if you got questions, just raise your hand on Twitter, on the space, and then I'll bring you up so that you can ask your question. But my bad, Corey, go ahead.
So we're talking to shooters, right? So let's get back to the shooters.
Yeah.
So we have a witness in the Dealey Plaza whose name is Arnold Roland, and on the 6th floor in the sniper's nest, he clearly describes the man who was in the sniper's nest as being a large, Cuban, dark-complected. He says possibly like a Negro, but not as dark. And then he says that this man's face was marked in some kind of, it was either wrinkled or marked in some kind of way. Now, give me a break. How many people in the storyline match the description of a large, husky Latino with a pockmarked face who is dark complected? I mean, there's only one, and it's Lawrence Howard. And so then this is where relationships come into play, and the relationships with William Seymour, which supports the notion that Oswald was never there and William Seymour was. Because let me ask you a question. Do you really think if they're going to import multiple assassins into a building to kill the president, that they're going to let their patsy just wander around the building? At any given time, he could just bump into them, rifles and all? No, it's ridiculous. It's the dumbest story since gas chambers. So ultimately, you have on the 6th floor Lawrence Howard and his partner in crime, Lauren Hall. And then they found a rifle on the roof. It was identified as a Mauser. This came out in a book from 1966. They did find a Mauser on the roof that they never actually linked to anybody. But by my suspicions, we have the Roche Jeremy story. And I'm not going to get too deep into that, but we have two men, Sergio Arcacha and Emilio Santana, who basically are on their way to Dallas before the assassination, as per numerous witnesses. So I place basically Sergio Arcacha on the roof, although that needs some more substantiation, but it was kind of a process of elimination. From there, Emilio Santana also in Dallas, and basically I put him as the shooter at the Daltex, when I can tell you there was nobody in the Daltex. The shooter from the Daltex building shot from the ledge underneath the fire escape. And so what I did was I took the Alchins photo and I basically ran it through some filters and contrast changes. And out of the darkness emerges a face and two hands directly underneath the fire escape. So to me, it's pretty clear that there was a shooter under the fire escape there. That's where that shot came from. And when you look at the evidence, you find the commission's jacket exhibits, which are pictures of the jacket. Kennedy was shot in the back twice. Everyone keeps saying he was shot in the back once, but no. There are two clear bullet holes in Kennedy's jacket when you study the jacket exhibits. So to me, the shot that went through the windshield and the shot that hit the curb that struck James Tague in the face while he was under the overpass, to me, those appear to be shots that came almost parallel from the Daltex in a straight line shot by Emilio Santana. Now, this is why I believe that they had to make up the story about 90 seconds after the assassination. Oswald was stopped with a Coke. And I think that story was created to cover for the fact that there was an arrest in Dealey Plaza, which is captured in Willis photo number 10. In Willis photo number 10, they are arresting a man dressed all in black. You can clearly see one of the officers holding a rifle behind him. My team actually just identified another rifle in Dealey Plaza, a Remington rifle that was carried out of the book depository. So this incident involved Baker. Baker made this arrest. So Baker could not have gone in the building 90 seconds after. Baker basically runs. People think Baker ran into the book depository, and that's what his testimony was. But that's false. In the film, I believe it's the Couch film, or maybe one of the other films, you can see here they're taking that man into custody, and one of the cops is holding a rifle. So basically, this puts the incident with Oswald on the second floor with the Coke far beyond the 90-second threshhold that we're told. And I believe that story was made up to cover for the fact that they made this arrest.
If you guys are wondering, I'm showing some of these pictures on screen because we're doing a space, but I'm also live streaming this as well, so you guys can see some of the photos that he's talking about. We'll go to some of these hands here. Chad, I think you got your question answered. Dom, Suleiman, or Simon, any of you guys want to say anything or ask Corey a question while I got him here? I know you guys don't have your hands up, but... I can't hear you guys.
It looks like Simon's talking.
Yeah.
Simon, we met many, many years ago when I was working with Tone Vase.
Yeah, Simon, I can't hear you for some odd reason.
Corey, I'll recycle Simon because Myron can't hear him.
Yeah, no, I can hear him now. I can hear him now. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's nuts. That's amazing. what I was going to ask then, so of this 80,000 file drop, how much of this do you think is going to be like red herrings and not get us any closer to the reality? And do you think we're like, how close is this going to get to the whole Israel connection? What do you think from what you've seen so far? Obviously, it's only just dropped.
Yeah, it's only just dropped. I've only randomly flipped through a couple of things, and like I'm not interested in really any of it. The things that I'm interested in, we're never going to get. The things I'm interested in have to do with Oswald and Oswald's family going back to 1941. And the reason I say that is because Marguerite Oswald joined the Navy, the Waves program, in 41 or 42, and it's been completely covered up and hidden from history. And I want to know why. Oswald anomalies begin in 1945. Okay, I have proof that Oswald was in two places at once for most of his life from 1945 onward. Different conflicting school records, conflicting addresses, conflicting witnesses, conflicting friends, conflicting everything. Oswald and his family were obviously part of some form of intelligence identity operation going back long before the Kennedy assassination. This was originally pointed out by John Armstrong, but many people kind of disregard Armstrong's work because the conclusions that he drew on his own data are very faulty. But there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that Oswald, his mother, his brother Robert, his Aunt Lillian, his two cousins, John Moret and Dorothea Moret, were all involved in some form of intelligence work. And I think that's what they're hiding. They're not hiding much about the assassination. I mean, they're hiding everything, but we're not going to get anything. We're not going to get anything. And these 80,000 pages are going to be fluff. They're going to focus on, I'm going to call it right now, Soviet Union. They're going to focus on Mexico City and Cuba, which are all red herrings.
Yeah, I've already looked through it. A lot of it is Mexico City, him meeting with this KGB guy. And
right.
Soviet
so
Union
Oswald
visas.
Oswald never went to Mexico City either. That's another red herring. So when you dig into the story, first off, Oswald had to have crossed the border to get to Mexico on September 26th. He arrives 10 a.m. in the morning on September 27th. But I have Oswald clearly in New Orleans on September 26th, where he was closing out his P.O. box, and he left a forwarding address to the Payne residence, which is where he lived in Dallas. Okay, he never lived at any of the boarding houses that we're told. He was being impersonated by Kerry Thornley. Kerry Thornley was his Marine buddy, who, I don't know if I told the story here or earlier, but this is like my third talk tonight. So,
No, you haven't. Do you have a picture of him that you could share with me, Cory, so I can put him up on screen for everybody so they can see who this guy is? Because he does look a lot like Oswald.
If you just Google it, I'd have to pull up my notes and stuff.
I got it. Don't worry about it. I'll get it up right now. You keep going. I'll show it on screen to them.
Kerry Thornley's in the Marines with Oswald for like 2 months, barely with him at all. But then after that, he gets sent to Atsugi, Japan, where he's sent to Oswald's old units. Along the way, he is basically, he claims in the Warren Commission testimony that he was only in the reserves and he never really did anything with the Marines. But I got a hold of his actual Marine record, and the guy was really busy. He was an amphibious assault guy. He was recruited through the Voice of Democracy contest back when he was still in high school by the CIA. And so ultimately, Kerry Thornley is tasked with intel on Oswald starting while they're both in the Marines. The evidence is overwhelming for this. Kerry Thornley's actions make no sense in regards to what he did in the Marines. And one thing I find very suspicious is 2 days after Oswald leaves the Marine Corps on September 11th of 59, basically you have Kerry Thornley, who's in Atsugi, who's in Oswald's old unit, where he's taking notes on Oswald, photographing the guys in Oswald's unit and asking questions about Oswald using the alias of Rick Thornley. He then comes back. He's flown back 2 days after Oswald leaves the Marine Corps because he allegedly won some sort of Marine Corps competition, and he's in Washington, D.C. for a week before being sent back to Atsugi. That I still have to do some more digging into. I don't understand the relevance there, but to me it appears that it's too closely connected to Oswald's leaving the Marines for it to not be connected. After that, you have Kerry Thornley gets out of the Marines, and he writes a book called The Idle Warriors, which is about Oswald, and he finishes it in 1961. So he had a rough draft in 1960 that was in the newspapers and stuff that people wrote about in Whittier, California. You see, originally he was like a science nerd, won science fairs, entered contests, straight A student. His records in the Marines show that he got like 4.0 on everything, which is perfect score on all his behavior and work and everything. The guy was the perfect recruit. He goes on after the assassination to form Discordianism, which Discordianism is another one of these CIA-funded counterculture experiments. But Kerry Thornley will ultimately meet up again with Oswald when he gets back from the Soviet Union, but this is covered up also. We only know this because of testimony from a girl named Jeannie Hack, who was a friend of both of them in New Orleans, who saw them together at the Bourbon House. But ultimately, everything that you know about Oswald's interaction with Fair Play for Cuba Committee, all that communist stuff, that was all being done by Kerry Thornley. The flyers that were printed at Jones Printing were printed by a guy named Douglas Jones. And when a researcher named Harold Weisberg went and interviewed Douglas Jones, he showed him 100 pictures. And out of those 100 pictures, Jones picked out 4 pictures of the man who actually ordered the flyers. And it was Kerry Thornley, all 4 of them. Kerry Thornley clearly was a handler of Oswald of sorts, but he was kept, from what I can tell, he was kept at arm's length from the rest of the guys in the crew in New Orleans, David Ferrie and all those guys. The only people I can connect to Oswald in New Orleans are Kerry Thornley and Clay Shaw. Clay Shaw went to Oswald's aunt's house looking for him after the assassination. So at some point, or before the assassination, so at some point, Clay Shaw was interacting with Oswald. So we can say that with certainty.
And Clay Shaw was in the movie as well. For those that are wondering, he was in the 1991 movie. He was one of the guys that was like one of David Ferrie's like lovers or whatever. He was the only person that was actually successfully indicted by Jim Garrison on this situation.
Right. Jim Garrison brings him to trial for conspiracy of the assassination, and
he didn't go to jail though, right?
No, he was found not guilty because, and let's be realistic, like he did a good job of showing that there was a conspiracy, but his linkage to Clay Shaw was circumstantial at best, which to this day is the circumstantial evidence is overwhelming. However, Ryan Dawson has been able to successfully put Clay Shaw in Dallas, but I have not. So
okay,
take it for what it is.
David Ferrie, because he gets killed in the movie, they don't really show that. Like people, was it the mafia that killed David Ferrie because he knew too much?
You know, David Ferrie's death is a mystery. You know, he left 2 suicide notes, so who the hell knows?
Okay, fair enough. Simon, did that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Okay, no worries.
Guys, share the space. Bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, this is actually your chance, guys, to ask someone who really understands the JFK case. Like, he's been researching it for years. You can talk about 100%. Every single angle, mafia, Jewish, or sorry, Israeli.
I was on Kennedy 7 years full time, and before that, I spent 3 years on the Holocaust.
Boom. So
incredible.
Who's okay? Let me see here. What hands we got?
But guys, share the space. Share the space and repost it and spread it in DMs too, guys. There's no other opportunity to ask questions to this guy.
Yeah,
because
I was in Mario's space earlier, and to be honest with you, a lot of them are amateurs compared to Cory.
Well, the problem with Kennedy research in general is they toss around the same superficial footballs. I mean, it's all it is. They're moving pieces around a board and they're not getting anywhere. They don't ever talk about because here's the thing. When it comes to documents, you got all the answers in documents already. The mob files, the Jack Valenti file, files that have nothing to do, the NUMEC files that have nothing to do with Kennedy. So I don't know what people are waiting for. All the good stuff is already out. So there's no smoking guns. The best I can hope for in this document release is we have documents on David Morales, who was working for the JM Wave Station out of Miami under Ted Shackley, who I clearly put as an accessory during the assassination in Dealey Plaza. So we're not, unless we get those files, which I know are being withheld, his personnel files will withheld in full. I don't know if it was released this time, but if not, then they're lying. I mean, they're not going to give us stuff. Here's the deal. The FBI fabricated evidence. Are they going to admit the FBI fabricated evidence and give us the originals? No, they're not going to do that. Look at, here's one example. And I'll tell you the basis of this. When they confiscated allegedly all Oswald's stuff, right? They took about 250 pieces of evidence. The 23rd, the next day, the FBI confiscated it all, took it up to Washington, D.C., returned it to the Dallas police on the 26th. And now it was all of a sudden well over 400 pieces of evidence, not 250. So they fabricated stuff, very specific stuff. They fabricated employment documents. They fabricated the money order that was used to purchase the rifle. The rifle that was the Carcano rifle, okay, which was imported by the CIA. It probably never even went to Klein's at all. It came in and basically the money order that was used for it has a stamp on the front. First off, we don't have the original money order. All we have is a photocopy of it. Okay. They say the original no longer exists. What that means, I have no idea. But the money order, when you look at the photocopy that they present as being real, you can see that the ink that was stamped onto the front of the money order, when you look at the back of the money order, it has bled through and you can see it in its entirety on the back side of the money order. The problem is that money orders in 1963 were done on hard cardstock, not paper. There would be no ink bleed through. So the money order that ordered the rifle is a fake. Okay, let's talk about the handgun, the Smith & Wesson. The Smith & Wesson that Oswald never ordered, it got shipped to It ended up at a place called Railroad Express, okay? It got rejected by the post office, ended up at Railroad Express, and then the man who picks it up signed the name Paxton for it, okay? Paxton is a name not discussed in the Kennedy assassination, but it's a name that pops up in New Orleans intelligence circles. The connection there, I don't know. Who the hell's Paxton? I have no idea. So to me, it is just utterly ridiculous to think that Oswald had anything to do with these things. These are just parts of the setup. And the setup, like I said,
Suleiman, you had something too, right?
Goes back to March of 63. So March of 63, I believe that the orders actually came down slightly earlier. So you have the Battle of Letters in May of 63 between Ben Gurion and Kennedy. Kennedy wants to get into Dimona. Ben Gurion won't let him. Kennedy threatens Ben Gurion and then he steps down. It's really unknown what Kennedy said to Ben Gurion, but whatever he did, he caused him to step down. So
Cory,
Ben
we have
Gurion.
another question?
Go ahead.
Suleiman, go ahead.
Yeah, apologies, is slightly on a different direction. So if you want to continue on with this, that's fine. It's more about the Israeli connection.
Sure, go ahead.
So we've seen a couple of releases of documents. I think Dawson said that they weren't new, which implicate Israel. Also, the redactions state that the name of Israel had to be completely redacted from the documents.
Right.
So
Yeah,
my
not
first
surprising.
question is there more information within the files about Israeli involvement? The second question is, in terms of another theory is that Lyndon B. Johnson basically destroyed all evidence related to the Israeli involvement. So, what's your thoughts on that? And then just
That,
generally anything you want to add about the Israeli involvement?
Sure, that's probably true. I believe he was an Israeli puppet. He basically, after he got elected, not elected, after he got in office, I should say, he handed them the keys to the kingdom. You know what I mean? And then you have the USS Liberty and all that other stuff. And to me, it's obvious what was going on. And as far as what the documents are going to reveal, like I said, like you're going to find all kinds of stuff not in the Kennedy files. You're going to read the documents on NUMEC. The stuff that is on Kennedy is Kennedy's communications with Ben Gurion are, I believe, in the Kennedy files somewhere. But most of the stuff that you don't need from the Kennedy files, most of the stuff is already out there in other things. Study the mob files, study the mob's relationship with Israel. That will lead to the CIA and everything else. Like this is one big orgy of corruption, who don't answer to America. And honestly, it's bigger than even Israel. Because you have the American Zionist Council, and you have who became AIPAC around that time because they were trying to force him to register as a foreign agent, right? So to me, and then you have the Jewish Agency in Switzerland, right? Erwin Heyman, and those guys up in Switzerland. So you have this global mesh network of Jews, right? It's a global Jewish establishment. It's bigger than Israel, and that's really who was behind it. That's who controlled everything since Kennedy was killed. If you ask me, America ended on November 22nd. We were taken over by a foreign entity on that date. That explains
Cory,
everything that's happened
didn't
since.
Oswald spend a lot of time in Switzerland when he was on post with the OSS?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Didn't Alan Dulles spend a lot of his time on post with the OSS in Switzerland?
I'm not an expert on that, but I'm a little familiar, and I believe that is correct. But
so we had another question.
Yeah, any other questions?
I have a quick one. I'm seeing a couple people report that Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby or Jack Rubenstein or whatever his name is, apparently they met a few weeks prior to JFK's death. Is there any truth in that?
You see, this falls back to me. I don't believe so. To me, what I do believe is that Jack Ruby was interacting with Kerry Thornley 100%. I can guarantee that. And I also have evidence, November 10th, 1963, that William Seymour, Lauren Hall, and Lawrence Howard were in the Carousel Club, witnessed by a guy there named Harvey Wade, who was in town from Chicago, who provided a statement to the FBI. So I have no doubts that people who witnessed Oswald interactions with Jack Ruby it was not actually Oswald.
I want to ask one more.
You got to understand, this is tradecraft. This is like modus operandi for the CIA. Like it's shocking to us, and the idea that they would use body doubles or people impersonating people, but no. A new book recently came out called "I Know a Woman" by Mary Haverstich, I believe her name is, and she talks about the well-known female spy June Cobb. And there's a section in the book where she talks about another woman named Jerry Cobb, And they explained that June Cobb and Jerry Cobb basically switched lives as part of their intelligence work. This is like modus operandi for these people. This is not anything new or shocking. And if you ask me, this has probably been naval intelligence modus operandi going back to the 1800s, because people I know who've studied Lincoln say that John Wilkes Booth had a body double, right? So who the hell knows? But what I'm saying is this is the CIA and how they operate. And whether it's shocking to us or not really is irrelevant.
All right, I had one more question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Cool, thanks, man. And Myron, I know you've been streaming for a while, so I don't know if you've seen this. And Cory, I know that you haven't had a chance to review the documents yet, but I'm seeing from all the mainstream MAGA influencers, I'm seeing one document float around, and they're basically saying it directly implicates the CIA. It mentions a small clique of CIA members, someone by the name of Gary Underhill is what this story is about. But the thing is that what they don't understand is all that is a summary of a magazine article that was from June 1967 from Ramparts magazine.
Right.
I'm not, and so I don't understand. Are they just misinterpreting this, or what's your interpretation?
Probably, because I'll tell you with certainty that anytime articles came out in big publications, the FBI did reports on them. So those reports can most certainly be misinterpreted as having been source material.
Okay, because I see like Myron, I don't know if you've seen, but like Colin Rugg and tons of other huge names are floating this document around and basically saying the CIA did it. And now everyone's just posting, Trump drone fireworks, and they're just moving on. So it's kind of like this is a big nothing burger. And you can kind of tell from sort of the coordinated proverbial yawn that the MAGA influencers are giving that they almost want this to be a nothing burger. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know if the audience thinks that or if you guys think that.
100%.
I agree.
Yeah, the problem with the MAGA retards, and I've said this and I've been extremely critical of this for a while, is they refuse to, number one, be critical of Trump, and then number two, they refuse to be critical of Israel or Zionism or any of the bullshit that Israel has done in the past, to include being involved, in the assassination of a former sitting president. So yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that they would say something like that. And then also, we know that this is just one wave. Aren't they supposed to release even more stuff?
I think they say this is the entirety of it.
No,
but there's one thing.
Anna Paulina Luna here. Well, not that she's the most trustworthy, but she just mentioned here like an hour ago that they're actively releasing things as we speak. And she's even saying some smart ass shit like, come to Maryland and you don't need to wait for them to be uploaded if you want to see them in person.
Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah. There's a lot released in the National Archive in College Park, Maryland, and they said that you have to wait for it to be digitized and they're going to be uploading it. But I did notice something at the top of each one. It says it's a 2025 release under the President John F. Kennedy Assassination Records Act of 1992, which was authorized under Clinton. And I said this to Ryan Dawson, and he said that, well, the interesting stuff that we all want to see probably wasn't reviewed by that committee, so it wouldn't even fall under this act. So the act that he's releasing it under won't actually show ever the stuff that was never shown to that committee. And do you think that's where the more interesting stuff is, and the things that maybe you were looking at, like the 1941 documents and the stuff about Oswald's family?
Well, that stuff, I think the only record I have of some of these documents that I know exist are within other documents, but they're not on lists of withheld documents. You know what I mean? So here's another thing I've realized is that people releasing documents today don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know what's in these documents. Even if they do a quick read of them, unless there's something that jumps off the page, if there's something subtle in there, they're not going to know, right? Like the statements from Frank Chilona putting David Ferrie in Hammond on Saturday when he should be in Houston, right? Like whoever released that didn't know the relevance of that statement because there's nothing that jumps off the page as having been important. So that's where you find all the good stuff. The good stuff is subtle. It never jumps out at the page at you. The good stuff corroborates a date or a time or something, right? Like I'll give you an example. We all know Oswald gets out of the Marines September 59. However, I have a Marine Corps record from a sergeant that said that Oswald got out in July of 59. No other documents reference that at all, but I have one. Then I find one document where Robert Oswald, his brother, says that after Oswald got out of the Marines, he stayed with him in Fort Worth for several months before going to New Orleans to go to the Soviet Union. So which is it, right? But each of those are just offhand statements that are made in FBI reports that whoever released them didn't understand what they were releasing. You know what I mean? So that, I think, is another issue. All the good stuff is out. Like, we have it, or else I wouldn't have been able to write a book. So that's kind of my take on the documents in general.
I had a question, Cory.
Sure.
Why do you believe that the current administration would release any documents regarding to the JFK assassination due to their allegiance to the Zionist crooks?
Honestly, it beats me. Trump's behavior in office to me is very contradictory. It doesn't fit any patterns we've ever seen before. I don't see how you can simultaneously support the global Jewish establishment yet gut all their financial sources like he's doing with USAID if he's really doing that stuff. That to me is contradictory and doesn't make any sense. So I don't understand a lot of what Trump is doing right now. I seem in the dark about a lot of it because it is very contradictory.
And
now,
apparently,
what do you mean?
USAID.
What do you mean by him? What do you mean by him cutting Israeli U.S. aid that benefits Israel?
Well, if you ask me, Israel took over our country when they killed Kennedy. Period. Like, that to me is a reality. And Trump, the thing about Trump that throws me off is when you Google Jews in the X administration, like Biden, Clinton, Bush, whatever, it's a fucking full page. It's 50, 60 Jews running the administration. Trump's first term had 15. I don't know how to interpret that.
Yeah,
That to
his
me seems
current
like
administration is the least Jewish in
it's the
the
least
past 100
it's the least Jewish and most Zionist, which is fucking crazy to me.
True.
So
But
I don't know.
Are
Cory,
they
how
Zionist or are they Masonic? That's the real question.
okay, but Cory, how do you come to the conclusion that the U.S. aid that's being removed is for Israel? Because if you look at like the U.S. aid,
Oh, because basically I see this.
go ahead.
The establishment is the global Jewish establishment that we've been talking about. The establishment that if you don't think that the 4 years under Biden was the epitome of the Jewish conspiracy that Hitler warned us about 100 years ago, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it is obvious that all rivers flow to the same place. I mean, they all flow to Israel and the global Jewish establishment in one way, shape, or form. Whether that money goes to Israel or goes to Sheldon Adelson's estate or whatever, whoever, George Soros, it's the same thing. That's how I interpret that. And I just have a hard time seeing it any other way. I mean, I've been studying this stuff for basically 10, 11 years at this point. It's all I do. And
yeah, Trump's not building the temple; he's deconstructing it right now.
So I
don't know what he's doing. I'm just at a loss because this, like I said, this breaks from every pattern we've ever seen in history. What means, I don't know. What the implications are, I don't know. But we have never seen anything like this.
Hey, I got a quick question. You were talking with Myron a couple of weeks ago, and you were pissed off about the JFK people that the researchers aren't getting his follow behind car right. With there was 10, and then there was 8, and then I didn't quite understand what that meant. I mean,
sure.
I don't know where the other 2 went.
Okay, so let me explain this, and this is to me, and this I'll let you know. I'm not the only person to conclude this. This has also been concluded.
Yeah, you guys showed pictures of it and everything.
Yeah. So what I'm about to explain has also been concluded by Ryan Dawson and Doug Valentine and a couple other people that are friends with Ryan. But ultimately, the Secret Service car was involved in the assassination and the assisting of the Knoll shooter in fleeing Dealey Plaza. Basically, when the car pulls into Dealey Plaza, there's 10 men on it. Now, I had made a mistake in regards to Dave Powers. I believe Dave Powers had gotten out of the car, but he hadn't. But it really doesn't matter because you have Clint Hill who runs to the president's limo and gets on the back of the limousine, right? So now you technically should only have 9 people in the car, technically. But by the time you get up around the bend past the triple underpass, you can have 10 visible people. And then there's one other person hidden in the back seat who's being blocked by William McIntyre, the Secret Service agent on the driver's side rear portion of the running board. So ultimately what happens, Jack Valenti is the shooter on the grassy knoll. Jack Valenti will then flee. Remember how they say the Secret Service car and the president's limo stop and slow down in Dealey Plaza? They absolutely did, but not to allow for the shots to be taken. It was to allow for the obfuscation of what was happening in the Secret Service car and to give Jack the time to get to the other side of the knoll where he will be picked up by the Secret Service car.
And real quick, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some of this stuff up on screen for you guys so that you guys can see what he's talking about. Right now I got Jack Valenti up, but I'm going to, as he's speaking, if you're watching the stream, I know some of you guys are in the space listening, but I also have this, I'm live streaming this as well. You guys can see the video of what I'm talking about. But go ahead, Cory. I'll try to pull up the picture that you had.
McIntyre number 2.
McIntyre number 2? Okay.
Yeah. So, John D. Jack Reedy and Paul Landis are the 2 Secret Service agents on the passenger side running boards. They provide statements after the assassination, and both their statements, they lie. That's McIntyre number 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to find number 2. I'm going through it.
Close-up of the Secret Service car.
If not, I'm going to, okay. You know what? I'm just going to pull it up from my YouTube channel because I know when I interviewed you on this, we had it. So let me go ahead and pull it up real fast. It's the first one, right? It's not the second one? Cory?
It should be, yeah. So basically, what you have is those 2 Secret Service agents, John Reedy and Paul Landis. Paul Landis is still alive, and he recently made the claim that he planted the magic bullet, which is a complete fiction. I don't know why he would even come out and say that. But ultimately, John Reedy claims to have gotten off the Secret Service car and attempted to run to the president's limousine, but that he was recalled by Emery Roberts, who was in the passenger seat.
This it, right?
That's it. That's Alton's number 7. It should be right after that.
Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
There you go.
There we go. This is it, right? Okay, guys, it's up right now. If you're watching this on YouTube or Rumble, I have the picture there so everyone can see it. I'm sharing it on screen.
So the list on the left, we can add in Dave Powers. Dave Powers is the guy with the glasses who was marked as number 5. Okay, so that one, when I did this, I just had that name missing. So, but I've redone this photograph with the indicators to correct it.
Okay.
In my newer work. So,
it's up right now, guys. Click the live stream on X, and you guys will see the picture that he's referring to, so you have a better thing. But go ahead, Cory. You could describe what we're seeing here.
John Reedy says he runs to the president's limo and comes back, but we don't see that in the Zapruder film whatsoever. He then says that at that time, he then enters the front row of seats in Dealey Plaza. But here, we're well past Dealey Plaza, and he's not in the front row of seats, okay? He entered the 3rd row of seats. And we know he entered the 3rd row of seats because Paul Landis, the other Secret Service agent, he enters the 2nd row of seats in Dealey Plaza, okay? He will claim in his statement, go back to McIntyre number 1, go back to the previous one. Yeah.
Got you right
now. Right there.
This one?
Go forward a little, there you go, right there. Okay, so he claims that he stayed on the vehicle and went under the triple underpass, but he didn't. He entered the 2nd row of seats, and in Dealey Plaza, probably at the triple underpass, because it's not seen in the Zapruder film. But there's a lot of things that should be there that aren't in the Zapruder film. As you'll see in this McIntyre photo number 1, there are no longer 2 Secret Service agents on the side of the car because they both entered the 2nd and 3rd row of seats.
And again, guys, the video version of this is pinned to my X profile right now, so you can literally, if you're in the space, that's fine. But you can, if you want to see what he's talking about here. Click the top video that's pinned to my profile, and you'll be able to see this visually. Go ahead, keep going, Cory.
It's also on the Jumbotron at the top of the space. There's also other important information in there, guys. So.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thanks, Ivy. So go ahead.
These are my conclusions based on all the evidence that I've gone over in Dealey Plaza, witness statements, these photographs, everything. So both Secret Service agents will enter the car in Dealey Plaza in the 2nd and 3rd row. If you look here, it's kind of hard to see here, but there's 3 people in the 2nd row. And those 3 people are Dave Powers, Paul Landis, and then Kenneth O'Donnell, who's being blocked mostly by Bill McIntyre. So you have the 2 Secret Service agents in the 2nd and 3rd row, and now you have 2 other people on the side of the car. Now, the man on the right side, the taller man, is David Morales. That's the CIA spook from the JM Wave station. When you zoom in on it and look at the modern photos, it's clearly David Morales.
Right now, I'm going to go to it because I think we did. There we go. Boom. There it is.
That's David Morales. Clearly David Morales. And the man on the left is Jack Valenti. So, Jack Valenti, when I spent a lot of time debunking his alibis, and the reason I got turned on to Jack Valenti in the first place was because I caught a lie in his statement. See, this guy, he goes on to be the Motion Picture Association of American director for 40 years.
Hold on. Yo, shut up. Your fucking mic sucks, dude.
We can't really hear you guys.
You guys can't hear us?
No, it's like very, very choppy.
I think it has to do with the internet connection, or not the internet.
Okay, I know what I got to do. I'm going to close some of the tabs.
Frames from the. Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to close some of the tabs. Give me 1 sec. That's what it's because I got a lot of tabs here. Let me close some of this shit out. Okay.
CPU overload.
Yeah, I'm going to close some of the tabs. Give me 1 sec. This should fix it. Okay. Is that better? Is that better now?
If it doesn't fix it, if it doesn't fix it, you might need to get out and come back.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to refresh. I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to refresh the page. I'm going to just refresh my browser. Give me 1 sec. All right. Reconnect. Bam. All right. All right. Is that better, guys?
Much better.
Good? All right. Shoot. Okay. Sweet. Go ahead. So I got right now on screen, guys, Jack Valenti and David Morales.
So basically, you have the two Secret Service agents enter the second and third row, and that was to make room for the two people that they picked up, which were Jack Valenti and David Morales. Let me talk about Jack Valenti's alibi. And the reason I got turned on to Jack Valenti in the first place was because as I'm reading through, he was a very prolific guy. He wrote a bunch of books.
This is the guy that actually killed JFK, guys. This is the one that hit the headshot that blew his head back. This is the guy that actually killed John F. Kennedy, guys.
Correct. And so Jack Valenti's alibi, it fell apart for me. This was very early in my research too, so I was fortunate to be able to spend a couple years on Jack Valenti. And basically, his alibi is bullshit. He originally
is being sworn in as well. I'm sorry, when Lyndon B. Johnson, look at him. He's right there again as LBJ is getting sworn in. Look at the look on his face. Clearly sweating, disheveled. You can see that on my screen, right, Corey?
Yes.
Okay, but keep going. My bad.
So Jack Valenti, and he wrote in an article that was published some years later that he was following behind the president in the 6th car. He talks about getting into a big car with Evelyn Lincoln and Pamela Tenor and a couple of the secretaries. But then later I caught him in another statement. He said that he got into a smallish van. And then in another interview, he said he got into a bus. So it started, his alibi started as he was in the president's motorcade in a large car, and then it became a van, and then it became a bus. And then when you look at the documentation on the motorcade, he's allegedly in the VIP bus, which was the last vehicle in line, 24th in the line of cars. And it was a big Continental Silver Eagle, unmistakable. You would not ever forget that you were in it. You would not mistake it for a large car. So that kind of tipped me off to Jack Valenti. And then I started to dig into where he said he was and what he did, and his statements that he was on the bus and that he went to the Trade Mart, because the bus went to the Trade Mart and nobody knew that the president was shot, but they knew something was wrong. He gets to the Trade Mart and he continually uses Evelyn Lincoln and Marie Femmer and Pamela Tenor and Mary Gallagher and all the secretaries as his alibi. So then I go through all of their statements. They all tell a very similar story. They never mention Jack Valenti. And in fact, in Marie Femmer's statement, she says clearly she hadn't seen Jack Valenti since he was on the bus in where was it? In Houston or Austin, wherever he was the day before. He had gotten on, talked to them, and gotten off the bus because then he took Air Force 2 with Lyndon Johnson to Dallas. So his alibi completely fell apart. He then, from the Trade Mart, he says that he got a ride in a sheriff's car to Parkland. Well, that again is Evelyn Lincoln's story. And Evelyn Lincoln tells a very descriptive story about how she got to Parkland, that there were 5 of the women's secretaries and they all got a ride in a vehicle with State Trooper Good, Goode. Okay. So Jack Valenti's story about riding in a sheriff's car falls apart, and that would have made him the 7th person in the vehicle. Not possible. You're not cramming 4 people in the front of a cop car. I was a cop for almost 9 years. So you're not fitting that many people in the front seat of a cop car. Basically, ultimately, he was never there at the Trade Mart. He was on the Secret Service car, and he ended up at Parkland Hospital. Now, what does he do when he gets to Parkland Hospital? Let me tell the story of Jack Valenti's alibi at Parkland Hospital, and you tell me what he did. So, first off, Jack Valenti gets to Parkland Hospital, and the first thing he does is he goes down to the basement. What happened in the basement at Parkland Hospital? The planting of the magic bullet. So I'm going to veer off and talk about the magic bullet here for a second. The magic bullet isn't so magic. The picture that you see is a round from a Carcano. It's not a Mannlicher Carcano like people say. It's just a Carcano. Mannlicher is a misinterpretation. But ultimately, that bullet never hit anything. It never was fired into a carcass or anything. It was probably fired into water or cotton wadding. The bullet that was actually found at Parkland Hospital by two guys, the two guys who worked there, they actually identified it as a pointed tip round from a .303. So that bullet made its way to Richard Johnson, the Secret Service agent, who turned it over to his superior, who then turned it over to the FBI. The FBI then switches the bullet out from a .303 round, which was pointed tipped. O.P. Wright and Daryl Tomlinson were the two guys who were working at Parkland Hospital. They provided statements on this to investigators who altered their testimony. And then ultimately their correct testimony was provided in a book called 6 Seconds in Dallas by, I forget his name, the Washington Post shill. But ultimately the bullet was swapped. It was never a Carcano round. It was swapped by the FBI years later. And the two men who found it provided statements to that. So Jack Valenti, in my opinion, no doubt planted the magic bullet, which was fired from an Enfield .303. And the Enfield .303, we have to look at it from another perspective. How do I know it was an Enfield .303? Because they were setting up additional patsies. They were setting up Buell Frazier as an additional patsy. Buell Frazier's name was dropped at the Sportsdrome rifle range as having been the man with Oswald, but it clearly was not. So, in my opinion, that's the rifle that was taken from Buell Frazier when he got arrested that day. Because he was arrested, they confiscated an Enfield .303 and a box of .303 pointed tip ammunition, as was described by Daryl Tomlinson and O.P. Wright. So, to me, it appeared to be a backup plot that never came to fruition. But it would have simplified everything, because if they would have just pinned it on Frazier, we never would know about any of the Oswald stuff or any of this, right? It would have probably gone away as the biggest mystery ever with no background, right? Which is probably what they should have done, but they didn't. So, but from there, the connection to Jack Valenti.
Also, we got Uncommon.
Assassination.
Uncommon also had a question for you. I know he was speaking in the last space. I think he might have something for you. Go ahead, Uncommon.
Well, maybe not a question, but just wanted to point out something that actually did come up in the last space that.
Yeah, bro, they wouldn't let me speak, man. I came in at the end there. I was going to try to bring Cory in to talk about this stuff, but I guess we got there like when you guys were wrapping up, so.
Yeah, it was mostly
he was
MAGA.
one of the few people. He was one of the few people that weren't brain dead. I was speaking there too. I was like, this guy's a breath of fresh air.
Oh, let me guess. They all was scared to talk about the Israeli connection, right? As usual.
Well, it almost felt like a limited hangout, almost. Like not only were they afraid to talk, they weren't afraid to talk about it. That would be. They let us speak, so like we at least got to give them credit for that. But they also, I feel like they obfuscated a lot. Like literally, I jumped in there tonight because I was like, oh, there's 6,000 people in here. Let's see what they're talking about. And they gave me the opportunity to speak. I was like, this is a good opportunity to get, what I think is the truth out there, which is obviously the most likely connection is obviously the Israeli connection. For you don't even have to get into the details. It's like Israel killed JFK because they wanted nuclear weapons. That's the basic thesis. It makes total sense when you look at all the players. Obviously, Cory does spent his like 7 years on it. I've only, I'm a rookie compared to him, but it's pretty obvious when you look at it. It's like, like you got Permindex, you got all these players, you got Jack Rubenstein, whatever. I think some people that are kind of connected to it know. But it seemed like they were obfuscating a lot. One of the guys was saying, oh, like when you look at these documents, it's clear that the Russians were really behind it. I was like, dude, that literally doesn't even make sense. Like, why? I was like, you're saying that our government has been covering for the Russians for 60 years? He's like, yeah, they wanted to prevent World War III. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? But anyway, I do want to point out something good that did come up. They had a CIA guy on there, and he said that if there are any foreign intelligence implications, the CIA wouldn't be able to release them no matter what, because it would be against their policy. And it makes total sense because let's say they did implicate the Israeli Mossad in some of the documents. The Mossad's not going to give them information on the way back. Also, we know that our CIA is essentially run by the Mossad or whatever. I mean, they all work together. It's all one conglomerate, right. Jewish power conglomerate. We all, some of us in the know obviously know that, maybe others don't, but the point still stands is that the reason that you're never because like some of these people were looking at it like, look, see, it doesn't show any of the Israeli connections. It's like, yes, you dummy, it can't show us any of the Israeli connections because They are literally, that's who they've been covering for, and they literally can't give us that information. So I think that is good information, though, to know. Like, not only, it's not even possible, I think, for them to show us that that would have the Israeli Mossad connections, I guess, is kind of the major point.
You know, one interesting thing that I did hear in that space, though.
Yeah, finish what you were going to say, and then I wanted to throw it back to Cory so he can finish his thought from before.
Yeah. So this goes along with Cory's research, right? One thing I did hear that was interesting in that space when I was there. One guy said that when he joined the agency in the 90s, they were still telling the CIA guys that were working there the cover story for the 1979 Iranian embassy hostage rescue mission. They were still telling him while he joined the cover story. Meanwhile, the actual reality was totally different. And he said that the rationale behind that is that they might have to, reuse some of the methods or the tactics that they used, or other foreign intelligence agencies were involved. So that's kind of what his explanation was. But Ryan basically said, like, the things that he's used to put cases together have been outside research. People that have spilled, people that have leaked, the stripper that was basically blown off when she was trying to give her story, that sort of thing. So that's probably where you're pulling your research from, right, Cory?
Well, a lot of my research has come from non-Kennedy related documents, stuff on the mob. I spent a long time on the mob, and like, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Israeli-American stuff in the 50s, like the New Mex stuff. Ryan Dawson is the expert on that, so I just kind of left him to it. But I didn't go to any books. I got all my stuff directly from documents. I didn't touch books for like 5 years, and that was just to fill in some gaps if there were any. And that's like my biggest thing. Like, the documents tell us so much. To read other people's books and to read their interpretations of things based on faulty premises is always a bad thing. So when do your own research means not reading books. It means reading documents. And the best documents that are Kennedy related are unquestionably in the John Armstrong collection. John Armstrong has a collection of 100,000 pages of documents at Baylor. It's the best in the world. And after that, Harold Weisberg's collection is great. And because they did a lot of their own investigation above and beyond what the FBI did, right? And then you have Jim Garrison, who is like the GOAT of Kennedy people. He knew what happened. He knew Israel was behind it by the time he died, but he never really said that. That was kind of the thesis of his unpublished book that he wrote towards the end of his life. So,
Cory, what's your opinion on Michael Collins Piper's work, Final Judgment, or have you read that? Or
yeah, of course. That's a pillar of that's okay. So there's only a handful of researchers at Kennedy I really respect. All the rest of them suck. You got Michael Collins Piper, John Armstrong, Michelle Mehta, who wrote the book on CMC, Centre Mondial Commercial. Honestly, I got to throw Dawson in on the list. Ryan Dawson got me started on my Kennedy research years and years and years ago, but he got a shit ton wrong, period. Like, in hindsight now, he got a lot of stuff wrong. Conclusions, same, but the ways and means totally different. And who else? Doug Valentine wrote the books on the CIA. If you haven't read Strength of the Wolf and Strength of the Pack, that's the foundation of understanding the CIA. That's it. I can't really think of anybody else I'd add to that list. So, Hank Albarelli. Hank Albarelli is amazing. Hank Albarelli's book, Coup in Dallas. I'm so glad he wrote it because it substantiated a lot of the things that I had come to conclude, that Otto Skorzeny was QJ Wynn along with Jean-Pierre Lafitte, and that Skorzeny was 100% in Dealey Plaza that day. That was confirmed in Albarelli's book, Coup in Dallas. So, and also the companion book to that is by Ralph Gannis. It's called The Skorzeny Papers. Amazing stuff, really. And so, but that stuff you're not going to read about Skorzeny in the goddamn FBI and CIA releases. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break, because Skorzeny connects right back to the Nazis and all the post-war stuff they were doing down in South America and the Galen organization. And they're never going to want to talk in depth about what the Galen organization did. There's enough books and stuff out there on that already. But that's what that all leads to, And Galen was still in the mix in '63 somewhere. That guy, being the tactical mastermind that he was, had absolutely some kind of consultant involvement on this, without doubt. So, I mean, he was the best in the world at intelligence. So
Cory, so you think basically that all of these documents that, because it looks like they're going to release this stuff in a wave. Do you think we're going to see anything with Israel in these documents? Because you're saying most of the Kennedy stuff you found out about, you actually didn't even get it from Kennedy Files. You got it from other stuff.
Right, exactly. And that's where you're going to find the Kennedy stuff and the other stuff, right? So this is all a fluff job, period.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like How are you supposed to validate what's even
Cover
real
up.
and not even real?
Mm-hmm. And you got to think the FBI fabricated evidence. They altered statements. Are they going to admit any of that? No. A lot of the stuff they don't want to release, I think, will just be embarrassment. Like, hey, we lied to you. Sorry. You know, can they actually tell us that? No. They can't. Their hands are tied. When it comes to the real thing, their hands are tied. They'd have to spill the beans on Israel, how they were in bed with the mafia for 50 years. You know, the whole kit and caboodle. They can't admit that because it'll embarrass us on a world stage.
And you guys brought up a good point too, that like we have another intelligence service that has an incentive to keep this stuff classified. So that might be the other reason too why, because Nick Fuentes actually posted about this earlier today, and I was like, oh shit, where he basically showed, it said CIA said it's okay to clear this stuff, but Israeli intelligence did not apparently. And I got it up on screen right now if anybody wants to look. It goes, from the JFK files, the CIA has no objection to declassification and or release of information in this document except these words. And then it goes, except brackets, Lee 8/7/1998, and then it goes, boom, you see the Israeli intelligence service in brackets. So, I mean, that's kind of a smoking gun that Israel did in fact not want this stuff coming out for obvious reasons. And crazy stuff.
I've seen
dude.
people try to connect like Oswald to the Israelis because of Reuben Ephron, right? And but that to me is irrelevant. When you come to understand Oswald and who he was intimately connected to, it was not the Israelis. It was CIA people.
Shit.
Interesting how they call themselves Israeli intelligence service rather than Mossad, ISIS.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
Definitely.
this was from 1998, but yeah, I mean back then I don't even think back in it was Mossad founded in 1963. They probably were. Let me look. They probably were.
They popped up around the same time as every other intel agency, because you got to think 1947 was not just the birth of the CIA.
1949.
Yeah, 1949. So yeah, they did exist back then.
Starting in 47, there was the launch of the 17 different intelligence agencies around the world, right? Well, the BND came a little later. The BND came around, I think, 56, but it was in the works with Galen all that time. So there was all the official intelligence agencies kind of came to formation post 47 in that couple year period following World War II with this like new post World War II order of things. And you know, you have the war ends in 45, the OSS goes away.
Yep.
And then the CIA doesn't come up till 47, right? But those years, 45 and 46, those were some busy years. You got to think they funneled all the Nazis out of Europe and North Africa through the rat lines, right, to South America. Like people talk about paperclip as being a big deal with those scientists. Like that's nothing. Operation Rusty with Galen is what basically exported. I've seen numbers as high as 210,000 Nazis, you know, into South America, and some of them came to America and changed their names and got, you know, just went about their business, right? So,
hey Corey, let me ask you this:
there was a small event called Bretton Woods as well. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, right.
Corey, let me ask you this: what about I know your expertise is JFK, but what's your thoughts on RFK?
I haven't really paid any attention to RFK or any of that stuff because I mean, once you understand who did it, it's the same people who did it, right? And
yeah.
So it's not much of a. It's
crazy that they still try to blame Sirhan for it, man. It's like, I mean, even Robert F. Kennedy Jr. himself, HHS secretary, said that Sirhan didn't kill his father.
Yeah, it was Thane Eugene Caesar shot RFK for sure. I mean,
it was like 6 bullets in his revolver, and he shot 8 times.
It was I think it was like 13. It was like 13 shots.
Yeah, and not only that, but like the kill shots of RFK were from behind.
Right.
So
and very close range.
You know, from very close range because they saw stippling on his skin, which, you know, typically is indicative of being shot at close range. So, yeah, man, I mean, for them to say Sirhan when he was in front of him and he got tackled, that's why a bunch of shots were in the wall and the ceilings.
They got blamed on a Palestinian, which is hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, they blame on a Palestinian that can't a Christian one at that can't even remember what the hell happened. So it was like so obvious that it was a false flag. Let me see here. Let me get a couple guys' questions answered because Corey, I don't want to hold you forever, and I know that you probably might be tired. And thank you so much for coming.
I had a quick question, Corey.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Corey, you said you didn't read books until after you did your research, but I'm wondering if you read this one book. I've been recommending it to Myron, and then Ian Carroll ended up mentioning it on Joe Rogan. I read it close to a decade ago. I was wondering if it's worth rereading or if it will muddy the waters for me. It's The Devil's Chessboard: Alan Dulles, the CIA, and the Rise of America's Secret Government. It's by David
I know
Talbot,
what you're
who's
talking
like the
about. I
founder of
haven't read
Salon.
it, but it's from what I hear, it's a fairly accurate representation of Dulles. But the problem is, a lot of the stuff involving Dulles and Bill Donovan and the early intelligence guys is that, and this doesn't come up very often, but these guys were all like knee deep in the secret society stuff, and not like the Freemasons. I'm talking the World Brotherhood and P2, which are like more European secret society stuff. And so a lot of their activities involving Centro Mundial Comercial and Permindex and all that stuff all kind of fell within this shroud of these secret societies that they were involved with in Europe, that I got too much on my plate to like go off on the secret society tangent. So, but we don't know how much stuff is hidden from us. I mean, I have a feeling there's a world of stuff that we don't know about. So, but that'll give you the basic
The Devil's
premise.
Chessboard's a good book, right?
And that's what I've heard. Yeah, but I haven't read it myself.
Thanks.
I did get a recommendation recently on Barry and the Boys. My boy Jim read that and said it was phenomenal. So that's going to be pretty. I got like 10 books that are literally sitting in my house that I have to get to, all on Oswald. But
anybody else, guys? Because I want to get as many. Because literally, we got the number one guy when it comes to JFK in the fucking room right now. So I'm live streaming it. He's here with me on a Zoom call, so that's how you guys are able to hear him. So if you got questions for JFK or any of this stuff, you guys ask now, man, because this is literally the expert on this. I see Jake the Mullet. Go ahead.
Jake,
wake up.
All right, I'm gonna remove him. Okay, who's up next? Stevenson, go ahead. And if you guys already spoke, I'm gonna just like move you down or something like that, or yeah.
Hey Cory, so RFK Sr. after the assassination, he pretty much found out, who did it pretty early. It was, I mean, who invited? How did JFK end up in Dallas that day? Why was he there? He was there for a fundraiser. He was there for a fundraiser. So RFK said, hey, where are the checks at? And a certain group didn't cut the checks. And it was, as a good lawyer and the Attorney General of the United States of America, he figured it out pretty clearly why was he pulled there, and how did these people not cut the checks for a fundraiser? How would they know ahead of time that they won't need to pay him? And it was pretty clear after that. And RFK was.
Bro, what's your question? You're yapping. What's your fucking question?
So, who invited them there that day?
That's simple. Jack Valenti did. Jack Valenti, on behalf of Albert Thomas, representative from Houston, they invited the president to the Albert Thomas dinner to come and speak, which he did. And that was, I forget if it was Austin or Houston. It was one of the two. That was the day before the assassination. And the next day was the assassination in Dallas. Jack Valenti was there like every step of the way. He sent the invite to Kennedy. He handled all the press for the trip. He's the one who communicated the route to the motorcade. People say it was changed. I don't have any evidence for that. I know that it was released on November 18th in the Dallas Morning News, provided to them by Weekly and Valenti, Jack Valenti's company. Jack Valenti, like I said, handled all the press. He hosted all of the events that Kennedy was supposed to be at, and then ultimately he shot him. So to me, this spelled out just the insistence on Jack Valenti being in there every step of the way, to me reeks of something more.
So you're saying Jack Valenti, like the Hollywood guy, shot JFK?
Yes, 100%. When you go through the Jack Valenti file, you find a couple things. He was born into two mob families. He was investigated heavily for violations of the White Slave Trade Act. He was investigated for associations with mobsters, a mobster down in Houston. Jack Valenti had a gambling problem that no one really ever knew about or talks about. This comes out in the Jack Valenti files. He was also a homosexual, and he was reported by numerous witnesses to the mob and informants that he was having an affair with Joe Lucia is the name of the mobster down in Houston. And also McGeorge Bundy. It was alleged he was having a sexual relationship with McGeorge Bundy, right? So not really relevant to the story, but just an interesting, kind of add-on to the Jack Valenti story. But Jack Valenti, born into two mob families, his father was heavily investigated by the FBI. His father was had has got like a 50 or 60 files held by the FBI for everything from treason to faking citizenship to racketeering, you name it. I mean, his father was a hardcore mobster. The official story won't tell you that, but the FBI files do.
So, I mean, you're saying basically it was more mob than Israel?
Oh, no, they're the same thing. There's no separating them in 63, period.
The Italian mob?
The Jewish mob. The Jewish mob is the mob. You see, here's the thing.
Yeah.
The Italians ran the local mob, right? You had Giancana in Chicago, but Giancana didn't really run the show. He answered to a guy named Hyman Larner, who answered to Meyer Lansky, right? And then you got Traficante, you've got Marcello. These guys answered directly to Meyer Lansky. Meyer Lansky going back to, here's the deal. The Sicilians only ran the mob from 1921 to 1931. 1931, Meyer Lansky puts out the hit on Joe Masseria and Sal Maranzano, the two top Sicilian bosses who ran the show for 10 years. He takes them out using Albert Anastasia, Lepke Buchalter, Lucky Luciano, those guys. Unofficially, he takes over the mob at that point. He forms the commission, right, with the 5 families in New York. And he's known as the mob's accountant. Yeah, that's nonsense. He ran the show all the way from 31 till the end in the 70s when he went on the run. So the mob is the Jewish mob. I don't want to hear any different. It doesn't make any sense at all. The Italians were little players compared to the Jews, who had an international syndicate. And they were connected to the Corsican mob. They were connected to the CIA's heroin trafficking out of Saigon in 66 with Shackley. I mean, the Jewish mob is the mob.
So who was Ruth Payne hosting at her house then? Was it Oswald?
Yeah. So living at the Payne residence was Oswald and his wife, Marina, and their kids. He didn't live at the boarding houses.
Yeah, because actually she ended up after that becoming like a principal at different Quaker schools, like the Quaker connections, kind of interesting.
Yeah, for some reason the Quakers have popped up 2 or 3 times in my Oswald research, and I haven't figured out why, but so is the Lutheran Church. Oswald's mother was heavily connected to the Lutheran Church, and one of my fellow researchers, Diana Thomas, discovered that everywhere Oswald lived growing up was within a block or 2 of a Catholic, either an orphanage or a mental asylum, which is kind of weird.
Yeah,
we haven't figured out.
Nixon was defeated by Kennedy. I mean, Kennedy stole the election.
Kennedy stole the election for sure. Yeah.
In 60, and Nixon was a Quaker, and there's some just interesting connections. And then going back to Philadelphia.
All right, let's move to Patriots Prayer Network. What's your question for Cory?
I've heard Judith Very Baker give her versions of what she believed happened that day, and being that you have as much knowledge as you do about the situation, how do you feel about Judith Very Baker's version of what she says happened?
She is one of the most full of shit grifters I've ever experienced in the Kennedy world. Everyone should ignore everything that comes out of her mouth.
Yeah, I want to say that I think she's Jewish, to be honest.
She said that she called Oswald and spoken some code on the phone at the book depository. Like, you're a lying bitch. Shut up.
Well, I'm just saying that because I think she's Hungarian or Romanian. She's from some country in Eastern Europe, and I actually did a deep dive on this because, yeah, she like basically said that, her and Oswald.
She's Russian.
Or Eastern Europe, whatever. But and actually I have it in a clip of a video, but there's a menorah behind her when she's giving an interview, and I thought, oh well, that's weird. And at first because I was researching it early on, I didn't really understand. But then I was like, I think she's playing a counter narrative, to be honest. If you want my honest opinion, I think it was like, hey, let's throw some shit out there so people can. And actually, I think that's what Robert Groden was when the Zapruder film first came out to the public. It was 1975. Who was the person that was the on CBS who went through it all? It was another Jewish guy, Geraldo Rivera, and it's on a Jewish network, obviously, because they own all the networks. And who's providing the counter narrative there? Robert Groden, who's blaming. So now you're framing it in 2 different ways. I mean, I don't know. Cory can give his thoughts on that, but that was just what I thought that they were planning. They had to plant counter narratives because we were never supposed to see the Zapruder film. But when Jim Garrison subpoenaed for it, they had to release it to the public, because as soon as Zapruder films JFK getting his head blown off, he turns around and sells it for like $1 million or something the next day. Time Life magazine says, oh, we're never going to release this. It's too dangerous. It's like, why would they do that?
Well, you have to understand who was running. It was Life magazine. You got to understand who was running it. It was being run by a guy named C.D. Jackson, and
C.D.
Jackson
same
is
guy
that
who also, I think, was in charge when they removed the tie from the picture from the Robert Kennedy assassination on the cover.
That I'm not sure of, but I can tell you who he was in his previous life. He was the #2 guy in charge of psychological warfare for the Office of Strategic Services, and he was directly the guy who planted all the fake evidence at Buchenwald, all the tattooed skin and the lampshades of human flesh and the shrunken heads and the pelvis ashtray. That was all OSS propaganda that's all been debunked as fakes, and that was planted by C.D. Jackson, the guy who was running Life magazine, who came to Dallas to take possession of the Zapruder film. So the Life magazine has been a CIA op since the beginning.
Do you know if C.D. Jackson was Jewish by chance or no?
I don't know.
I'm looking him up right now to see Maze, go ahead.
Maze.
Hey guys, and I apologize. I'm just now pulling up, so I don't know if you guys kind of hit on the latest stuff that came out around Mexico and Mexico City, and I guess whatever operations and surveillance that they had out there, and apparently the KGB. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna throw.
What did
out,
I say, Myron? I said Mexico City and Russia. That's all we're gonna get.
I'll summarize it for you real quick. We got 1,400 people. We got a lot of you guys in here, man. We got 1,400 on Twitter. We got another 4,500 on Rumble almost, and another 2,500 on YouTube. So we got a lot of you guys in here. Long story short, a lot of the stuff that they put out, I looked at it too. A lot of stuff on Russia and Mexico City. The bottom line is this, guys. The Oswald that you think that they were watching in Mexico City is not the Oswald that ended up getting shot by Jack Ruby later on.
Right. It was all part of the impersonation and the setup of Oswald in the months leading up to the assassination.
Cory, what are your my general? I mean, what are your thoughts on all the? To me, if you're focusing on Oswald, you're obviously that's what they want you to focus on, right? Like
no, definitely not. They don't want you focusing on Oswald. Because if you focus on Oswald, you'll find out that his entire family was connected to intelligence operations going back to 41. They don't want that getting out. I've studied Oswald at length for about the last 8 months, and I've read every single document there is about Oswald pre-59. And Oswald is not who you think he is.
The person that actually was in Mexico City, guys, was a guy named Kerry Thornley. And, I went into detail with this with Cory about basically they had this guy who pretended to be Oswald in multiple locations. But the way that Cory was able to figure out that it was really Kerry Thornley and not the Oswald that got shot by Jack Ruby is because there's discrepancies in where he was supposed to be at certain times. And also, the Oswald that was down in Mexico City could barely speak Russian versus the Oswald that we know that got shot by Jack Ruby was fluent, if I'm not mistaken, right?
So one thing I want to mention is that, like, when you put together a case, and that's what this is to me, this is no different than detectives putting together a case and assembling a case. You make connections between things that on the surface don't appear to be connected, right? Like when you deal with Kerry Thornley's interactions with Oswald in 1959, what does that seem to have to do with Kerry Thornley's interactions with Oswald, which are somewhat provable, in 1963? Really not a whole lot. You have to come to understand and bridge the gap between those things. And so what do police do all day? They gather evidence and then they make a case against somebody. But rarely in any case ever is there a smoking gun. So all cases that police make are based on where the evidence points to, right? And so that's what I did with this case. I treated it like a normal police investigation because I was a cop for a long time and I was a crime scene investigator. And so I understand the investigative process very well. And so when I read something from 1946 that mentions a certain street or a certain phone number or a certain person, and then that same thing pops up again in 1962, right? Like there's an obvious connection there. And it's a lot of things like this that I believe that someone with background like myself who's got training in investigations will put together, whereas the majority of people who research this stuff have no investigative background and they don't understand how to put together a case that you could present to somebody as, hey, this is the case that needs to be prosecuted, right? And so I think that's the biggest thing with Kennedy researchers. They don't have a background in investigations. I do. And so that has greatly helped me in filtering out what's nonsense and being able to weigh evidence properly, being able to see through people's witness statements. How do you know when people are telling the truth and when they're not?
And I actually have a picture of Kerry Thornley right now for you guys. If you guys are watching the stream, again, I got visually, it's pinned at the top of my Twitter profile right now, so you can see this. And I got a side-by-side between your guy Oswald and Kerry Thornley, and they do look very similar.
Well, here's the thing. They don't have to be identical. And
Yeah.
there's a book out there on the CIA and tradecraft tactics that I read that basically explained that if they're not in the same place at the same time, if they're not being scrutinized, if someone doesn't suspect that they will be interacting with somebody else, a lot of what happened when you read through the FBI reports and stuff, what you get is after the assassination, you get people who called the FBI and were like, hey, I interacted with this guy like 6 months ago, right? And they'll relay a story that they interacted with Oswald from 6 months ago. But what details are necessary for them to make the connection that that person was Oswald? He talked about communism. He talked about guns. He talked about Kennedy. All things that I can prove Kerry Thornley actually did, whereas Oswald wouldn't have done those things. Kerry Thornley was in places that Oswald's alleged to have been at that I've disproven. Like the entire Clinton voter registration incident, which was allegedly proof that Oswald knew Clay Shaw and David Ferrie and all the New Orleans crew, that was when you go through the entire string of events, which is about 6 or 7 different events, which create a string of evidence, then you can say, hey, that was never Oswald, that was Kerry Thornley. But yet the entire JFK research world is still stuck on the fact that it was Oswald, right? So I forget my point. I got off track. I've been doing this for like 5 hours.
Oh, no. I was just talking about Thornley and Oswald.
Yeah, they don't have to be identical.
Yeah.
They just have to be similar enough so that it tricks the memory of the caller who called the FBI from 6 months ago, right? That's the pattern that pops up everywhere, from the shooting range to the boarding houses, even to the book depository that day, right? So, but most of the statements of the people in the book depository have been altered or concealed. So.
Okay. Go ahead. Anyone else got questions? Go ahead and jump in. Like I said, this is a rare opportunity to talk to someone. Wait, Cory, where can the people find you, by the way, if like they want to like
CoryHughes.org. That's got links to all my stuff. My Substack on Hitler and World War II is really the best. It's $5 a month. Everybody should, if you want to learn the real story of World War II, that's where to go.
Nice.
Cory Hughes Bloody History is my podcast, but I warn you, it is, so far we got like 250 hours of me reading testimony. So you better be prepared to get into the weeds with me as I do these shows. They're not for a casual listener.
All right. Who had a question? Go ahead. I just heard a voice.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Cory, can you go over or dispel 2 of the common reasons were given why LBJ would kill Kennedy, or the military-industrial complex would kill Kennedy so they could continue the war? I've heard you go over it before, but probably good for people to hear.
Good question.
They were ramping up the war. Kennedy spent $6.5 billion on helicopters and airplanes 10 months before the assassination. It's pretty well documented. McNamara, it was the Secretary of Defense. You don't do that unless you're ramping up a war. You're not going to do that and then pull out. The executive order, the memo that was meant to do troop reallocation in South Vietnam was nothing more than to put pressure on DM to go along with the CIA, who wanted to get involved with the war. They didn't want American involvement in the war, so the CIA killed DM, and it pissed Kennedy off. It happened in early November of '63. So the idea he was going to pull out was ridiculous. The memo and all the actions the CIA was taking was meant to get into the war, and DM didn't want them. So to me, it's just it's superficial bullshit that people kick around. You know, killed by the CIA over Vietnam. You know, it's what people like Jefferson Morley like to talk about. Ridiculous.
All right. I see Ellis David. Go ahead. All right, Ellis David, no gun none. Jake the Mullet, go ahead.
Hey Cory, I was just gonna ask. Can you explain about Harvey?
Just
Lee
so we can have. I'm on.
Yo, Ellis, you took too long, bro. Go ahead, Jake.
Cory, can you explain about Harvey Lee Oswald compared to Lee Harvey Oswald?
Well, let me go into first I'll talk about that by talking about the documents. And I've got, John Armstrong collected well over 50 documents. I have probably more than 50 documents where the Defense Intelligence Agency, the CIA, Office of Naval Intelligence, FBI, Secret Service, all of them in the body of their reports refer to Oswald as Harvey Lee Oswald. These reports stretch into the 1970s. I have one from 73 where they're discussing Harvey Lee Oswald. And Peter Dale Scott did an amazing job when he analyzed these documents. He found that this was intentional obfuscation and that it was used as a dual filing system. Now, John Armstrong took it a step further. John Armstrong theorized, based on a slew of evidence, that Oswald, the Oswald who we know as Oswald, who was shot by Jack Ruby, is not the man who was born as Lee Harvey Oswald and raised as Lee Harvey Oswald. Armstrong's theory was that there was another man involved who went by Harvey. And I started to look into this many years ago, and I kind of put it off for a while. And then when I got into studying Oswald specifically, it inevitably leads to Armstrong's research. And Armstrong's research is by far the best in the world on Kennedy, but he really focuses on Oswald. And the situation with Oswald is that he found in 1953, starting in 53, there were duplicate records in different places of a man named Lee Harvey Oswald. But I found records going back to 45. The first anomaly with Oswald starts in 1945 at the Benbrook Common School where he's in kindergarten. But simultaneously, he's living up in Boston with his mother and a man named Edwin Ekdahl, who was an intelligence contractor for a company called Ebasco, who did work on power plants. And they had a contract with the Soviet Union indicating that they were clearly intelligence connected. But this is the first incident where we have Oswald documented in two different places. And so this is a pattern that we will see that stretches all the way until, I don't know what happens in Russia. I haven't gotten to Russia yet, but all the way through the end of his life. Although I can say post 59, all the impersonations of Oswald were Kerry Thornley and William Seymour. That is in my book. I explain it in great detail. The duplicate Oswalds that are reported and are evident based on the evidence really goes from 45 to 59, including his time in the Marines. And I'll just give like one example. The Marines is chock full of problems. The schedule that he's said to have been at contradicts the known photographic evidence, contradicts witness statements who knew Oswald, contradicts what he allegedly did while he was in the Marines, because he was allegedly a radar operator, but that's blatantly false. That guy was, I can't find one person who can put him behind a radar unit, and to go through the radar program took 30 weeks, whereas the radar program he went through only took 6 weeks, and he took it at Biloxi, Mississippi. And he graduated June 18th of 1957. So this is very problematic, because he was not a radar operator. We have one sergeant named Gajewski, who puts him behind a plotting board, which is that clear board with the latitude and longitude on it, but that's the closest he ever got to a radar station. Most witnesses don't put him there either. Most witnesses put him either in the mess hall or in guard duty. But we have, I'll give one, we have a dozen examples, but I'll give one. In November of 1958, Oswald is alleged to have been out on a boat, and where was he? Philippines. He was in Philippines in Corregidor, and he was in Taiwan. Okay, and so he's supposed to be in Taiwan at this time, but that contradicts the known records of Oswald, who was back in Atsugi, Japan, where he was simultaneously being treated for venereal disease. He had gonorrhea and he had anal bleeding. So interesting combination to have, right? But I have all the documents proving that he was in the hospital at Atsugi being treated, where he got a colonoscopy and all this stuff between those dates. But I have other documentation showing that he was on the Marine diaries as having been in Taiwan, and witnesses who put him there. It can't be both. And this is a pattern that you see from Oswald from 1945 onward. The only explanation is that there were two Oswalds. And people think this is crazy, but it's not. It's really not when you think about it. This, to me, appears to be an old Cold War primitive attempt to get a spy into the Soviet Union, which they ultimately did. So when you go back and you study intelligence, they call it identity transfer. It's actually a specific thing they talk about in documents and in several books. So it sounds crazy on its surface, but I believe this is ultimately what they're hiding. They're hiding the Oswald family and the Moret family involvement in intelligence. That's what they're hiding, more than they're hiding anything connected to the assassination, because that will again lead to other operations and other tradecraft techniques. They will never expose tradecraft ever, intentionally. And so that's what I believe Oswald was most of his life. I've studied Oswald to the hilt. Like I've said, I've read every single document on Oswald pre-59, every single interview, every Warren Commission testimony, everything. And nothing else makes sense. Especially when you get, I'll give you another statement here. So Oswald's allegedly at the youth house in New York off 12th Street, where he gets in trouble for being a truant, right? And he's talking to a guy named Milton Kurian. And he tells Milton Kurian that he doesn't do well in school because very often his brother goes in his place. Well, he can't be talking about Robert Oswald. Robert Oswald's his next youngest brother, who's 6 years older than him. You're not going to have some, 19-year-old guy show up in a 13-year-old's class. So what brother is he talking about? See, it's little, bits of information like this that are never highlighted, that tell a totally different story, not only of Oswald, but of the assassination itself. And so then my next book is going to be completely on Oswald. I've done a very preliminary cursory investigation into this stuff, and it produced a 5.5-hour video where I explain all my data. The book, when I write it, which will be my next book, I might be working on a book with somebody else in the meantime. We'll see about that very soon. But when I write this book on Oswald, it'll have everything worked out to the finest detail, all written out, because it is mind-blowing what some of the things that happened during Oswald's life, especially when he comes back from New Orleans and he's going to Beauregard Junior High School. It's a wild story. Anybody not familiar with the work of John Armstrong should check out some of this stuff. His conclusions were all wrong, but his data was phenomenal. So I probably gave you a little bit longer an answer than you wanted, but that's what
Cory,
I have to say
got a question for you. They say all the time that James Angleton, right, when he went and testified in these closed hearings or whatever, that stuff is classified. Do we know what they, and I don't know if they've declassified it yet to this day, like, do we know what he said during those hearings?
I think some of the Angleton testimony is out. I haven't gotten to it yet. The higher you get to the top of the pyramid, the less interest I really have.
Gotcha.
Because we
So
know it was Israel. We know it was the CIA. We know it was the mafia. I know who all the major players in those organizations were. So, I'm not really overly concerned about who told who to do what, because it's obvious who the hell it was. What I'm more interested in is the minutia, the fine details, the little tiny things that contradict the bigger picture. That's what keeps me up at night,
Gotcha. Josie, what's your question? Go ahead. We'll try to get some more of these.
Myron, I did find something very interesting.
Okay.
It's a top secret document. It's 31 pages. I haven't gone through all of it. But it says that the CIA got a Jewish woman to go as a prostitute, basically, to Saudi Arabia to get blackmail. And it says it caused some embarrassment because she was found out to be Jewish. And he was the Arabic leader.
I'm confused. What does that have to do with JFK, though?
Well, it's in the JFK files.
Yeah, you'll see the JFK files are stuffed with all kinds of stuff there.
Yeah, there was when I was going through it, there was so much random stuff in there. All right, Josie, what's your question? For Cory?
Yeah, I don't know how long Cory has, but we have a lot of requests. We still have 2 hands. Do you still want us to rotate through speakers, or
Yeah,
you just
let's
wanna
rotate
go
through
the
people.
last hands?
Yeah, let's rotate through people. Unless Cory, whenever you got to go, just let me know.
What time is it? 10? I got at least another hour.
Okay, so you guys are in for, this is really a very unique opportunity. We got like 1,500 people in here. So guys, retweet the space. Matter of fact, retweet the space, guys, because like I said before, I know Mario had a space earlier with 6,000 people in it. It's a disservice that we didn't get a chance to get Cory up on there because he knows more than all the people that were up there talking.
One thing, Myron, that I'd like to do in the near future is I've kind of refined my original 6-hour presentation down to like 4 hours or so, and I'd really like to be able to broadcast that to a large audience at some point in the next.
Yeah, we could do it, man. I think you just need to come to Miami and we just do a full debrief on this. I'm honestly, what I had.
I just got back from Vegas where I hung out with Jake Shields and Dan Bilzerian, which was like the greatest weekend ever.
Nice, because. Like the way I'm looking at it is this, right? And Josie, while you get the hands ready and everything else like that, this is how I look at it, Cory. Most Americans have zero idea, right, of like really what went down. They have an idea like, okay, it's CIA somewhat, but I don't think they know about the mob ties intimately, or definitely not the Zionist, involvement entity. So what I was thinking is that we take one day to talk about the Zionist angle, then another day to talk about the CIA angle, then another day to talk about the mob angle. Then we get in. Now, once we establish all 3 of those things on separate days, Then we go into November 22nd, 1963. What transpired on that day, step by step,
Hey, what's up, Aaron?
hour by hour. Well, who's this random guy that just came in talking? But that's what I'm thinking, Cory. I think that's the best way to do it, where we break it down by entity wanting him gone, and then on the day of the actual assassination, what happened and what transpired, because there's so many fucking lies, whether it's the single bullet theory or the crazy idea that Oswald shot him. Oh, another funny thing I did notice when I was going through the documents raw by myself, they even admit there that Oswald was not that good of a shot. And to been able to do those shots successfully and kill Kennedy from where he was standing, allegedly, from the book depository, that would have been a difficult, shoot with that rifle, bolt action rifle.
Right. So we have two different tests of Oswald in the Marines, and one was bad and the other was average. So I don't know what people are talking about that he was a great shot. I mean, he came up as a marksman, but that's like the medium range. That's just like everybody else. So
yeah,
Oswald never owned those weapons. He never ordered the rifle. He never ordered the handgun. He, like I said, I don't have any evidence he was ever at the book depository that day. Right. And if you're going to funnel assassins to the 6th floor, you're just going to let your patsy wander around and bump into him? No, not at all. It's retarded. So
uncommon. Go ahead.
It's much harder for me to put Oswald in that building than to say he'd be able to make the shot or not. And once you eliminate Oswald from that entire scenario, the entire paradigm of the assassination changes.
Yeah, makes way more sense. All right, Uncommon, what's up, bro?
Cory, what's your opinion on Abraham Zapruder? Did he have foreknowledge, or did he just happen to catch it? I mean, I believe he owned owned a floor. He was a clothing manufacturer, right? I know he was a Ukrainian Jew and possibly a Freemason, but just want your thoughts on him.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, he was associated with the Maryland Belt Company, which was on the 3rd floor of the depository. Some people had documents saying he was part owner, but I have nothing to substantiate that. And I could say with certainty the owners were like Morris Jaffe and Sam Bloom and a couple other Jews. There's a document in the Garrison files where it talks about how everybody in that building was a bunch of Jews and that they were all involved in each other's business, including the nuclear business. So let me tell you, this is an interesting little side note to the assassination. A Jewish company called the Texas Uranium Company, or something along those lines, Texas Uranium Refinement Company. They were set up in the Daltex building, and they bought a plot of land, and then they leased it all out to a whole bunch of people to mine uranium from, right? And it turns out there was no uranium there. It was a big fucking scam, and it was all run by a bunch of Jews out of the Daltex building, connected to Sam Bloom and Morris Jaffe. So just a little interesting side note. But yeah, research into that building showed that the vast majority of people who left went to it. They all moved the businesses together at the same time to another building after the Daltex. So yeah, it was a big orgy of corruption, just like everywhere else.
All right. Who's up next? Josie, who's up next?
Should have been waiting for a long time. So.
All right. Yeah. I'll let you handle the hands. All right. Go ahead to the next person.
All right.
Hey, Cory, have you ever received like threats for your exposure of this JFK?
Nope. Not to date. Nope. I hope they don't start.
That's perfect.
Well, as we get this stuff more out there, bro, they're probably going to try to come after you, man. Mm-hmm. So, all right, who's up next?
Well, I guess this is kind of more of a zoomed out question and kind of like the conclusions around the involvement of Mossad and how this, like, was this really something that was kind of intended to prevent the AIPAC, or what was known as AIPAC back then? It was under a different name, I think.
The American Zionist Council.
Registering. Sorry.
So here's the deal. I believe it was most certainly revolving around Israel's nuclear program. However, I believe it was bigger than that. When you read the communications during the Battle of Letters between Kennedy and Ben-Gurion, it's clear that he was not happy with anything Israel was involved with. He was aware by that point of NUMEC and where they got their nuclear materials from. He was aware of Sonborn Institute and the smuggling of our weapons to Israel. He knew about all that stuff. And in the letter that he wrote to Levi Eshkol, who was the interim prime minister after Ben-Gurion, he clearly states in no uncertain terms that Eshkol is risking all aid to Israel if they can't get inspectors into Dimona. And that was ultimately Kennedy's goal, I feel. I think he was looking to cut all aid, period, not just over Dimona, but over everything. I think he was looking to sever ties. And I think that is most certainly what got him killed, 100%. But you have to think, everybody has their own reasons. The CIA has their own reasons. People bring up the Bay of Pigs, and that he didn't supply air support, which is kind of a misnomer because the CIA had their own air support. David Ferrie was involved. And so I believe the Bay of Pigs was meant to fail so they could oust him, right? And so when you consider that, it just appears as though everybody had their own reasons, right? The mob had their own reasons. So Joe Kennedy goes to the mob and basically gets them to steal the ballot boxes in Chicago, right? 3 ballot boxes were stolen, which gave Kennedy the advantage. Nixon should have won that election. And so then once he gets in office, Robert Kennedy goes after him, and they felt betrayed, right? So they didn't mind killing the guy, right? For whatever reasons Israel had, the mob had their own, and the CIA had their own. But these are all one organization in 63. You can't separate them. Like, it's literally impossible to separate these guys. They're all of one mind. This is the establishment we've come to know and live under. Like I said before, the 4 years that we lived under Biden is the epitome of the Jewish conspiracy Hitler warned us about 100 years ago, all enacted by the intelligence communities. Because you can't control a country without controlling the intelligence, and you can't control a country without controlling its underworld. And so it was a necessary step for the Israelis. This partnership is what went on to, give us COVID and everything else, 9/11, you name it.
All right. Who's up next?
TPC film.
All right. Go ahead, TPC.
Hey, what's going on, Cory? Myron, what's going on?
Yo.
I have a question pertaining to this, because when I see you guys talking about this, it's kind of bugging me out, because back in the day when I learned about this whole Kennedy assassination the car was only a 4-seater. And I remember Kennedy getting shot from the top of his head from the right side, and Jackie Kennedy getting shot with his brain, and then her turning to him and hugging him. So do you think that's a way of them possibly covering up the extra space of extra row of car seat that was there to not show
No, I
that there
don't
was
think
a lot
so.
of people or whatnot?
I think there was definitely a lot of manipulation of photographs and stuff. When you look at like how photographs from Dealey Plaza came to be public, virtually every camera in Dealey Plaza was confiscated by the FBI and sent to Jaggers Charles Stovall, which is where Oswald worked, which is also a defense contractor. Kind of a weird place to hire a communist. But all the pictures that you've seen today all made their way through Jagger Charles Stovall and basically were manipulated. I have a dozen pictures where you can clearly see like magic marker over people's faces. There's a Jew in a white scarf in the Altgens photo whose face is melted out of the picture. So every picture has been manipulated. But in regards to the vehicle itself, no, I don't believe there was any additional obfuscation there other than what I've said.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That was my question, because that was really troubling me from when I
The obfuscation really came with the Secret Service car, right? If you'll notice, like when you look at the photographs following the assassination, like McIntyre 1, you can't see it in McIntyre 2, but you can see it in the later photograph. They did this kind of leapfrog. Like the lead car, which was like a white Impala, moved to the side and let the president's car shoot by. But then they swapped again. The lead car then gets in front of the president's car and slows down. And I think this was all intentional. It was obfuscation for what they were doing in the Secret Service car. But when you go through those pictures, it's clear that something was occurring other than, they were just driving to the hospital.
All right.
Don, you got something?
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. So we've covered a lot of ground, gone over a ton of very useful information. I don't know if we've actually covered this, though. Who actually shot him? Who actually shot him and why?
Well, we've covered a lot of that already. We talked about Jack Valenti. We talked about Lawrence Howard, Lauren Hall, and Arcacha in the book depository. Emilio Santana at the Daltex. One person I don't ever really talk about too much because I want to dedicate some time to this is Dave Yaris was a mob assassin, and he was involved in the assassination of Mayor Anton Cermak in 1933 down in Miami when he was only 19 years old. The patsy in that was a guy named Zangara.
Is there like a trigger man though? Is there like one or two? I mean, like I know that that's a whole large group
I can say
of guys,
with certainty 6 people shot and there were 9 people in place. With certainty.
Oh, wow.
It's all
Okay.
outlined. It's all in my book. You have 3 in the Texas School Book Depository, 1 at the Daltex, 1 between the pergola and the fence. Danny Green, who's the tall tramp, was behind the pergola. I can't put a rifle in Danny Green's hand, but I can tell you Danny Green was a sniper trainer in the Marines before he made his way to Dealey Plaza, head of the Longshoremen Union up in Cleveland. There with Cleveland Mob. He was there with Leo Masseri, who was the old tramp. And so Then you have Jack Valenti and David Ferrie on the knoll. Plus, you had Robert Bernard Baker on the overpass. People saw him with a rifle. There are statements who saw a rifle on the overpass, but there was no shot fired from there. So,
So it was 6 people that shot him, and you said 9 that were involved ultimately.
9 in place. Yes.
Okay. So 9 in place and 6 that shot. Wow, that's unbelievable. I know that you went through all of it, but just to say it, I'm sure that's pretty shocking to a lot of the people. Wow. Thank you.
The problem is that everything in Dealey Plaza was tampered with, and the statements that people should read only give one small piece of a puzzle, and you have to go through basically everything that happened in Dealey Plaza to gather all these pieces to be able to put this together, and it took me years and years to do this. So,
for Myron and Cory, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious at this point, but do you guys have any reason to believe that even one single iota of any of the information that's released here recently is going to be at all worthwhile even reading? I mean, they've had 6 decades to go through it, alter it, destroy it. I saw just a minute ago they released about 32,000 more pages, but I'm not too sure. I think it's just going to be cumbersome and almost sort of a distraction, because let's be honest, if we had a transparent government, there was 6 decades for any politician to tell us what happened by now. So, do you think there's any validity to any of the files that are released?
No, I've said this before. Like the FBI fabricated evidence, they altered statements, they made shit up out of thin air. I mean, they'll never admit to us they made shit up. They can't. It'll be an international embarrassment on a scale like we've never couldn't comprehend. If they told the truth about what happened, it would be, hey, what's up, Ryan? It would be absolutely devastating for us. So I don't think they're gonna. No, they're all junk.
All right, who's up next?
Jake, what's up? Go ahead.
Hey Cory, I don't know if you know too much about RFK's assassination, but I was looking at the dates of RFK's assassination and the Liberty, and RFK was assassinated 2 days before the Liberty was attacked. Do you think that has any ties?
I couldn't tell you. That's outside my purview. You got to talk to Ryan Dawson for that.
Okay.
They killed him on the anniversary of the 6-Day War, and they killed him because he joined the California primary. He was going to become president.
Oh, shit, we got Ryan Dawson in the house. Welcome, bro. How are you doing?
Hey, Ryan.
Thank you so much.
Well, okay, you got someone in here that knows quite a bit about RFK, so you got the JFK expert and you got the RFK guy.
I know JFK, too. These files are just what was in front of the review board in 1992. You're not even getting the really juicy stuff. James Angleton ran the cell with Ben Gurion and his goons out of counterintelligence for the CIA, and they worked with Jewish organized crime and killed both Kennedys. This is solvable without waiting for the government to tell on itself. They're not ever going to say anything about the Israeli. I mean, they're committing genocide right now in front of the world, and there's zero consequences.
No, for sure. Well, you got both Ryan and Cory here, man. You got a 1-2 punch. I think that's the first time we've been able to bring these guys together on a space for you guys to ask questions ever, at least that I've seen. So Dawson knows quite a bit about RFK. Obviously, as you guys know, Cory's expert with JFK. So you guys got both people here that can answer the questions on the brothers'
Ryan got me started in my research many, many, many years ago. I wouldn't be where I am today without him. We disagree on a great many things.
Yeah, Myron, I know plenty of JFK. I'm on all things Kennedy. I just hate talking about it for the same reason a lot of people hate talking about COVID-19. I got oversaturated with it, and it makes me ill, and all I get is a bunch of heat for it. So, I don't know. Yeah, we both know about JFK stuff. Cory and I talked privately on Skype for a decade.
Gotcha. Well, Uncommon Sense, go ahead. I see your hand up.
Yeah, can you guys fill me in a little bit on? It seemed like a couple people had written some books and talked about all the people that were killed, that were possible witnesses and related to the JFK assassination, but some of them also looked like disinformation. So can you talk about were there quality people that were killed and maybe why? I mean, I know that David Ferrie was killed before he was able to testify, or obviously that he supposedly committed suicide. So I'm sure that's not true. But also, and then also maybe talk about the autopsy with JFK, because that was, I mean, clearly they had to fly him. It seems to me, or maybe to anybody, just obviously they had to do. That's why they flew him to D.C. to match up with whatever bullshit story that they were going to come up with, right? To give us the bullshit autopsy. So,
Myron, you
anything on
want to
that would
close
be
some more
good.
tabs?
Is Static again?
Roger Craig was run off the road and then murdered. Johnny Roselli was murdered after he testified to
refresh
the
the
House
page.
Select Committee.
I'll refresh it.
We got Chad the next hand up.
Did you mention that Lee Harvey Oswald's mom was was a part of an intelligence service?
Oh, unquestionably. She joined the Navy in 41, and it's been covered up. She admitted that she was a phone operator for the Navy.
Can you guys hear Corey fine now? I just refreshed the page, Corey. Can you guys hear now?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Sorry.
The
Corey.
addresses she gives down in Algiers, Louisiana, are bad addresses. They're actually in New York, which is right next to the Waves training program. This was all covered up. This is why I say that the most important documents are about Oswald in his youth. They have nothing to do with the assassination. There's a 986-page file on Marguerite Oswald held by Naval Intelligence that's only referenced in one other file, never mentioned anywhere else. I want that file. Are they going to give it to us? No, definitely not. None of the stuff that I want, none of the employment records, tax, or Social Security records that are absolutely mandatory are they ever going to give us. So, which is crazy because we already have all their Social Security numbers. Like, what are we going to do with it? But they just won't give it up.
Do we know about his father?
That's some contention there. His father is allegedly Robert Edward Lee Oswald. But Robert Edward Lee Oswald Sr., who is the father of Lee and Robert, he's not like them at all. He's a short guy with dark brown hair, dark brown eyes. They're both a little bit taller than him. He was only 5'6", and they had blue eyes. And so it's really kind of hard to say. I'm more of the notion that Oswald's real father is Harvey Oswald, who was the brother of Robert Oswald, who was intimately connected to Marguerite for before she was with Robert and after. So, but we'll never know. We have no way to know. This is just my speculating on the data that we have.
Was he a part of any intelligence services?
Him and his brother were both in World War I, but we don't know anything more than that.
So, all right. So, if his mom,
He had a handler in Oni out of North Carolina.
Oswald did, yes. Oswald did, for sure.
So, apparently, potentially his mom could have been a part of some program to where he would have just been like a incubator,
right,
test tube
yes,
baby
100%.
of the. Okay, that's crazy.
I don't think Ryan agrees with me on that stuff, but that's another conversation.
I think he was part of the false defector program and ran out his use when he failed at that, and they made him a patsy.
And there were two actual programs going on. The CIA's programs were Redskin and AE Balcony. He had to have been under one of those programs. There's no, that was all that was going on. All the programs by 60 were reorganized under those two programs. So he had to have been part of one of them.
You know, it's funny. This one dumbass on X, is the misfit retard is what I call him. He says, "Oh, I'm waiting for everyone to like be disappointed when they don't mention Israel in the files," and it's like literally there where it shows that the CIA did not objectify to the declassification. It was the Israeli intelligence agencies that did. Like, dude's a fucking retard. Biggest idiot on X, just like a lot of these other MAGA retards that shill for Israel. It's absolutely fucking incredible the fucking backflips people do for Israel. It's crazy, dude.
That dude's so funny to laugh at.
It's a stupid fuck.
They named a forest after James Angleton. He did such a good job. Like, when does a country name a piece of land after a foreign intelligence asset?
There you go. Yeah, when he died, they mourned him in Israel. Who has any other questions, guys?
Maze, did you have a question?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to, I feel bad asking questions because like my level of knowledge is nowhere near the detail and the granular level you guys are talking, but I'm trying to kind of understand the Angleton and the Jay Loveston angle, and kind of what that relationship was. It seems like the Jay Loveston stuff was unredacted this time as opposed to what was released last time. And I'm just kind of reading through it, but if it's kind of too high level, then don't worry about it.
I pay less attention to the top of the pyramid than the bottom. So that would be a little outside my purview.
Right, you have anything on that or no?
Do we have any evidence of like?
I'm the opposite. I pay the most attention to the people at the top. But yeah, Angleton was That's a long story. I don't know where you want to start with that, but him and Ted Shackley they had a little cabal in counterintelligence of the CIA, and they were working with the Israelis.
You can't trust any Jews in any sort of thing like that. They're all going to stick together and subvert.
All right.
It's similar to what George Tenet was doing prior to 9/11, working with the Saudis and Israelis.
But it's got stuff in there about the Hungarian freedom fighters and like how they were resisting Soviet control. And I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just I'm trying to piece it together. But if I don't even know if that's as relevant or why that's such a big deal as it being unredacted this time. That's kind of what I'm seeing being highlighted the most out there. But maybe that's just the psyop. But if you don't find it important, then just skip it.
All right, who's up next?
Chad, did you have a question earlier?
Yeah, I was just following up. So for Lee Harvey Oswald, do we have any evidence of so if his mom was a part of this program and say she did, you know, have her son, be indoctrinated to this program or whatever? Do we have any evidence of him being like separated at school or like just weird things where like, oh, that kid would always get picked out of, fourth period and he wouldn't come back the rest of the day on Wednesdays or, just something that,
Well, the
would
problem with
separate him.
Oswald's records all growing up is there's major potholes, and then there's some documents that we can say with certainty are fakes. And so it's really hard to tell. And most of the evidence about Oswald comes from neighbors, people who lived next to them, who gave descriptions to the FBI of these people, right? And so it's really hard to say anything like that. Oswald attended something like 14 schools in 10 years or something along those lines, with the exception of when he was at Beauregard in 1954. But you have so many potholes in the available records that it's hard to say. There's a lot of weird behaviors when you go through the testimony of like Lillian Moret and John Pick, who are relatives, and where they were living at certain times. The testimony all contradicts. Like I said, I have dozens and dozens of conflicting information on addresses, schools, whatnot, starting in 45. So it's hard to say. I'm still halfway through my Oswald research. It'll all be finished by the time I finish my book on it, but there's just too much missing for us to be able to make a determination on that.
Is that like a defensive capability or a defensive strategy for an intelligence agency just to muddy the water?
That for sure it is, for sure, because like when you go through a lot of the records, like I have Kerry Thornley's most of his complete military record, but know where I found it? It was shoved into the Jerry Hemming file. And there is no Kerry Thornley military record file. You know what I mean? So they do things like that. You'll pull a file on one person and it'll have nothing to do with that person. So there's all kinds of official obfuscation in the release of documents in the first place.
All right, who's up next?
Not to mention the timing of when they come out with all this stuff. It could just be a cover-up of the Epstein files, what they really don't want to come out.
I find it hilarious.
this
Charlie
is
Kirk
something-
put out a page from the declassified stuff and he didn't mention anything about Israel. Bro, this shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say in Mario space that the likelihood that any of these files will contain anything about Israel the day after Trump personally signed off on the attacks they were doing last night is basically zero. Like, what else would they be distracting from? Like, they're not going to draw more attention and make the American people think, oh, wait, why are you authorizing this? Why are you getting us involved with them even more?
Zion Dawn ain't saving us, boys. Sorry.
I wonder what they got on him. Is it Epstein?
Yo, Ryan, I got a question for you, bro. Can you, and I'd love to hear this because it always bothered me seeing RFK be around Rabbi Shmuley and everything else, knowing that we know now, especially with these declassified documents, that the Israelis were absolutely involved in his uncle's death. Why the hell? I mean, people say that, RFK had a very bad past with drug use and, adultery and all this other stuff. Like, he knows Sirhan didn't kill his dad. He talked about this on the Bill Maher podcast. Why does he show so hard for Israel knowing that they absolutely were involved in killing his uncle and maybe even his dad?
Blackmail, baby.
When you're a self-admitted sex addict, I give him a little bit of a pass. His father was murdered. His uncle was murdered. His wife killed herself. He got some weird throat disease. He's had not the best cards dealt to him.
Yep.
But he was a sex addict. And in his diary, he's fucking all these women, but he's blaming the women instead of himself. He's like, the damn temptress and stuff, like it's all their fault. And then I have a theory on Rabbi Shmuley. I think his ancestors were killed by the masturbation machine, so he's out there selling dildos. But that guy's everywhere. Like, why does this dildo selling rabbi know all the world leaders? It's kind of like shove it in your face. Israel wants you to know, but doesn't want to officially know. He's absolutely compromised. And it could be worse than sexual blackmail. There's a little suspicion on how his wife actually, if she hung herself by herself or not.
Okay, let me ask you this, Ryan. What is the Israeli angle when it comes to, was Israel involved in killing RFK as well? Because I know Thames is the one, Eugene Thames is the one that killed.
Yeah, Eugene shot him, but who covered for him? John Alessio. Like, that all goes back to Jewish organized crime. Like, well, I told you, we'll do a show on it like whenever, this week. It's, yes, it goes back to Israel. Like, it's every time. Every time means every time. And of course, you know, they do this crap during Purim, and they wanted him dead. And then I think RFK Jr. is a fate worse than dead. Like, they killed his family. Now he's on his knees with a rabbi. And the thing is, he's not a dumb guy. RFK Jr. is an intelligent person. You know he knows, but he's afraid to say anything. Even his health minister, he's trying to categorize like mental health of Jews on campuses who feel uncomfortable about people protesting genocide.
All right. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about the RFK situation more detail. What was that name you saved? Alessio?
That's his nickname. Yeah, they ran a bank in California. They hired his lawyers, Cooper, and all that. Like, I can do a proper show. I sort of did. I did one ad lib with Jake Shields, but I can get one with documents and video whenever you're ready.
Yeah,
That's
man. I mean, we can do it.
Done.
We can do it next week if you want, or Thursday
as long
this
as
week. We can do
before
Thursday
the
this
night.
week.
That's all.
Because
you can.
Yeah, we could do Thursday this week or next week if you want, because I think RFK is something that, you know, a lot of people are obviously always interested in JFK, but I don't think enough attention has been paid to RFK. And I think with RFK, it's even more egregious because they did one of the most thorough autopsies ever, and it's very clear the killing shots came from behind, yet Sirhan, multiple witnesses put him in front. And then the bullets don't match up as far as the numbers of shots.
Thomas Noguchi showed the burn marks on his head. You can only do that if you fire from an inch away. Thane was witness firing. I mean, it's not complicated. The problem is all the kook stuff that comes out and it just gets buried underneath all the stupid. And unfortunately, I don't know, his brother is president, so that murder is like more high profile, but you can find out a lot about JFK by unraveling RFK, because the people involved in RFK are also involved in JFK, and the same with the cover-up, including Earl Warren and the rest of them. Like, it's all the same assholes. And it's much easier shorter and easier to explain too. That's why we start with that before I even touch JFK.
And we don't have anything from Thames like admitting that he killed RFK, right? Like, I know RFK was supposed to go talk to him, Junior.
He kind of admitted like he pulled his gun out and stuff. He's witnessed firing it, and then he lied about when he sold it, and we have the receipt showing he sold it after when he said he did. Like, there's nobody else in position to do it other than him, and then he's hired by Ace Security all of a day by the mob. I mean, goddamn, it's him.
Yeah, and it's funny because he had a clearance as well, which is something else that you would think is a little overkill for a security guard.
Well, the other guards in there didn't have bullets in their guns at the Ambassador Hotel. All the people dressed in brown. There's Ace Security they hired out, and who made that suggestion to him? And they're like, when you go down through that story, it's like a lot of bell ringing. Let's just say.
Yep.
A lot of ding dong ding.
All right, who's up? And I got a picture of Eugene Thame right now, guys. If you guys want, Thane Eugene Caesar is his name. Who's up next? Any questions? Jake the Mullet?
Dom, did you have a question?
They never called him Thane though. It was just Gene Caesar. That's
Thane Caesar.
What he went by. He got arrested in Tijuana. I'm like, anyway.
Dom, did you have a question? I saw your hand up earlier.
I just wanted to. It looks like a new document came out. Myron, I actually sent it to you in your DMs. But
all right, let me pull it open right now and see what Cory.
Yeah, you know what? You go ahead and just read it to the people. It's got the highlighted portion, but basically, looks like it's a intelligence document, and it's talking about an informant statement that was said the day before JFK's assassination, and it's got mentions
Is
dem
that Gary
boys.
Underhill by chance?
No, not that one.
Okay.
That
Oh,
was a
is he?
magazine article, right?
Are you
Ryan?
talking about the Echevarria document?
I
Homer
believe
Echevarria?
so. Homer or something.
Yeah, Homer Echevarria. Okay, that's an old document. This is if that's not new. That's been released multiple times in the past.
Yeah,
Ryan, you know
that's
it's
that's
not.
been newly released many
I
times.
got it on
Yeah.
screen right now for you, Corey.
Yeah, our new backers are Jews. This is old. This is way old. This came out in first in '67.
Okay.
That came out in 60. Corey and I talked about that on a Telegram space because that document got re-released in 2017.
Yeah.
Where he's like our new backer. We have
real-
new Jewish backers and whatever.
Real quick, can you guys explain to us what this, for those that don't know, I got it up on screen right now for the audience. If you guys are watching the stream, you can go ahead and, it's like I said, stream is pinned to the top of my Twitter feed. So go ahead and look at it so you can see it. What is this document here? I know, Corey, you can see it. Ryan, if you said you're familiar with it. But yeah, what are we looking at here?
This is an FBI report, talks about Homer Echevarria, who was an FBI informant from the mob. And he basically says, we've got plenty of money now. Our new backers are Jews. As soon as we or they take care of Kennedy. And that's where his quote ends. But yeah, this was written about by Gary Shaw in '67. This document is 50 years old.
Okay.
And it's newly released. See, one thing they'll do is they'll put out a document that's been out like 5 times before, and they'll say, it'll have a stamp on it that says like best known copy or something like that. And to them, that's a new release because it's a better copy than the fuzzy one they had before.
Gotcha. Interesting. All right.
Yeah, I saw it in Chicago too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jake, did you have a question?
Myron, do you stream on Rumble too?
Yeah, I'm on Rumble and YouTube right now, and X.
Word. Okay.
All three live right now. So, who's up next?
Jake.
Oh, it's because I'm on Myron Gaines X. If you can't find it, I'm not using Fresh or Fit. I'm using Myron Gaines X. That's my political commentary show. So, who was it, Josie? Who was up next?
Jake.
Jake. Okay. Jake, go ahead.
Ryan, you know,
Jake, you're rugging.
Yeah, your mic sucks. Or your internet sucks.
Hold up, I'll come back.
All right, who's up next?
Yeah, uncommon sense. Sorry.
All right.
Hey, I had a Ryan. I had a question about the Robert Kennedy assassination. Did you, when you look at the Ambassador Hotel, I noticed that it was owned by the Shine family, and David Shine was the same guy who helped kind of derail the latter part of, what's the communist hunter's name? Everybody would know him. McCarthy's career. Do you think that played a role, or the Shine family also had a part in it? I was just thinking of it from a straight logistical standpoint of they would need to know if you're going to run the op. Like, obviously it'd be important to know who owns the building and whatnot. But just wanted your thoughts on that, or if you've ever looked into it.
Shine in General Dynamics is why Mickey Cohen was allowed to run a gambling operation out of that hotel. And the Shine family had the goods with Roy Cohen on Clyde Tolson and Hoover, so that helps you cover things up. And might be why the building was torn down and destroyed all the physical evidence. But they did not, as far as I see, have anything to do with setting up the kill. That was a contract killing. The Ambassador Hotel was chosen by Kennedy to announce his, winning the primary for California.
All right.
Jake, you got your mic working?
Is it working now?
Yep.
Hey Ryan, do you know if anything about JFK Jr.'s death is suspicious at all or tied to anything?
I do, but the guy to talk to about that is Mike Rivero. He's been over the whole flight ad nauseum.
All right. Who's up next?
I don't see any hands, so.
All right. No hands.
We got Andrew here.
Andrew Meyer just put his hand up.
All right, go ahead.
I used to work in downtown Dallas, and every day for lunch, I'd leave my building and I'd turn left. And then one day I noticed, I never turned right. It's like I sensed there was some bad energy. So I turned right one day. I was like, let's see what's down here. And I walked a couple of blocks straight into the spot, exactly where Kennedy was shot. If you're sensitive to energy at all, it is the most negative place I've ever been. It's so nasty. And thank God Trump was elected and all this stuff is finally coming out. And if people haven't seen this one, the document that's most interesting to me,
Wait, how does
George
it,
H.W.
real quick,
Bush.
Mayor, I know you're Jewish. How does it, like, what's your thoughts on Israel being involved in it?
I mean, they probably were. When I found out that the Zapruder tape was filmed by an Israeli named Abraham Zapruder, I think that they were in on it. But just like all these other ops, Epstein, 9/11, people give Israel too much credit. You have to remember, America is the big dog. Nothing goes down without America's say-so. And the thing I was about to say is the document that's most interesting to me is George H.W. Bush confirming he was in Dallas and then saying, oh, he didn't know what he was up to that day. It's like, okay, the George H.W. Bush made head of the CIA, made the president, and that was his payoff. I think George H.W. Bush, people are really overlooking his role in this whole thing. And I'm not denying at all that Israel, I think they did play a part. I think a lot of different nasty elements had a hand in this thing. And that's why they were able to get away with it, because they were all in collusion. So, I want everyone to get their fair share of credit, but thank God Trump is in office and all this stuff is finally coming out.
Well, the bad energy you felt might have been the Holocaust Museum, which is on the corner next to Daily Plaza.
That's hilarious, dude. No, literally, I'm telling you, if you go right to the
that would
spot
have
where he
bad
was shot
energy.
in the street.
I'm
Yeah,
not making
funny,
a joke. I'm not making.
Okay.
There is a Holocaust Museum at Daily Plaza.
That's great. That's not. I was literally right in the spot in the street where he was shot. It permeates. It's so terrible.
That was fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie. That was actually really fucking funny. Man.
I don't see any more hands, so whatever you want to do, Myron.
I saw Uncommon Sense, but I don't know if that's still if that was from before. If not, then I'm gonna wind down the space here. We got like almost 2,000 you guys in here. You guys got quite a bit of sauce from two experts on this. Ryan, when do you want to do the RFK thing? You want to do it Thursday?
All right, Thursday America time.
Yeah, if you could do, can you do 5 p.m. or after that of Thursday, Eastern Standard Time, Miami time?
Let's see, that's the 20th. Yeah, okay.
If you need more time, we can do
later
6
would be
or 7.
better, but
yeah, we could do 6 or 7. I'll do my show and then I'll bring you in after, like at 7.
Yeah, 7 better.
All right, we'll do 7
p.m. Crack ass.
So 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. I'll be on with Ryan Dawson. We're going to talk about RFK and the assassination there at the hotel back in L.A. So we'll cover that in detail. We covered JFK in detail quite a bit. Any last questions, guys? Because I don't want to hold Cory and Ryan here longer than I need to. And Cory, I appreciate you so much. Where can the people find you, by the way, before we get the last few questions here, if anyone has any?
CoryHughes.org has all my links.
Boom. Simon, I see you got your hand
Simon,
up.
you got a question?
Yeah. So, RFK Jr. He's a massive Zio. Does he know the truth about what happened to his family?
Ryan, you want to take that one? I mean, he's got it, right? I mean, there's no way he doesn't.
Oh, he definitely knows about his father. Because he was taking a trip to the Philippines to meet Caesar. So he has to know.
So why do you think he covers up? Just because he's scared for his life, or what?
I don't think he's afraid of getting killed. I think he's afraid of what they have on him. I mean, he went to Maxwell's Easter parties and he flew around with Jeffrey Epstein. We can and he's a sex addict. I think
Bingo.
You can connect the dots, right? That's why he's in government. Like all these people, Joe Biden too, he's a little pervert. Like compromised people get promoted because they have to obey.
And when I talk with Ryan on Thursday, guys, we're going to cover the Israeli angle of RFK because there's I would say that the Israeli angle of RFK isn't as pronounced as it is with JFK. So we'll talk about how Eugene Caesar was linked up with them boys as well with the Israeli angle because it's not as clear as with the JFK situation. Oh, we got Truth Teller in the house. Well, welcome, Truth Teller. Man, we got a bunch of encyclopedias in here tonight.
Was good, Truth.
We got
doing all right.
We got 3 guys that are fucking between these 3 guys. They know all of the history of Israel. True Teller, what's up? I see you got your hand here. I got Cory Hughes in the house and Ryan Dawson, obviously very well versed in the JFK stuff. I don't know if you've seen the documents or whatever, but the breaking news on it basically is that they put brackets in there saying like Israel's intelligence agencies don't want this stuff declassified, even though the CIA said it's okay, which is fucking crazy shit.
Well, I don't think we're ever going to find out all the details of the assassination in Israel and Mossad and the Jews' full involvement by design, of course. So we'll be left to, speculate and, put, pieces together, the excellent way that Ryan Dawson's able to do it. But what I will add is someone mentioned JFK Jr. and a couple comments there. One is that he was a well-trained pilot, he'd been a pilot for a long time, not one to make mistakes. Two is the incumbent senator of New York was supposed to retire, and that position was vacant. And the rumor had it that JFK Jr. was going to run for Senate, and he was going to get into politics. And in '97, he'd released his George political magazine. If this guy had essentially stayed out of the limelight, not gone into politics, and not mentioned anything about wanting to perhaps run for the Senate of New York, in place of Hillary Clinton, who ended up, taking his spot and winning election. This is following the Clinton administration coming to an end. He'd likely still be alive today if he just kind of faded out in the sunset, but he didn't. And so, the powers that be did not want him to potentially win and, raise awareness or get access to any classified materials, because he certainly wasn't shy about expressing his opinion. And he was, a very intelligent, good-looking guy, likely to become president as well. They certainly did not want a future Kennedy. RFK Jr. is a different story, obviously, but JFK Jr., he was in a class of his own.
Anybody just see that Ellen just
I
got
believe that was
swatted?
no accident, is what I'm trying to say. Neither was Kobe Bryant's helicopter accident. So there are no accidents in these types of instances.
Why do you think they killed Kobe Bryant?
He had a huge pharmaceutical lawsuit that was supposed to start literally a few days following his assassination. That obviously never went through. He was suing them, and so. But
For what?
Separate incident. This isn't about Kobe Bryant. I don't want to digress, but JFK Jr. They obviously had they didn't want to risk him getting near the presidency, just as they didn't want RFK to risk, because he was running for president when they killed him, and he just won a primary, I believe, and then they took him out. So
He just won the biggest primary, and he had just been started research into his brother's death. That's what he was doing the week before he was killed, was following leads from Garrison and figuring it out. You guys got to realize, like, the Shapiro film, yeah, it wasn't released till after both Kennedys were dead.
Yeah.
C.D. Jackson
70s.
from the Psych War Department that got that, and Cory knows who that is. They only released still pictures in Time magazine. The video didn't come out until after he died. And so RFK never saw that film.
Yeah, if he saw that film, he probably would have went even harder at the Warren Commission and the lies they told him about his brother. If he saw that film, maybe they didn't want to put it out until he was dead. Because I didn't even know that for a bit until you told me, Ryan, that RFK did not see the Zapruder film ever. Which is like, for us, we think of it like it's crazy.
Wasn't really. He was dead in '68.
Yeah.
They didn't release the film till the '70s. It's because that film got released is why they did a second investigation where they did determine multiple shooters. That is our own government's official position.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, it's Israel. Pump the brakes. Shut that up. Shut that down.
Yeah. No, man, absolutely crazy.
It's also interesting. There's no mention of Arnon Milchan, the guy that stole nuclear switch technology, gave it to Israel, and also, of course, made the JFK movie and made sure to.
Dawson, what's your take on the people that say the guy in the passenger seat turned around and was one of the people that took a shot?
That's stupid. I've heard the same thing where they blame William Greer, the driver, for turning around and shooting. Like, it's on film. They're not taking shots.
Yeah, that's retarded. Whenever people say the Secret Service agent shot him from the front, I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. True retards.
Yeah, I wanted to see what Dawson would say. Thank you.
It's funny, the
took
guy
the words
who
out of my
started
mouth.
that.
You're a fucking idiot if you believe that. It's on film, and it's not just Zapruder film. It's 3 different films. William
who pushed
Greer.
that-
Nobody in that car shot Kennedy.
The guy who pushed that film was
Conley.
from the Rich Man's Trick film. He's actually been emailing me about stuff lately, which is kind of hilarious.
Oh my God,
That's
that
like-
is the worst. That is hands down the worst Kennedy film ever made. It is the loose chains of JFK. It's like what Europa is to World War II is Rich Man's Trick to JFK and Loose Change to 9/11. They're all the most widely watched and all the dumbest ones ever done.
I was just gonna say, it's like the people that said there was no plane in 9/11.
Yeah, I deal with them every day.
Who's up next?
I got Drew down
Daniel.
there, I think.
Yeah, Drew and Daniel. With
Okay.
Drew.
All right. Thank you guys for doing this, man. This is incredible. Shout out Myron. Shout out all you guys. Um, just a quick question. I'm wondering, like, right now, especially with everything that's going on, I want to hear what Ryan has to say, what all you guys have to say about, like, the situation with Iran. Like, what's the situation around that, and how is, like, kind of like Mossad tied into all that? Because,
That's not the topic, bro.
Zion Dawn is going hard.
That's not the topic.
Okay.
Do you
I
not
guess
see
my
the
other
title?
question would be then that what's like the most obvious link? Like, let's say if you're talking to an absolute normie, like what's the most obvious link that we found today, or like what the Mossad has to like this whole damn thing, like obvious that's just out there.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that was a retarded question. I'm gonna move on to the next person.
I was gonna say he sounds like a normie.
Bro, that was a retarded question, bro. Let's go.
Go ahead, Danny.
Yo, think twice before you ask questions like that, man. Fucking retarded. Simon, go ahead, bro. The fuck
He
is
was
wrong
asking
with
forever to come up too.
God
Daniel, go
damn,
ahead.
bro.
Yeah.
Some people just shouldn't get a mic sometimes. Some of you motherfuckers are retarded.
Yeah.
Simon, go ahead.
Danny, Myron, do you want Simon to go?
Oh, I haven't got my hand up anymore. Must be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's glitching on mine. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So, thank you. I think it's important what Truth Teller brought up about JFK and Junior and Ryan. My question is, we were talking in another space about Roy Cohn and how Trump. He was sort of like Trump's consigliere. He was he was labeled as like an anti-Semite Jew. He was connected to the mafia. And so I think the timing of all of this and Trump being the one to put this stuff out and sort of make this
Daniel,
seem.
do you know his first famous case?
What's that?
Roy Cohn's first famous case?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sure. When he prosecuted and convicted Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, two Jewish spies that stole nuclear technology and gave it away, essentially, to the Soviets.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, they were actually sentenced for execution. There was no jail time like they did for Jonathan Pollard. This is how the U.S. used to treat espionage agents, Jewish ones. They put them in their place.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So I guess,
who do I work
hold
for,
on,
Truth
guys,
Teller?
please, Andrew, please. You interrupt.
This guy just called me a spy. Let him at least tell the people who I'm a spy for.
You're not smart enough to be a spy.
Andrew, please.
I'm far smarter than you.
My question,
thinks he's
Ryan.
high
Andrew,
IQ, that's
please.
funny.
You're very subversive.
Okay, one at a time, please.
Thank you. My question, Ryan, is, there's double mute, I guess. There's a lot of talk of, and it's pretty clear that Trump is a Zionist, but with his relationship that he did have with JFK Jr., his now relationship with Robert Kennedy Jr., how do you think all this ties in with the release of these files, his relationship with Roy Cohn, everything Truth Teller just said? Obviously, Trump is not an idiot. He knows about the things that we're talking about. One could argue maybe better than us, probably not better than you, Ryan. But what do you think is going on?
First of all, I don't think Roy Cohn was anti-Semitic. He was a closet homosexual, died of AIDS. They did disbar him for some of the cases they didn't like the outcomes of. But remember, he was all mobbed out. And someone was talking about the Sheen family earlier. That was one of his boyfriends. And they would appear on magazine covers together and stuff. And a little limp-wristed. But he was Roger Stone said he wasn't gay. He only fucked young, very old men. But that, that's homosexual. No, they were of age. He was just way older. He was a pederast, maybe, is the word. I don't know what you say. There was quite the gap. But he didn't dabble with children. But he'd be in his 60s and it was somebody in his 20s, whatever. It's weird. But he was, was a closet homosexual lawyer, and Trump knew him in the 80s, just before he died, really. And Trump did a lot of work with Kaczynski and Tony Salerno and Bob Labooty and a bunch of mobsters in New York. You really have to when you're in real estate in New York. This is how it is. His dad had to deal with them too. And so, you get up with mob lawyers to deal with the mob. That's just New York Yankee business. Like, it's how it is. They don't have to agree with each other. It's results they're getting. He's making his Trump hotel. But I wouldn't read too much into Cohen with Trump. Trump is a amoral businessman that goes where he thinks the money is. So you can see his positions, like in Syria, he actually landed on the right side by accident. He was like, I'm not backing Al-Qaeda. He cut off all funding to Al-Qaeda, and for a while there, Syria had room to breathe. They were overtaken before he got reinstated. But in like Palestine, he's like, Palestinians are poor, Israel's rich, he sides with Israel. When it came to Yemen and Saudi Arabia's rich, Yemen's poor, he sided with Saudi Arabia. But when it came to Russia and Ukraine, Russia is the stronger party, so he sides with the Russians. He just goes wherever the power is, wherever the money is. He's like, well, what kind of deal can I get out of this? That's the way he operates. He's like, what are you going to give me? Rare earth? What do you got? What can you give me? There's no like morality or anything. He's just like looking to see what makes
If that were the case, wouldn't he get a bigger payday by rolling over for the globalists in America? Like, why fight them? It's not a payday to fight these people. He's lost a ton of money.
So, first of all, yeah, he has lost a ton of money. He's made bad business decisions as well, as he did in '89 when he took on over $600 million of debt.
How is this related? Talking about his old casino
Andrew,
businesses.
Who came
You're talking
down
nonsense.
to Atlantic City to represent the debt holders?
What does that have to do with him losing money for being the president?
Wilbur Ross, a Jew representing.
What does that have to do with him losing money for being president?
From that point on, Trump was owned because they owned his debt. Do you understand? So he's compromised.
No,
the Jewish bankers own his debt and therefore will tell him what to do because at any point they can pull the plug on his operations. He does carry a fair amount of debt.
Yeah, but Ryan, my main point was that he was friends with JFK Jr. That's known. He's now close to RFK. You admitted that RFK knows who killed his father and probably therefore who
JFK wanted to know everything about his father's death.
Right,
He was hell bent. His ex-girlfriends testified to this too.
My point is I believe that Trump knows everything that we're opining over today, and I think it's sort of like ignorant to say that he doesn't. He knew.
I think he knows. He told Judge Napolitano, like, if you knew what was in those files, you wouldn't release them either. But they're not releasing the files. He's releasing files that went before the 1992 review board only. But that's enough. I mean, they messed up. Like, the fact that the files say, don't show files related to Israel is answering you without answering you.
That's my point, Ryan, is he knows that was going to be a main point of topic of conversation. He knew that, and it's happening.
I don't think they're afraid of the world knowing about it. I mean, they're committing genocide in front of everyone, and no one can do anything. So, okay, they killed Kennedy, and what you gonna do? Give us more money? Like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what would happen. They could stand. Netanyahu could get on stage and eat a baby, and Schofield Christians would be like, "It's God's way. You have to."
Yeah, Schofield Bible is a fucking scam.
Myron, is Cory still here? Just I know, like,
No. He's here. He's just laugh with me at like Truth Teller and Andrew going back and forth with each other. Clearly, there's some.
Truth Teller's theory is that the Jews made Trump destroy the Bush and Clinton political dynasties and the Biden political dynasties. I guess you should be thanking the Jews then, Truth Teller.
That were memorable with a legacy that's worthwhile, given that they were
I guess thank a Jew today then, Truth Teller.
The Epstein pedophile ring, we know that as a fact because it was Monica Lewinsky that was used as a bait to essentially try to blackmail him to release Jonathan Pollard sooner. He said no, but instead he released other Jews.
So the Jews destroyed their own puppet. They destroyed their.
Just a question for you. And look, a good faith question. Have you ever looked at the list of pardons that both Trump and Clinton pardoned before they left office? Do you notice a trend? Okay, before you can answer that question, it's too incriminating.
No, I was on mute, I guess.
Okay, you were on mute. Oh, somehow the Jew couldn't get through the mute. That's funny, but there is no mute, by the way. You're just stalling for time because you have no idea.
Jews can't be muted on on Spaces. We have
Well, I mean, they never
superpowers.
shut the
You
fuck up.
figured it out.
Yeah,
You
they
figured it out,
never
bro.
really.
And
They're always
we
talking,
made Trump defeat
yapping
the
away,
Clintons
trying to
and the
deflect attention
Bushes.
from Jewish crimes.
Amazing. Amazing.
And what's amazing is you still have the nerve to be up here knowing full well your people killed RFK, JFK Jr., of course. Probably would
Yeah,
kill RFK
it was
Jr.
just the
if it was
Jews.
necessary.
Yes, the Bush
I
family had nothing to do with it. The CIA had nothing to do with it. Only the Jews get credit. We're
But
the only
Andrew,
ones that can do
no
anything.
matter how
You're
They had
loud
just a
every
you
reason
cuck.
in the
talk,
You
world to
can't do
kill them. That's
anything.
right.
no matter
Yeah,
how
only
loud.
we did it. You're a cuck. You have no agency. The
Why
bad
would
people
the
and the
Gentiles
American
want to
establishment.
kill?
Okay, we're good with having that debate, but one at a time, please. You're hurting the quality of the show. Myron is live streaming right now. Go ahead.
Someone put in my chat that
what
that mute
incentive
was
would the
promised to him.
Gentiles? Oh, sorry.
I want to point out, I don't blame the Jews. Israel's a country. It's a state. It's got its own interests, just like North Korea. It's not about genetics.
This is a Jewish state, though, right, Ryan? Based on their this national state law, they're a Jewish state, aren't they?
Oh man. All right. Well,
Is George H.W. Bush a Jew? Just real quick.
What does that have to do with
I was
anything?
put
No,
on
but
mute.
Meyer
Established goy.
Lansky and Mickey Cohen
Did he have anything to do with the JFK assassination? Yes, he did.
Didn't they want
Yes,
to
he
kill
did.
George? Didn't they want to kill George H.W. Bush when he suspended the $10 billion aid package to Israel because he was trying to get the Jews to stop expanding settlements in the
Oh,
West
but
Bank
the
and
Jews
other?
didn't have the power to get
And
him
just a
then?
quick question.
They
The
didn't
point
have the
is, though,
power?
you're only useful to the Jews so long as you
We
do the
didn't have the
bidding.
power that
But the
time, truth
minute
teller?
you stand
Why
up
didn't
to
we
the
have the
Jewish
power
cause,
that time?
just a quick, because first of all, you caused him to lose the election. That's why he became a one-term wonder. He could have easily won the next election. He was definitely qualified. He lost though because he
It
stood
wasn't
up for
Ross
Jewish lobby.
Perot. It wasn't Ross
Yeah, it
Perot
was Ross
jumping in and
Perot.
taking
Nice cop out.
about,
Nice
I don't
cop
know, a
out.
third of his base.
Sure, yeah, it was Ross. It was because of Ross Perot. That's what you
Cop
want everyone
out?
to believe.
You're
So
a
listen, you
neophyte.
guys
You don't
already had a
understand
plan.
American politics at all.
You guys, okay, you guys already had a plan.
You're not even in
Now we
America, are
assassinated
you?
him at the
You're
Madrid
not even
Peace
in America,
Conference.
are you?
You even had three.
What country are you in, boy?
I have a
What country are you in, boy?
all right. Look, guys. Look. If you guys want to have a debate on this, I mean, I guess I can maybe facilitate it. But we got Cory and Ryan in here. I want to make sure that people that got questions on this stuff can get their questions answered. Then if not, then maybe I can fire up another space, and you can go ahead and go at each other. But for the purposes of just keeping this thing, concise and to the topic, I don't see any other hands here. Oh, Ashan. All right, I'll go to Ashan, and then we're gonna close out. Go ahead.
If you want, people can DM me if they actually have a question to Ryan or Cory.
Yeah.
If you want to keep it running.
And then if we want to go ahead and have a blood sport and have Truth Teller battle this guy in a debate, right? We can do that as well. But go ahead,
Easy
Ashan.
work, Byron.
Could be
I put
after.
up Martin Sandler's speech, by the way, who confirms: forget CIA, forget Lyndon Johnson, forget Castro. Mossad killed JFK. And yeah, Martin Sandler, yes, he is.
I just wanted to ask Cory and Ryan's take on Meyer Lansky and Mickey Cohen at the time, because I know that there's significance there and there's a lot of connections there between the two, but not a lot of people talk about that. So I wanted to get their opinion on their involvement in it.
That I discussed pretty in depth earlier, and that's the long version is very long. So I don't know if Ryan, you want to comment on it, but I already talked about this earlier.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier on, and when I end this this stream, also in this space, you'll be able to go back and fast forward it. But Ryan, do you have anything you want to add to that or whatever? Yeah, he might not. Is he still here?
I think he dropped.
Yeah, he dropped somehow.
Let me
Okay.
check.
All right. Anybody else? All right.
We do have requests, but
yeah, that's fine.
We should do another space. There's more time to There's a lot of documents to go through. The Jews have tried to hide a lot, but we'll see what else they might have let slip through the cracks. So
Dude, Myron's been streaming for 8 hours, dude? Wow.
Yeah, we just crossed
he's a
8
true
hours.
warrior, man.
We just crossed 8 hours just now. Yeah, I was contemplating having Andrew and Cory talk about a certain event that happened in the 1940s, if it was really 6 million, but that's a whole other conversation. But yeah,
3.5 million.
Oh, it's down at 3.5. So you're going to give back about 50% of the.
That's what the Quora report says. That's what the internal Nazi
Israelis
document
going to
says.
write a check to Germany for the extra money.
All right, guys.
I think he's still on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm still on YouTube, guys. So I'll stay on a little bit longer. But Cory, I know you got to get
I'm
going.
gonna
Right?
hop out of here. Yeah, I've been on for 6 hours.
Yeah, Cory's
today.
got to go, so we can set this debate up another time. But I'm gonna end this space. Maybe I'll fire up another one. I don't know if Andrew and Truth Teller want to debate. If you guys did, then I can host another one. But yeah, but Cory definitely has to get going here. I feel sorry. I've been talking with him now for a few hours, and he's been giving us a bunch of information on the JFK and RFK stuff, and I want to definitely the JFK, excuse me. So I want to just make sure that But Cory, I'll give you the final word, bro. You can tell the people where they can find you.
Yeah, CoryHughes.org. My Substack on World War II is on bloodyhistory.substack.com.
Cool. Go check him out, guys. CoryHughes.org. Also, get his book. I have it right here, A Warning from History, where he goes over the shooters in the book, man. So go check it out. But yeah.
Bloody History at substack.com.
Bam.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Cory, for coming on, bro.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Let me see here. I'll stay on stream a little bit. Okay. So what I'll do, guys, is I will go ahead and end this space because I want to keep it nice and concise with the JFK with the JFK and RFK stuff, mostly JFK stuff. What I can do is, do you guys want? How many people we got in here? We got like 1,700 of you guys in here. Maybe I'll fire up another space or True Teller. I don't know if you wanted to start it or whatever. I don't know if you and Andrew want to debate or not.
Dude, he's easy work. He's really not a challenge. If he wants to embarrass himself, sure.
I've embarrassed you already many times.
Okay, well,
many times.
Again, the delusions.
That's
of
why you
grandeur by
always
the
have my
Jews,
name in your
typical.
mouth when I come into space.
Dude,
that's why you're
show up
always
and
crying
down,
about
trust me.
me.
Look, I suggest Maze hosts it if she's willing to, or Dom, a third party.
Nobody loses sleep over this Jew. I don't know why he's got such high opinion of himself.
He's talking
You
to
cry
the
about
youth.
me every time you see me. Oh,
It's
Andrew. Cry baby.
Okay, I suggest a third party hosts it so that it's fair, and then also we could put it in the jumbotron right now to send people so we don't lose the audience. So
yeah,
who
Maze,
wants
go ahead.
to-
You can
who wants
make
to
it and then drop the link for everybody or whatever.
I wish I could. I have, I have to go to sleep here soon. It's a school night, but
Yeah.
I'll
As long as
probably
it's not,
pop in.
as long as
Dom,
it's
you
gonna
wanna
be,
go ahead?
as long as it's gonna be chill and concise, I will do it. Just not.
I don't think it's gonna be
Jordan's
chill.
a good moderator. I'll approve Jordan. All good. Hey, by the way, Andrew, here's a tip. Tell your Mossad agents to shut the fuck up and not give away so much like Viktor Ostrovsky and write books about all the Jewish crimes. Then it wouldn't be so fucking obvious. You guys have your hands dirty.
Man, you guys do not like
But
each
they're
other,
just
bro.
so money hungry, that they have no fucking shame. They'll sell out their own people just for a book deal.
Yo, what's crazy is Andrew's actually one of the better ones. Like some of the other ones are just completely just will just
Dude,
lie.
it's just a different type of turd. It's the same shit, different pile.
Truth teller, you said Stalin is a Jew, Bill
He's a
Gates
Jew.
is a
Yaakov
Jew.
Jogashvili,
You're
that's
a
correct. Gates
retard,
is also
bro.
a Jew. That's
A
right. You guys have a
retard.
lot of crypto.
Not on my
Andrew,
level.
Andrew,
Not
are
even
there still
close
only
to my
50
level.
million Jews worldwide?
I will say,
Are you going to
Myron
stand by that? That
Gaines.
you guys haven't reproduced
Myron,
at all?
you are.
What the fuck?
Byron, are you still on YouTube?
Why
Yeah,
am I
I
getting
am.
muted all the time?
I am.
Myron, I don't know if you saw the podcast me and Mark Lobliner launched. We did our first episode with Laura Loomer last week. You're welcome to jump on that sometime. Jewcast IRL, Myron. You're welcome.
Is that what it's called? Jewcast IRL?
Jewcast IRL. Yeah.
Myron, wear a bulletproof vest.
I commented on some Tim Pool post, and they
Don't
called
trust
his
the
show
water. Bring your own
Jewcast.
water. The Jews
And I
have a
said, no,
tendency to poison the well.
Jewcast would be me and Mark. And then we actually decided, fuck it, we're going to do it. So, yeah, Jewcast IRL. You can join me and Mark on there sometime.
All right.
You guys
awesome.
ever talk about flat Earth? Andrew?
Yeah, go ahead,
Andrew
Jordan.
giving
Start
away
up that.
spaces.
I think Jordan already went to go start up that space. I'm gonna get off this space and address my stream real quick, and then maybe I'll join in. But I'm gonna end the space, guys. Love you guys. Peace.
Much love.
All right, so that space is done. Hope you guys enjoyed that there. Okay. All right. We are still live on air, though. Very long stream. We've been going now for 8 hours, my ninjas. Let's see here. But a lot of information, man. A lot of information. And we still got 6,000 you guys plus in here, man. Like fucking Lydia. We've been going hard in the paint, man. Can't be stopped. Let's see here. Let me see. Did my camera turn off? My bad. Hold on, guys. I'm fixing it right now. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Camera just turned off randomly. Sorry, chat. Let me fix this shit. Too much heat, I guess. Yeah, sorry. I'm fixing this shit right now, chat. My bad. All right. I think one is back. All right, we're back in. All right. Camera overheated, man. So let's see. Let me read some chats from you guys. We got St. Drew says, can you read me as a re-add me as a speaker, please? Sorry, bro. I'm just seeing this now. I'm gluing his dollar to the street. Appreciate that. St. Drew, anyways, respect. Guys, my bad for the bad question. I just want to know some paper trail research on hopping off now, GG. No problem, bro. But yeah, that was a retarded question, nigga. Yo, Martin, I know there's a bounty on his head. We need to get the truth teller on the show. Yeah, truth teller's pretty funny, bro. That nigga be going crazy on them boys on here, man. Let's see here. Can you Drew, that was from earlier. AJ Sandy Balls, W Corey, thank you, sir. Got you. Bro basically said, ignore my chats from before. Okay, no worries, dude. You mentioned how the Cubans were involved in the JFK. They're connected to them boys. Look up the Cuban population of South Florida. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Don't notice Wiki's early life. I think I read this one already. All right. So yeah, guys, I think we've been going for 8 hours now. We've went way longer than I thought I was going to go. How'd you guys like the stream, bro? Did you guys enjoy it? People definitely... I'm trying to see if there was anything else I was going to cover here with the news, but I think the JFK stuff was like the main news. You guys liked it, man? Yeah, bro, I try to give you guys as much value as I can, bro. I really do, man. Bro, your electric bill got to be crazy, nigga. I'm saying. With how much you guys stream. W shows, though, we appreciate it all. Yeah, no, man. I got you guys, bro. I got you guys. And you guys know that this is very raw and authentic. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'll show you guys some of my shit real fast. Some of the tweets I've been doing. So, we're still live here. Do me a favor, guys. Engage with the tweet. Can you guys do me a favor, actually? Here's the tweet. Like this shit and comment below. Let's get this shit let's get this stream lit. OSS Assemble. I just did an 8-hour plus stream for you guys. Go ahead, like this shit. We already got 52K impressions. Not bad. You know, just comment below. Just come in, click that link, and just put OSS is here. Get the engagement up. More people find the channel. Or sorry, more people find the Twitter page. And we're cooking, guys. We're at 258.2K followers here on X. So we're definitely growing it, man. We are definitely growing it, which is good. Fuck Instagram. They keep banning me because they're pussies. But yeah, look at this, bro. Look at this. Right? The Israel Intelligence Service, the bracket thing, right? And then Israel Intelligence Service, they wanted that shit gone, man. So that's very telling. Oh, we smashed it. We got the 1.4. That's good. So, yeah, man. So we are definitely cooking on X. Definitely cooking on X. What else? I'm trying to think here. Was there anything else I needed? Let me make sure I didn't miss any of you guys. Hard work does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much, Koch. Hail Myron, I appreciate that. Still here, W Stream Boys, learned a lot. Myron, can you please cover the Iran war soon? Yeah, yeah, I mean, I can. I also want to cover the Iran-Contra. King Rich says, can't be stopped, you know it. Yo, Myron, I know there's a bounty on his head, but we need to get True Teller on the show. Yeah, True Teller is hilarious. Cartman says, we cooking Abba ass DG style soon? Yeah, I probably will roast his ass, bro, at some point. Maybe not right now, but that nigga's gonna get cooked. He's got his day coming, bro. That nigga's got his day coming, trust me. He is gonna be cooked very soon. Also, guys, if you aren't already, please go ahead and like the page. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Subscribe on Rumble as well. And are we on the front page of Rumble right now, chat? Let me look here. Are we on the pics? I was earlier when I looked. No, not anymore. I guess I'm not cool enough. All right. But yeah, guys, I think that's going to do it, man. I'm going to get off. I'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. As you guys know, we got a 3-peat for you guys. We got, obviously, Womanizer Wednesday, the debrief, and After Hours. Okay? Love you, ninjas. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, cool. All right, guys. Love you, ninjas. I'm going to get some food and try to eat because I'm fucking dying right now. I haven't eaten a meal since I woke up. I literally woke up and just came on and jumped on with you, ninjas. So, but it's okay. Love you, ninjas. Kobe Covington, I think, is Friday, chat. So, we gonna cook. All right. Guys, love y'all, ninjas. I'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll cover the news, right? Cover what's going on new with the Iran war, etc. But the big thing today was the JFK Files being declassified. Hell, I even changed the title of the stream. So, love you guys. Peace.